Oh, there it is. Hi, everyone. Hello. Good morning. Warren gets the belt tonight. Congratulations, Warren. Oh, what's up, y'all? Good morning, Tyler.
Hi, friends.
What's up, Pat? Hello, Katrina. What's up, Rust Dog? David, hello. Hello. What's up, Miguel?
Everything is awesome.
Buddy, let me tell you something. The odds that the people who built the pyramids had assistance from an extraterrestrial being are higher to me than they just built them.
I'm on your side. Absolutely. I agree with
Dude,
that.
1,000%. Like the most hubris humans have is when, I don't think hubris is the right word. I think I'm using that word wrong. But the gall, the audacity.
I think hubris is fine.
To think that we're the only thing out there.
Oh no, that's weird.
Like, dude, do you know how far? Dude. Do you know how far infinity is?
No, actually, I can't fathom it.
Just trying to
and beyond.
Trying to wrap your brain around, like the amount. We are so far away. The Milky Way, our entire galaxy, is unfathomably massive, and it is a peanut in the scope of like what we know is out there, or at least what we know exists. We don't know exactly what's out there, obviously. We know more about space than we do the ocean, though, which really messes me up. But that's a whole other thing.
That's terrifying. I don't want to get
into that. It's a whole
other
thing. Yeah, bro.
Hello.
All right, hubris is our right word. Thanks, guys. This is one of those days where I have to actively make myself focus on the main thing.
Yeah?
Because the Kings might have gotten their best win of the last decade last night. And we're going to talk a lot about it.
Mm-hmm.
We've also got March Madness going.
Yes.
It has officially started. We're going to have updates. We're going to update scores. So if you're like recording, we'll give you a heads up. But any person who's trying to record March Madness and not seeing any spoilers or hearing any spoilers is an insane person. So we're going to do spoilers on scores. Creighton's up 20 on Louisville early.
Yeah.
Oof. Not a good start for my Cards. I have them going to the Elite Eight. I don't. I drove through Narnia today.
Yeah, this is weird.
We're talking pyramids in the pre-show chat in the chatty house.
Okay.
But we'll get to all of it. We got to start with the Kings 123-119 victory over the Cavs last night. I said best win of the year. You said best win of the last 3 years?
I think so.
I'm not going that far.
I don't know, man. You're facing a team that, sure, they had lost 2 in a row, but that just meant that they were dangerous.
Go ahead. Sorry. Make the case.
But they're 56-12 coming in.
Yeah, no doubt.
56-12. Yeah. There were 44 games over 500.
Yeah, it's a good team.
The Kings were 2.
They're a good team.
Well, now they're 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really, really good team. And you're playing without 3 of your 8 rotational players, including probably your best 2 players.
Mm-hmm.
And Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis. I don't know.
Which is curious.
Yeah, all of it's weird. I don't know what's happening there. Really, we do know Domas is going to be out for probably until, at least the Blazers game, maybe the road trip. But for the Kings to step up like that in a very, very crucial spot.
It's awesome.
Like all of a sudden you've got a shot at this, looking at this horrible homestand of actually maybe being able to pull out a 500 road a homestand.
Bro, if they play like they did last night, they will.
Yes.
And this is the thing with the Kings, and this is why it's so difficult. As badly as low as you and I have been on them at points this year, it's impossible to write them off entirely because they are not okay. The Chicago Bulls, who the Kings play tonight, are the 9 seed in the East.
It's two 9 seeds.
Yeah, but the Bulls are a team where you're like, they stink. The Bulls are likely going to be in the play-in. And they're either 1 and done or 2 and done, or if they happen to make the playoffs, they're going to get mollywopped in the first round.
The Bulls traded their best player, and they came away with Kevin Huerter.
Yes, correct.
So as opposed to the Kings, who traded their best player and came away with Zach LaVine,
who was the Bulls' best player.
Yeah, who was the Bulls' best player.
No, so it's like, this is why you can't just you can bury the Bulls, and we'll talk about them a little bit later. But you can bury the Bulls as a 9 seed in the East. That team stinks. With the Kings, you see games like last night. And it's not, oh, wow, it's the first time they've played well all year. They've now beaten the Cavs and Boston. They're 2-0 against the top 2 teams in the East. And they played awesome in those games. Last night was not some weird fluke where the Cavs went 2 of 40 from beyond the arc and you're like, yeah, well, that'll never happen again. No, the Kings just played really well.
Yeah.
They got contributions up and down the roster. I thought the way they closed the game was really impressive. It was a clear pecking order. It was DeMar DeRozan, and then it was Malik Monk. And when DeMar DeRozan got doubled, he gave it to Monk, and it was Monk one-on-one, and he cooked. And DeMar, obviously, in the lead up to that point, was awesome down the stretch, too. It's like they just made sense last night.
Yep.
When everybody is playing the way they played, I thought Keegan Murray, despite going, was he 5 of 11? He only had 13 points, but he was sensational. He had a couple of big rebounds late. Defensively, I thought he was good. Keon Ellis in the starting lineup, excellent. Again, Jonas Valanciunas didn't close the game, but was very good for the 25 minutes he did play. You mentioned Trey Lyles before the show. His best game of the year?
Trey Lyles was tremendous. I don't know if he had 13 points. He finished with 7 rebounds, and he had 5 assists. That rebound and putback that he had late in the game,
sick.
He just went up amongst the trees. Like, that team is so long and athletic, and he just flew in, grabbed the rebound, put it back. Huge, huge performance by Trey Lyles.
One of the most impressive things I've seen all year, speaking of the Cavs front court, was DeMar DeRozan seeking out the switch on Evan Mobley, who's one of the top 2 front runners for Defensive Player of the Year.
Oh, yeah, he's up there.
He is a dynamite defense, and it's not a fake-ass Defensive Player of the Year where he just has a bunch of blocks, and then you watch him, and you're like, he's an awesome defender.
Yeah.
And DeRozan just cooked him, fried him, drove past him, little step back, shooting over him, didn't matter. Just cash. And then you get, we talked about Trey Lyles' best game of the year, Devin Carter's best game of his career.
Oh, by far the best game of his career.
Not even close.
Well, I mean, that was his career high, 16 points. Yeah. His best, I think, before was either
10?
11 or 12.
Yeah, so, and I want to stop on Devin Carter for a second because DeMar DeRozan putting up 11 of his 27 points in the fourth quarter is not a shock. DeMar DeRozan down the stretch, hitting big shots is not anything anyone's like, oh, whoa, that's crazy. The Devin Carter thing, and the reason it's so encouraging for me is this is now, like 4 games in a row?
Yeah.
That he's played, and you can see the progress. You see like tangible evidence that this player is starting to get his sea legs in the NFL, or in the NBA, excuse me.
Yeah, to me, that's one of the biggest developments late in the season here.
1,000%.
You know, again, Markelle Fultz got some action last night, which he hadn't in a while. And I thought he played well initially, but then Devin Carter comes in the game and he just jumps off the screen. His confidence level, it's funny because I asked Keegan about, whether he's had conversations with Devin Carter about the ups and downs of being a rookie. And, because as a 3rd-year guy, you're a lot closer to it than, having a veteran come over and say something, right? And Keegan actually smiled. He goes, yeah, he's really confident. I just kind of smiled, like, wow. He's like, yeah, I don't, have we had conversations? Yeah, but like at the same time, He's a really, really confident dude. And like, you don't really need to have conversations with him about, like the tough, how tough a rookie season is.
Sure.
So yeah, just kind of different, but either way, like the step back threes and stuff, like what in the world? Like, I mean,
out of nowhere.
The fact that they went in is one thing. The fact that he took them, like, and then I also felt like there were plenty of moments where he didn't force it, because I thought that that's been my biggest gripe with him. Is it's always me.
It's just, and it's 1,000 miles an hour with no plan.
Yeah, it's like throwing up ill-advised shots in the key. It's falling down. It's like these rainbow threes that look like they're going to scrape the scoreboard. But last night I saw him give up the ball multiple times, defer to the veterans on the team, and I thought all of that was really good. Maybe it's possible that he was just playing with starters more minutes than he typically does, and so maybe that's why he acquiesced a little bit. But to me, I thought it was a really big growing moment for him. And he's been able to do that over the last, week or so. The steal numbers are going up. And you just see like, hey, there is something here. It's just he just needs an off season.
The other thing that jumps out to me from last night is with Devin Carter specifically, is he plays a really like dogged physical brand of defense. And he only committed 2 fouls. Like typically, Chris Duarte last year is the same type of defender.
Yeah,
but would just start mollywhopping people, and you're like, dude, you played 4 minutes, you got 4 fouls. What are you doing? So Devin Carter learning that aspect of the game and being able to bring that and just figuring out. And I'm sure based on your conversation with Keegan, that Devin Carter is one of those guys that walks around. He's like, I'm him, like just all the time. And you kind of have to if you're gonna have hair like that. And I think him figuring out how to be impactful on this team without being the guy who's going to lead the team in shots, without being the guy who they're going to go to for a big shot down the stretch. He's going to be involved, but he knows he has to create his opportunities. That's something we've talked about with Keegan a lot. Is, hey, you're probably not going to get the ball swung to you a lot, so go get your own rebound. Go create a possession. Go get that loose ball. Go grab a steal and get a leak out for a dunk. Go find out. So for Devin Carter, not only to figure out just how to keep up in the NBA and play at that pace, because it did early on, it just looked a little fast for him.
Yep.
But seeing the game slow down and then having him affect the game the way that he does, and doing the little things on the margins that the Kings just don't do a lot of, like we talk about all the time, is really impressive. And this is a player that I did not think would be a huge factor for the Kings down the stretch. So for him to have a string 3-4 games together and then have it culminate last night against the best team in the East with a career high 16 points, hit a massive 3 late with some really good defense, pulling down 5 rebounds. I was extremely, extremely impressed with Devin Carter last night.
Yeah, and I think there's going to be a moment where he gets back to who he is as a player. And right now, everything is going a million miles an hour, like you talked about. The previous 3 games where he'd actually played, 7 minutes, 6 minutes, 11 minutes, he only had 1 rebound in each of those games. So for him, that's who he is. He's a very, very good rebounder.
Yeah, smart player.
Yeah, and then watching him, Malik Monk fed him on the break for that huge dunk, which of course, not the Kings, but the broadcast kind of like messed up with using, what did they call it?
Vantage point.
Vantage point.
Yeah, boy, did they.
Are we going to talk about vantage point?
Yeah, we can talk about the damn vantage point. What are we doing here, bro?
You know what I love? I love because I worked at NBC for 6 years, right?
Right.
So anytime something goes wrong with the broadcast, the default setting is for everyone to just tweet me, hey, something's wrong with the broadcast. They're doing a weird, why are they doing a weird camera angle, James? And I'm like,
I feel so bad for you. That sounds horrible.
I don't work there anymore. Ooh. I don't know, and I haven't worked there for years.
You know people.
So that's why I did hashtag blame Deuce last night.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah. So Deuce can be the one who answers that question all the time. That's fine.
Sure.
Like whatever.
I like that. No, yeah. I think that's fine. I'll also be blaming Deuce.
Yeah.
That's cool. Salute to Deuce and Mo. Yeah, man. A classic, like technology for the sake of technology moment for NBC last night, where I don't know what it's literally, when I say technology for the sake of technology, it's like they have this thing and they went, oh, hey, let's just deploy that and see what happens. It didn't serve any function. It didn't serve any purpose.
No.
They would, at the end of the game, they started doing, like after replays, it'd go, you'd hear Draper go, all right, Katie, and let's check that out on the vantage point. And then they'd show it and you're like, all right, that was a replay.
Literally, you took the words out of my mouth last night, especially when it would be like the courtside vantage point.
Mm-hmm.
It had like a little filter on it. It was like they're focusing on the players a little bit more, I guess. But it was just confusing. Like when it would go baseline and there'd be people standing up in the way.
Yes. Like I don't like that is the vantage point sometimes. Sometimes people do stand up in your way.
Exactly.
And I'm sorry, I don't want to stare at a guy in a Mike Bibby jersey.
Dude,
I just don't.
I'm short in real life, dude. I don't have to deal with this on TV. I can't stand up any taller.
Yes.
That's spectacular.
And Zabo brings up they ruined Devin Carter's dunk. Yes, your rookie just goes freaking nuclear and you're seeing it from the freaking 400 level.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
For what?
Outside.
The Instagram video was better. Like
yes!
Unreal. Unreal.
It did not serve a purpose outside. Like Amazon with the NFL has done the what do they call it? The broadcast view or whatever they call, where you see like all 22, like it's a zoomed out version of the broadcast, which is valuable in the NFL because the typical TV angle, you're getting like the offensive and defensive line, you get the quarterback and the running back and maybe the linebackers, but like what's happening at corner and safety, it's like off the screen. You can't really tell kind of what's going on back there. And when a quarterback's throwing deep, like you don't know what's happening until they pan out. So if you have a zoomed out view where you can see the all 22 view, it makes sense. In the NBA, everything's just right there already. You don't need a zoomed out.
I think you can see like driving lanes and you can, if you really want to see that, but what there should be is like an alternative view. If you want to pay an extra $3 a month or something, you can get an alternative view that looks like this.
Yep.
And, or you can pan to a couple of different things,
Sure.
I was under the impression, like coming into the game, that there was going to be something new that they were trying, but that it was not going to be on the actual broadcast, that it was going to be something that was that they were just running simultaneously to test out and see what it looked like. And then all of a sudden just like getting flooded, like, oh my gosh, this is so horrible. And again, I don't have a monitor. I have a monitor with stats.
Yeah.
Right.
You don't get the TV view.
Yeah, I don't get the TV view, but it was absolutely wild how many people were frustrated and angry. And just not great.
I did not see a single person, and I'm sure there were people out there. My Twitter is a very small corner of the greater NBA fan base. My corner of that corner is a tiny sliver of Kings fandom. I did not see a single person like love Vantage Point. And it was just, they kept trying to shove it down our throats. Pause. Like it was just, hey, how about let's check out the Vantage Point? How about the Vantage Point? Let's go to the Vantage Point. Like I don't want to anymore.
Yeah.
I don't care anymore. Show me a replay point. That's all I want. Like, bro, we are trying to drag the Kings across the finish line to beat the Cavs. I don't give a damn about a fancy camera angle.
Yep.
I'm trying to get a stop and a score.
They managed to do this on like the most exciting game too.
Right.
Of course.
Right.
Of course.
And it's not, this was not the King's choice. This is not to like actually, it was NBC had some cool technology.
Yep.
They wanted to try it. And hey, you gotta pull the plug.
Maybe a preseason game next time.
Yeah. Well, and okay, cool. You have proof positive. That's right. If they had tried it tonight against the Bulls, it's a little different. But last night, it was a super intense game.
Yeah.
Like,
I think it's also possible that the Sacramento Kings were watching Vantage Point while they were making 4 field goals in the first quarter. It's possible. Because they only ran it through the first quarter, right?
They started doing replays.
Okay.
Later in the game.
It disappeared after halftime for the most part.
It was almost like they saw the comments.
Yeah.
Here we go. Sonny Jr. live. says he didn't mind it. So
There were people.
You're the one.
People were like, "I'm getting seasick watching the game. What is happening?"
Yeah. Not good. All right, we got plenty more on the Kings and Cavs game. Kings also playing the Bulls tonight. We're not going to talk about Vantage Point anymore, unless you would like to. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. That's the Elk Grove Kia talk line. We'll have more Kings, Cavs, Kings, Bulls. No Levine, no Sabonis, no problem last night. We'll talk about that next here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
Nick V, that would have been a good keyword. Vantage.
No, it would have been a bad keyword, actually. Hey, did you put in our word for today? My man.
I felt like a professional shopper, though. That was crazy.
How'd that go for you?
So I don't go to Walmart too often, I guess. I mean, I guess I'll go to Walmart if I'm going out.
Sure,
There's
sure.
a Target closest to me, and
Yeah.
I don't ever really go to this Walmart.
Mhm.
And so I get handed the list, and it's got like cryptic messages on it for some things, like toothpicks.
I'm sorry. Cryptic messages on a shopping list?
Yeah, OSC times 10, 12 count piece too for toothpicks, right? Yeah, of course. But I mean, we got it done. Hey, got the man van going too. That nice van.
Dude.
Yes,
Hell
sir.
yeah.
So I felt pretty
Did you
legit.
buy a little something for yourself?
Thought about
on
it.
Company dime?
I thought about it.
Peanut M&Ms or something?
You know,
Kenny would have stole them.
unfortunately, yeah, they did take the baseball cards out of Walmart.
Yeah, they did that. Yeah, they've done that at Target too.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
So,
Yeah, because baseball card collecting has gotten to be like a big thing now.
So much
Yeah.
theft.
Yes, I'm guessing theft and confrontation.
confrontation mainly, truly. And
People show up on Friday
Yeah.
mornings
super
to get
early.
it,
Yeah, and then they steal them for all the kit, dude.
Yeah, it's weird.
The first time Stray Kids, the K-pop group that my wife and I like, put out an album while we were fans. Well, while she was a fan, that album actually made me a fan. But we go to Target and we're like, all right, we don't know what this is gonna look like, so we're just gonna get there hella early.
Yeah.
Or like right when they open.
Yeah.
And just cross our fingers.
Yep.
We were the only people there.
Okay.
They didn't even put the things out yet. So we had to go awkwardly to them. We're like, hey man, we're looking for this.
Dude, that's honestly that's respectable. Dude, that's
It was
cool.
great,
You
yeah.
go out, you get your own thing, you have your own thing going, you know, instead of following the crowd.
We know now.
Now you know.
I can pull up to Target anytime during the day and get what I need.
Absolutely. There was a moment in time where I waited in the morning to get some new baseball cards just to open them, not to sell them.
Yeah.
Let me put that out there. I was opening them. And then I opened them in my car before I left.
As one does.
And I didn't get anything. But then it's like 6 a.m. and I have an open pack of baseball cards and I'm tired and I start thinking, what am I doing? Why am I here? You know,
How did my life get to this point?
Existential crisis
immediately
because of a
you never
Bobby
had an
Witt
existential
rookie
crisis after opening a bad pack. You're like, it's like you go gambling. You're like, this was such a bad idea.
We do this as well, Wilson, but also we get hard copies. Anyways, that's so with K-pop, they do like cards of the members and there's all these different things. Same kind of deal.
Yeah.
So people will get albums. I say people. Some people will get albums just for the inserts.
Yeah.
And same deal. You pull, there's 3 cards in there and it's 3 you already have. It's just like, what are you gonna do?
It compounded being in a Walmart parking lot at 6 a.m. Like that made it a lot worse.
Yeah.
So
that's tough.
It is what it is.
One time in college, my roommate and I, it was like we pulled an all-nighter. And we were like, I think Walmart is open 24 hours. This is the one down. Is it Watt and El Camino? It's Watt and El Camino. And we're like, I think the Walmart's 24 hours. So we go down to Walmart at like 5 a.m. Turns out it's not 24 hours. It doesn't open until like 7. There was a Del Taco across the street, which was 24 hours. So we went into the Del Taco and ate Del Taco and sat there for like 2 hours waiting for the Walmart to open.
What?
Yeah.
This sounds so like some sad existence.
It's tough, dude. Facts.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, calling Joe Timu Jesse is wild disrespectful. That's insane.
Hold on a second. Who said that? I didn't even see that.
Drew Down said that in the chatty house.
I thought we were cool.
YouTube.com/ESPN1320 and Twitch.tv/ESPN1320.
Oh, man. I thought we were cool, too.
Hey, calm down over there, Timu Jess.
Joe, that's when you realize that Drew Down is really just a bully.
Just a mean guy.
I'll go ahead.
Who's very loud.
I'll take a seat back. Right, I'll take a step back. I'm going to turn off the mic. I'm going to tuck myself away here. So you guys go ahead and have a great show.
Pull your hoodie up high. Pull your hoodie on.
Joe Brazil behind the glass. I'm Kyle Matson. That's James Ham. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. The Kings beat the Mavs. Not the Mavs. Definitely not the Mavs. The Kings beat the Cavaliers last night, 123-119. I was going to give a quick NCAA bracket update, but both the games we have on are at commercial. So moving on. No Zach LaVine last night. No Domantas Sabonis last night.
Nope.
The Kings beat the team that was tied for the best record in the NBA last night.
And no Jake LaRavia.
No Jake LaRavia.
Yeah, and Jake LaRavia has played really well and been
awesome.
like a difference maker for the Kings.
I think Devin Carter filled a lot of the role that Jake LaRavia has been filling last night.
He did.
Yeah.
Just like a frenetic all over the place. I mean, played 30 minutes, and I thought he earned all of them.
1,000%.
Yeah.
He was really freaking good last night. No LaVine and no Sabonis and the Kings playing as well as they did just adds fuel to my thought that the roster as presently constructed doesn't make sense, because you can remove two major pieces and then everything makes more sense. Down the stretch, it's not a bunch of people standing around and nobody knows what the pecking order is. No, it's DeMar DeRozan down the stretch, and Malik Monk is the very clear number 2. And Trey Lyles is going to come in and he's going to be the backup 5. You know exactly what you need from him. You know exactly what you need from Keegan Murray and Keon Ellis and Devin Carter. And wow, look at this. Everybody fits their roles. And they played great. When everybody has a defined role, everybody knows exactly what they're doing. Nobody has to defer to Zach LaVine or DeMar DeRozan or Malik Monk and oh no, I can't. No, man. They just went out and they just hooped. They just played basketball. And it just looked so much more fluid. The energy was great. I don't think it's a coincidence that they played as well as they did in a spot where their roles were much more defined.
Yeah, and I mean they're defined out in necessity.
Right.
Yeah, I mean
you're forced into it.
Yeah, if that's what you have to do, then sometimes it works. I think the great franchises in the league, they have a system in place that can withstand, in major injuries. That, and you can't withstand every injury, right?
Right.
But you have a system in place where it's next man up. And I think, again, Doug Christie is going to give credit to a lot of coaches for who he models his career after, right?
Yeah.
As long as he continues to coach, right? Pete Carroll, huge influence in his life, right? And there's going to be other coaches he's going to mention. But the biggest coach that he played for in Sacramento was Rick Adelman. And Doug has talked about this. He didn't know how to play basketball. He played basketball, but he didn't really understand the game of basketball until he got to Sacramento. And then it was such a thinking man's team, with Pete Carroll running this specific style of the Princeton offense and Rick Adelman running the show. But I will tell you, throughout his career, whether it was in Sacramento or it was in Minnesota or it was in Houston, Rick Adelman to me was one of the greatest next man up coaches of all time.
Sure.
Real
quick, is that from a just mentality standpoint or an adjustment standpoint? What makes him a great next man up coach?
So what he did is he created a system and empowered his players that when Mike Bibby went down, somebody else would step right in. Everyone would continue in their roles and the Kings would keep winning. When Chris Webber blew out his knee, the Kings they went out, they traded for Brad Miller. But that losing Chris Webber, and even though Brad Miller was a very, very good player, the Kings were the best team in basketball with Chris Webber on the shelf.
Yeah.
And, when Peja Stojakovic missed games, Hedo Turkoglu stepped right in.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody had defined roles. Everybody knew exactly who they were. But when somebody was out, the players that were normally not big scorers or not big rebound, they all took it upon themselves to elevate their games. And we saw it a ton in Sacramento. But for me, the biggest thing was when he went to Houston, they won 22 straight at one point. And
God, so many freaking games.
Halfway through that, they lost Yao Ming.
Yeah.
And then deeper into the win streak, they lost Tracy McGrady. And they just kept winning.
Man.
They kept winning with random dudes, with Carl Landry playing massive minutes. Like it didn't matter.
King's legend.
So they have there's a system in place that's one thing, but also like I asked Doug about establishing that. How do you establish that?
Yeah.
And he said, well, look, like the best I can do right now is that I love everybody and I love each of them and I try to empower each of them. I don't just stop at the stars and just talk to the stars. I talk to everybody.
Yeah.
I sit there and have like, they all feel that I know who they are and I know what I can get out of them and they know what to expect from me. But it's something that you hope that they can establish because, we talked about this the other day when Memphis rolled through, right? Which again, another very impressive win for this team.
Yep.
But Memphis has a style of play that you want to emulate. Like you want to play that hard and just be that physical and make everybody play a full 48 minutes against you.
No matter what 5 players are on the court.
Exactly. Now, if you can mirror that with like a next man up mentality where all of a sudden, everybody is playing that physical style there, that's when you can go to a 10-man rotation. That's when you can do other things like what Steve Kerr did early in the season. And so I think they might be onto something here with, what you said, like losing a couple of guys, but having a more natural fitting lineup.
Yeah.
But I also thought like, look, everybody elevated their games. Devin Carter elevated his game. Trey Lyles elevated his game to make up for it. You expect Jonas Valanciunas to walk out there and get a double-double, but it's the other players that took that next step last night that really shows you like, okay, that's how you have to play. That's how you have to develop a system where guys feel empowered when they get their opportunity.
The next step here is when they are fully healthy, guys still step in and play those roles the same way. Because I'm contending that Trey Lyles and Devin Carter, it's not a miracle that they just happened to step up and play well when given more minutes. It was, hey, you're in. You're playing 25 plus minutes tonight, like just out of necessity. And when you're playing free and you're just playing hoop and you know that, hey, you can make a mistake, you can, or the team needs you in this very specific way, I think it makes it easier. I think it makes it easier to play the sport. And it's not, and I want to really make this clear because I saw Odyssey Fryer in the chat out said, what you're saying is the Kings are better without Levine. What if DeRozan and or Monk miss a few of those shots last night? Yeah, if the Kings miss shots, they lose. Yeah, that's the sport. But I'm not saying Levine specifically. This isn't about a specific player. This is about when you take out 2 key pieces for the Kings, whether it's Zach LaVine, Malik Monk, DeMar DeRozan, Domantas Sabonis, or otherwise, when you remove them from the equation, everything makes more sense. The roles are more defined. There's no question about like, oh, we got to get Zach some shots, and DeMar's going to get his shots, and okay, what's Malik doing here? And then, okay, we're running some stuff through Sabonis, but what's he doing? Like, there's no question about that when Trey Lyles and Devin Carter and Keon Ellis get into the game. They know exactly what the team needs from them, and they know exactly what their role is going to be on that night, and they know that they are going to play.
Yeah.
And I think that just makes it easier. And maybe I'm wrong. Like maybe Levine and Sabonis are out tonight. I don't know if that Sabonis will be. I don't know what's going on with Zach LaVine. But if they're both out tonight, yeah, maybe they miss a bunch of shots and they lose and it looks different. But as we talk about what does this look like going forward, and we talk about this roster making sense, that was a really good example. I used the Warriors example without Steph Curry against the Bucks, and then the Kings gave us our own example right here. It makes more sense, and to me, it looks better. It looked better, without those guys on the floor. What's up, Joe?
I think I totally agree with you. I think to your point, it's kind of reminded me of like a rowing team. If you have too many strong guys on the left side, you're just going to go in circles. You need to You get what I'm saying? You need to have a balance throughout the whole boat. And if you got all these guys fighting each other on the right side, they're all strong. You're just going in circles. So I agree. I think it flowed a lot better last night like that. And,
it's our first ever rowing analogy.
Right?
Nice work.
Well, and that's why we've talked about this so many times. Sometimes it's not about going out and getting more talent. It's about getting better fits. It's about getting players that fit what you're trying to do. Like, you can't just load up with 5 20-point per game scores, because number one, that leaves no shots for the other 10 guys on the roster. But also, they're going to fight with each other to do that. Unless you have just like the most complete 5-man rotation of 20-point per game scores that can do everything and that all support each other and want to be there for each other. It just never works out. And, to be honest with you, you bring up, well, if they would have missed a couple more shots, then they would have lost. I hate to tell you this. The Kings shot like 4 of 23 in the first quarter. It's one of the worst first quarters I've ever seen.
It had big, like 30-point loss energy to the first quarter.
They had 15 points.
Rough.
And somehow they're only down 7 because they played defense and they gave themselves a shot. Then they come out in the third quarter and they dropped a 43 spot on the Cavs, who are one of the better defensive teams in the league.
Yes.
Just thrash them.
It was incredible.
So I get what you're saying, but like at the same time, you have to look at a balanced roster that has, again, top tier stars. Now, you need replacement stars for when those guys go out, but it does make more sense sometimes. And again, we don't know what's going on with Zach LaVine. He missed last night's game due to personal issues. He did actually show up in the locker room late last night.
That's good.
And I don't know if that was like he got back in town, or I don't know what it was. I have no idea.
Sure.
He did not speak to anybody. He did not speak to the media, but Malik Monk was doing his post game, and he walked in and said hello to Malik during the post game. So, maybe he plays tonight, maybe he doesn't. We have no idea. But again, with these things, look, Zach is a guy with 4 kids, and his wife just had a baby, and what if he's got personal reasons? I'm not going to mess with him, and I'm going to say, hey, bro, you go take care of whatever it is you got to take care of, because these things go sideways quick. And like, I'm never going to put that on a player. But there's hope that he will be back, and you have to figure out ways to integrate players when they do come back. And it can't just be like Domantas Sabonis has to shoulder everything, or Malik Monk has to shoulder everything. And they can't feel like that's what they have to do. They have to feel like they've got to go out and do their job, and that the other guys need to elevate their games as well. Like, if you're missing 40 points from your lineup like they were last night, 42 points, maybe even 48 if you figure
40 plus.
Yeah, Jake LaRavia. Not one player is going to go out there and score that. But what you did get, you got a 27-point night. So you got 3 or 4 extra points from DeMar DeRozan. You got extra points from different players, and that's how you step up and sort of support each other in a time where things get a little dicey.
And I think spinning this forward, a game like last night can be so valuable. Why did I say that like that? Like last night? A game like last night can be so valuable because it does show, hey, Devin Carter, you had 30 minutes and you did these things really well. This is what your job is going forward. One, Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis are back. Trey Lyles. Like, I think Trey Lyles knows what his role is supposed to be. It's just a matter of just playing well, I guess, like hitting some shots.
It's a matter of him hitting his 3. Like, if he hits his 3, he's just a more confident player.
Yes.
And overall,
less tentative.
I still think that there are games where he doesn't score. Like the other night, he had 9 rebounds. He was tremendous.
Yeah.
He didn't score a bunch of points. I think he's 6 or 7 points, but
drew a charge, I think.
Yeah. Well, he typically he drew a charge and they called it the other way.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's where, like, if you can take last night and use that as a, hey, Devin, if you're going to play 15 minutes, no matter who's on the court, because that's the thing, Trey Lyles can do what he did last night, no matter who's on the court. It shouldn't matter. Devin Carter can do what he did last night. It shouldn't matter who's on the court. And so if they can figure out how to play that style and have that impact while the Kings are fully healthy, that's kind of the next step for me. But I don't know that that's going to be possible to figure out here in the next 12 games.
Well, that, and we don't know who will be the head coach next year. We don't know who will be the general manager putting the pieces in place. We don't know a lot of things.
I think there's something too. You mentioned Doug Christie earlier and how he had all these different coaches, and he doesn't just talk to the stars. He talks to everyone, and everybody's equal in this and that. I think there's value to having a role player as a head coach, because I think that's something that Ty Lue is very good at. He was a NBA role player. Steve Kerr, that's one of his whole things, is like, everybody has to touch the ball. Like, I was a role player my whole career. It sucks when you get planted in the corner and you don't touch the ball.
Mm-hmm.
So that's his whole thing. Doug Christie, same deal. Like, he was bouncing around the league, good player, found the ultimate success here in Sacramento because he was embraced as hey, you're not going to be a 1 or a 2, but you're going to be hella valuable in this way.
He was
these ways.
The 5th option on a great team.
Yeah, but a vital glue piece.
But also a great, like, he was the primary point guard for most of those seasons. Mm-hmm. Mike Bibby had the point guard title because he was shorter, and he was the best defender on the team. Mm-hmm. He brought so much to it, and I agree with you. It's kind of like why in Major League Baseball so many catchers take the managerial roles. Mm-hmm. It's just because they think of the game a different way. Yep. People who are willing to give more of themselves and are glue guys. Yeah, they make good coaches.
Yep, 1,000%. All right. We got Kings Bulls tonight. We'll get a bracket check in, and then we'll take a look around the NBA from last night and whether the Kings got any help. Got a little bit of shakeup in the Western standings. We'll talk about that coming up. That's James Ham. Joe Brazil's behind the glass. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, and it's Sacramento Sports Leader.
Yeah, I totally agree with this. Odyssey Fryer. You just can't run DeMar, Levine, and Monk too much at the same time.
I agree with that.
And for that matter, I mean, you at some point, you can run them that way if you had one of those guys coming off the bench. But when you don't do that, it just makes it really, really awkward.
We got a win in underdog last night, y'all.
Hell yeah.
Needed one more assist from DeMar to go 3 for 3 because they took Zach LaVine out of my lineup, obviously, because he didn't play.
Oh, my God.
But Malik cruised to the higher on 6.5 assists. Evan Mobley cruised to the higher on 17.5 points. Mobley was sick last night.
My guy Brendan he needed one more rebound out of Valanciunas the other night.
Oof.
For a big cash in.
Oof.
Do you remember that one I lost that I would have won $2,000?
Yes.
That was wild.
Yeah.
Like, I hit like a true 6 pick. All I needed was like half a point from De'Aaron Fox. Oh boy. Creighton thumping Louisville.
I'm not working on that.
Let's see how many brackets I took.
Hi, Charlie.
Hold on.
Good morning and welcome to Jurassic Park.
Ridiculous. We should probably get him a cane with the amber, the mosquito hiding in it.
What do we think Keegan's going to do tonight? I'm digging around on Underdog right now.
Oh.
I'm going Valanciunas, higher than half a double-double. Going Malik Monk, I'm going higher than 6.5 assists. Keegan, 13.5 points.
Okay, so this is what I like to look up because this actually can help. Keegan on the second night of a back-to-back averages 11.8 and 6.9. Yeah, on 3 days rest, he's at 14.4.
I'm going higher on 20.5 points and rebounds for Keegan.
That's probably a good bet because I think that, number one, they don't Patrick Williams, I don't know if he's playing or not, but I don't think he's going to slow down Keegan.
Zach Collins, lower.
I do think, though, I would be cautious with Keegan because I do think that it's going to be a lot of DeMar and Zach LaVine trying to, if Zach plays, trying to show up the Bulls.
Oh, yeah. That's a good
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, I'm locking it in.
All right, I'm here for it.
Give you my Underdog lineup here in a minute. We're going to have another bracket update, but we're once again at commercial twice. So I'm going to have to do this the old-fashioned way here and go to the internet. Louisville is cut into Creighton's lead, 65-50. Creighton leads that one. They were up by 20 last I looked there. Purdue pulling away from High Point. They're up 10 at halftime. Wisconsin, Montana underway. Wisconsin leading the Grizzlies by 3.
All right.
Early first half.
How
is college basketball not gone to quarters yet? What are we doing?
I don't know.
It's the dumbest thing.
Yeah.
There's no argument that anyone can make to me that is going to make me think that halves are better than quarters. Warren, to answer your question. Yeah. Shout out to Warren, our guy. We are up in here. What are we going to do? Oh, Kings Bulls tonight. Yes. Okay, great. We're back. Big time chance for the Kings tonight to get to a third straight win. Get back to 3 games over 500. Bulls second night of a back-to-back.
Mm-hmm.
The Bulls are hilarious to me because they have done the tear down to rebuild thing. They traded Alex Caruso. They bring in Josh Giddey. They traded away Zach LaVine. They traded away DeMar DeRozan this offseason. They've tried to kind of tear it down to rebuild it, but then they don't trade Vucevic. He's still there. I think they're trying to build around Kobe White.
Mm-hmm.
And they've done a rebuild and gone nowhere. I feel the exact same about the Bulls as I did last season this time.
Yeah.
They're just kind of there. They are in no man's land.
You know what they are? They're like the late 2000, 2017, 18, 19, 20 Orlando Magic. It's the same team. It's
with Aaron Gordon?
Yeah, it's like and Vucevic.
Yeah.
But they have a bunch of talent, but it doesn't work together. And they keep thinking, oh, one tweak here, one tweak there. We'll add DeMar DeRozan. That will get us over the hump.
Mm-hmm.
None of it ever works. And I don't know why that is, but it's a bad place to be in. And they're kind of in where the Kings were all through the 90s, where you draft number 7 every year.
Yep.
And it's just really tough to improve and take that next step when you don't either get in the top of the lottery or you don't get like a swing for the fence free agent.
Yeah.
And so they're kind of stuck. Yeah.
That's my biggest fear with the Kings.
Of course.
I know the vibes have been high today, and they should be, and they're looking for their third win in a row tonight. Looking to try and climb up out of the 9 seed. Great. I'm so worried about falling into no man's land, which is like the Bulls had Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan and couldn't quite figure out how to make that work. And so they tore it down, and now they're where they're at. And the Kings now have Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, and they're trying to figure out how to make it work.
There should never be a true run it back. I think we just learned that here in Sacramento. But
unless you win a title.
Yeah, but even that, great title teams continue to evolve and they continue to get better because just flat out teams figure you out. Like the DHO game, part of the reason why the Kings don't do the DHO game like 55 times a game is because teams figured it out. And you've got to have another pitch. And for me, like you have got to be evolving as a general manager, as a coaching staff, as a team at all times. And you've got to be developing new things that are going to make you different from one year to the next. And I just really do feel like the Kings, by going stagnant, got themselves into this situation. And then the answers weren't the right answers. They were default answers. So again, this isn't a knock on DeMar DeRozan, but Domantas Sabonis told us they had 2 other trades fall through before the 2 other deals fall through before they got DeMar DeRozan. And he's not like a last ditch option, but when you're looking at your summer and you want to improve at the small forward position, you want this, and this, like DeMar DeRozan checked very few of any of those boxes. Like, can he score? Heck yeah, he can score. And actually, for that matter, DeMar DeRozan, so people know, he is, I believe, 14 points away from 25,000 for his career. So tonight he will have a moment against his former team. He's 17 points away. He's at 24,983 points. Like, he's an incredible scorer, and he has been for 16 years in the league. That doesn't change the fact that if the Kings had their choice of like 3 or 4 options to improve at that position, they probably wouldn't have chosen a ball dominant 6'6", non-defensive playing 35-year-old over Cam Johnson or someone else.
Sure.
And again, it's not about who's a better player. It's about who's a better fit for your team and your build. And now you're in a totally different space, a totally different direction. But like, that's where they have to go this summer. They have to improve this roster so they don't get caught in exactly what you're talking about, Kyle.
Yeah.
You cannot get caught in the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th in the draft every single year. That is just, it is mediocrity.
Yeah. And being afraid to take a swing, like being afraid to go, oh, hey, we're kind of sort of in the mix for the playoffs, where if we get career years from everybody, oh, hey, then we're cooking with gas. And if not, then we're going to add a mediocre asset in the draft, and we're just going to kind of continue this cycle. Like, when you get close, you have to be willing to flip the spread at some point.
Yeah.
And take a leap and really go for it. Unless you fall backwards into Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, and they develop at the rate that they developed, and all of a sudden now the pieces you need to put around them are really like clearly defined, and you have a long runway to do that. That's very rare for that to happen. You at some point have to take a big swing, or this is where you're going to be forever. You get stuck in that cycle of, well,
we're close.
If we just add this one piece, hey, maybe the 10th pick in the draft will come in and be a difference maker. All right, maybe.
It's part of death by mid-level exception.
Yeah, man.
It is, where you keep thinking that, oh, if we just add this, it used to be a $5 million player, but now it's a $13 million player. If we just add this one $13 million player, that might be enough to get us over the hump. It might be enough. And you keep chasing that. And next thing you know, you got 3 of those guys on your roster None of them are good enough.
Right.
And you're flat out mid.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where you have to try to avoid at all costs, is that moment where like you really can't move forward as a franchise because you've locked yourself into specific contracts and stuff.
It feels like what the Bulls are doing again. Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, like the Bulls have had some bad luck here and there. Again, Patrick Williams has been hurt most of his career.
Yeah.
They signed Lonzo Ball to a big contract and he's been hurt like almost the entire time. So they haven't had good luck. But in addition to that, you can see a bad team build. You can see it like from the
for sure.
Yeah, this is not 2K.
Nope.
It's not. You can't just go out there and think that you're gonna build a roster that looks good on paper and it's all gonna work.
Nope.
And I mean, again, that's why the Kings right now are 2 games over 500.
The talent on their roster is significantly better than 2 games over 500.
The talent on their roster
in a vacuum,
yes,
should be way better.
Kyle, the talent on the roster is better than the 2022-23 roster that they won 48 games.
Yes.
Like I have no problems. The talent is much better. It's better. In my opinion. Right now? Yes. Like you have way better depth. You have way more pieces that make sense. But you have way more pieces that you think might have value. But at the end of the day, they don't fit together.
No.
I mean, look, 1 through we get to the 12th, 13th man. You're still talking about like Jay Crowder and Doug McDermott and actual NBA players.
Sure.
Not like what they had assembled before.
I was going to. All right. That's fine.
You want to fight me on this?
No, I don't. I would just, because like you said, once you start going through it, I just thought we were going to get like Terrence Davis slander, and I was not going to be here for that.
Oh, you're not here for
I was
TD.
Not going to be here for Terrence Davis slander. No, no, that's fine. I think you're right. Where I'm getting caught up is kind of what we've been talking about. I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but like the 22-23 team was just so significantly better.
Oh, of course.
From a just team standpoint.
Which
is where I'm getting caught up. But you're right. They are more talented this year.
Yeah. Just straight team build. Yeah. That team fit better.
It also helped that you got a career year from Kevin Huerter, and Keegan Murray was really, really good offensively out of the gate, and their offense was nobody really had answers for it. So that definitely helped. But all right, that's fine. I see Big E on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. We will get to him shortly, and we'll get to anybody who wants to jump on the Elk Grove Kia talk line at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. 2 things I want to get to next. One, and if you would like to join us on the show, please do. How worried are you about the Kevin Huerter revenge game tonight? And 2, I want to dig further into the statement you made that last night's win might have been the best win of the last 3 years.
Okay.
We need to dig into that. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is rocking with us. We're the Insiders, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. I'll hit the thing here. Yeah. Oh, hey, it's me, Kyle, talking about Underdog. Last night went well for me on Underdog. Daily fantasy sports. Their pick'em game. You pick 2 or more players. You pick higher or lower on those player stat projections, and then you can win up to 1,000 times your entry. It's really, really that easy. And this is not like a weird, like scammy thing. Like, no, I play every single night. Whether the Kings are on, March college basketball has started. I'm going to be racking up March college basketball lineups, and I have a ton of fun doing it. It has dramatically enhanced the way that I watch and enjoy sports, and I think it will do the same for you. Here's my lineup tonight. Here's what I'm rocking with in tonight's Kings-Bulls matchup. Zach Collins, lower than half a made three-pointer. Get Zach Collins out of here. Malik Monk, I'm going to go higher than 6.5 assists again. Malik feels like he's locking into that role where he's going to be around 6, 7, 8 assists every single night. So I'm just going to ride that. Jonas Valanciunas higher than half a double-double. 10 points, 10 boards for Jonas. He's starting. We've seen when he starts for the Kings, he's going to get those numbers easily. And then DeMar DeRozan, you can change the stat projections with Underdog. He was 23.5 points. I ticked that up to 26.5. Just ups the multiplier on my lineup, ups my chances, or ups my winnings when I win. I've got him at 26.5 points, and I'm going higher.
Oh,
I think DeMar DeRozan is going to be on a mission to score 40 tonight. So that's what I'm rocking with. That's my lineup. And would love for you to play along. Download the Underdog app and sign up now using promo code KyleM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus credits when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KyleM. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus credits instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Void where prohibited. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncbgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT STEP to 53342. 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 1-8778-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Louisville cuts it to 12.
uh-oh.
Here come our Redbirds.
I've got Creighton in this game. Oh,
That was nasty.
dagger. That was nice. Man, I love.
Can we not? That's not a dagger with 6:50 left in the game.
That's true. That's true. That was a nice shot, though.
Yeah, it was. That was nasty.
It's a little bit like the Malik Monk fall away
Yeah, it was.
jumper last night.
Oh. Split act. Oh. If Louisville gives up a bucket here, I think it's over. You scratch and claw to get it to 12, and then you immediately get it back to 16. That might be 9-9. I'll be in the building tonight, so.
Wow. Gonna get that
Oh yeah,
shot
I'll
in.
get to this. I did not attempt to jinx last night. I was and lost track of time. I'll explain on the air. I'll do a bit.
We need a John Boy lip reading on that one.
No, we don't.
Were you disguised?
Mm-hmm.
Good for
no,
you.
I wasn't. I wasn't that. Wait, I'm sorry. Okay, we got the handoff's gonna have some fireworks today. All right. Need this, but in the second half. Please. After Zach Collins doesn't make a 3 in the first half.
Oh my goodness. I just saw a report that Apple is reportedly losing $1 billion a year on streaming.
Ouch.
Huh.
Your face is calling it.
Suck it.
Got him.
Got it.
Roasted his.
Boom. Roasted.
Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil rocking with us. D-Lo and KC coming up at noon. And they'll take you up to 4 o'clock. And at 4 o'clock, we've got college basketball for you right here on ESPN 1320.
Nice.
The Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320. 916-909-1320. All right, we need to talk about me almost making the Kings lose last night. Oh. We need to talk about me almost making the Kings lose last night.
Okay.
So.
You almost jinxed them?
I did. So what had happened was, let me get my exact times right here. With 56.2 seconds left, Donovan Mitchell in a 3-point game, he missed that little floater. He had a couple of sick moves to get in the lane last night, by the way.
Oh,
Donovan Mitchell's nasty.
Yeah, he's playing so well.
So he misses that little floater with 56.2 left. Keegan Murray gets the defensive rebound with 54 seconds left. So what my brain did was I went, okay, as they're bringing the ball up the court, I'm going, okay, if you burn about 20 seconds of shot clock here, that leaves them 34 seconds in a 5-point game. And then I kind of start, as the possession went, I had 30 seconds in my head still, and then subtracted the shot clock again.
Oh.
So I had in my mind that by the end of that possession, there were going to be 15-ish seconds left. And so when Malik hit the shot, I just tweeted out real quick, that's a good ass win for the Kings.
Oh.
Because I thought, again, I'm doing stuff. I'm watching, but I'm not super close because I had it up. I was second screening. I had it up on my phone. I was not locked in, looking at the time. I just messed up the math in my head.
Oh, gotcha.
Which happens a lot. So I tweet that out. I'm sitting here and I hear Donovan Mitchell hit that ridiculous 3 3 seconds later out of the timeout. Inbound, gets to the corner and hits it. And I hear that and I go, all right, well, how much time's left? And I look and I see that there's 32 seconds left.
Oh.
And I realized then, it all hit me at once. So I had to jump on the internet, had to delete the thing and hope that it didn't hose them. And it didn't, because Malik Monk went down and hit a couple of free throws. And the Kings took home a win. Ironically, he hit the free throws with about 12 seconds left, which is what I thought was going to be left at the end of the previous possession.
I never tweet out the final until it's actually done. So I Kings win with a period on the end. But I wait until the final second has ticked off the clock, because I don't.
For?
What do you mean?
When you just say Kings win?
Well, we're way ahead of TV. It's just to put it out there that the Kings win.
Okay.
I don't put Kings lose every time.
Okay. Yeah. I was that was almost my bad. And I wore it. I did the tweet again after they actually finally officially won.
Mm-hmm.
And we're all good. But that would have been on me. I would have worn that. That's my fault.
We're both superstitious. It's funny.
Well, no, it's not even superstitious. I guess I am. I just don't want, I feel bad because I don't want to I don't know. I just messed up. I'm not trying to make it oh my God, the Kings lost because of me.
Yeah.
Even though I have no impact on what's happening on the court. But anyways, that's what happened last night. My bad. Let's get to our guy Big E on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Big E, what's up, man?
My guys, how y'all been?
Vibing, bro. How are you?
Good. What's going on?
Good, thank you. Don't worry, Kyle. I'm here to admit I'm also wrong. I'm taking back ever saying to make Malik our sixth man again. He's not a traditional point guard, but I don't know which team has one these days. Unless we're going to bring back the Theme Team 1 offense, but who knows when Sabonis is going to be back. And then also, how did you guys feel about Devin Carter being in the closing lineup? I was super nervous, but I have to admit the young man came through.
Yeah. I you know what? Devin Carter was in the closing lineup out of necessity because Keon Ellis picked up his 5th. But I also thought he was just playing really, really well and causing a bunch of problems.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was okay with it. He had not played crunch time minutes all season.
Mm-hmm.
So for him to be in that moment, look, if somebody earns it, they deserve to be there.
Yeah.
I'm not
pull a guy playing well off the court just for the sake of it.
Yeah. And hey, let's be honest, they were missing 3 other rotational players last night.
Sure. Yeah.
They were missing Domantas Sabonis, Zach
yeah.
LaVine, and Jake LaRavia.
Yeah.
You were down, to only a few options there, and the options that you had, Like some of them were playing well, but again, foul trouble with Keon.
Mm-hmm.
And when a player's in foul trouble, it also shows you that maybe they're not being as effective defensively as, say, Devin Carter, who was able to play 30 minutes last night and had 2 fouls.
2.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so maybe just the matchup for whatever reason was better for Devin Carter.
Yeah.
And that's okay. Like it's
Sure,
going to
it
be
happens
that way sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't. I've been pretty steadfast in the team makes more sense with Keon starting and Malik coming off the bench.
Yeah.
Obviously, when Zach LaVine is out, that changes the calculus a little bit. Or if DeMar DeRozan was out, that changes the calculus a little bit. But I'm not ready to punt on the idea that Malik Monk absolutely has to start because he played really well last night. We've seen him play really well coming off the bench too.
No, I agree.
So I'm not, but last night he was freaking fantastic. So
to me, like I don't mind Malik Monk as a starter. I think in this specific roster construction, the best thing would be to have him come off the bench and give you a
that's
punch.
All. That's
right?
all. Thank you. That's all this is about.
Yeah.
This is not about Malik as a player.
No. And for me, I if Malik Monk is starting next to Keon Ellis, the Kings are probably going to be pretty solid. Like they can mask each other's deficiencies, right? But then what you can't have is 3 guys who don't play defense in the starting lineup. You can't have 3 guys who want to score 20 every night and you're starting as your 1, 2, and 3. Like that structurally doesn't make that much sense. But it's really difficult to change midstream. And I don't have anything with Malik. I've said it many times. I don't care who it is of the 3. Either it's your star 6-man who's become a starter who earned a big contract, or it's the $43 million man, or it's the future Hall of Famer.
Sure.
One of them.
It's tough. It's not easy.
No
doubt.
One of them, to me, should be coming off the bench, but that's why they're going to, Keon Ellis 4 minutes into the game to mask it.
Yeah. Malik was very good last night. All right. Hey, bro, look, let's get to TC in Sacramento, wherever TC is. What's up, TC?
Kyle Hammer, what's up?
What's up, dude?
Man? Oh, man, just vibing. Hey, so, just a little night. Hey, before we get Kings, a little Niners, Kyle and Hammer. Hey, I love what the Niners is doing with Brock right now, bro. Period. I like that.
Okay.
As far as the game last night, I love what I've seen, Hammer. I like, man, the lightning in the bottle. I mean, you hate to see players go down, right? But I like what I've seen from Devin, and that had to happen that way last night. And I like the strings that Doug is pulling, man. So I like the 3 defensive guys that we got, man. So what we throwing out there, Devin? Actually, no, we got more than that. We got Devin, Jake, Keon, and Keegan to go along with our scoring, bro. And overall, a team good defense. So I think, man, I wish the season would have went different. But hey, we are what we are, and I think we're gonna be one of the scariest playoff teams. Well, the play-in playoff teams getting in, bro. So that's all I got, man. We're gonna be scary, y'all. Get ready.
My man, appreciate you, TC. Elk Grove Kia Talk on 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Yeah, you kind of, if you zoom out a little bit, you see the I guess concept, the direction. I don't know the exact word I'm looking for. We see the outlines of how this rotation could be really, really good.
Yeah, but what I don't want is for like the last 14 games, 15 games, whatever's left, for this to be like, hey, will this work for next season? Like, no. Like for 82 games, like again, it's not about talent, it's about fit. It's about piecing things together that make sense together. And yeah, they had a major change in their lineup, in their roster. And then they doubled down and added 2 more pieces that also changed the direction of this team as well. In Laravia and Jonas Valanciunas. But it was a stopgap. This needs to be like the road to what's next.
Yeah.
And it can't just be like, oh, we're going to add a couple, because first of all, they're going to lose before they add in the offseason. Like Trey Lyles is a free agent. You don't really have the $8 million a year that he's making this year. Maybe he comes back on a 2-year $8 million deal, like $4 million a year or something. But you don't just have the money. You're not going to have all of these other pieces that the back of the bench. I know he's not playing that much, but Jay Crowder or Doug McDermott. You're like a lot of pieces are changing, and you're going to have to make major decisions on Keon Ellis's future. You're going to have to make major decisions on Keegan Murray's future this summer. Like, this should be like a really good, hey, we got to the finish line and we still are in the play-in. We survived a coach getting fired. We survived trading our best player. We survived the chaos of, whatever it is that this entire season has been. That's where how we should be looking at. This should not be like, hey, can we run this back?
No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think and I don't think there's, I don't want to say anybody, but I think the general consensus is, okay, there's got to be some tweaks moving forward here. But I think what TC's talking about, when you look at, man, Jake LaRavia looks like a just rotational contributor. So Devin Carter, the last few games, has looked really good, specifically last night.
Well, LaRavia, again, sorry, we don't know if he'll be back next year.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Keon Ellis, and again, whether he's back long term, we don't. We've talked about before the decisions the Kings have to make there. But just talking about this year, when we go from, man, they've lost 4 in a row, and boy, they just oof. But then you see them last night, and you see the way the pieces can fit, and just in a vacuum, just this year, not looking ahead to the offseason and beyond, just in a vacuum for this year, it's hard not to be like a little optimistic, even if you're a pessimistic fan and you're like, this team just I don't like. They're about 500. I think that's kind of what they are. Totally, I think they're about a 500 team. Maybe a game or two better, maybe a game or two worse, depending on how things shake out.
Yep.
But I think that's right about where they are. But the reason that they could still be dangerous, the reason that you go into a 9-10 matchup and you'd probably feel good about it, especially since you're likely hosting it. And then the reason you'd feel okay going on the road for a 7-8 matchup to try and grab the last play-in spot is because of nights like last night. It's because there are times when, hey, you know what? Everything lines up right. Everybody's playing really well. People are hitting shots, and nothing happened last night that was like out of the ordinary. Devin Carter having a huge game was a little bit different, but that can happen.
He didn't have a 25-point game.
Right, exactly. It wasn't like over the moon, like, oh my God, Devin Carter went for 40. Like, it's just, I think they can probably do that again. But the reason they're not better is because they haven't been doing this night in and night out. And that's going to be the question. But last night is proof positive that, like, it's in there.
Yeah.
Like, they have the pieces to be really dangerous.
But we have to remember that the team that just beat Memphis and Cleveland in back-to-back games is the same team that lost to Golden State and Phoenix in back-to-back games 5 days ago.
Well,
and that's the problem. That's where you have to keep reminding yourself that this is not a finished product.
Yeah.
They can be better. They can fight to the finish line. They can show a grit or a personality that we didn't know that they had. And they might be able to win one. They might be able to win 2 play-in games. They might be able to get to the first round of the playoffs.
Sure.
That doesn't change the fact that the way they're constructed right now is not the way that they should be constructed moving forward.
All right, your calls on the Oak Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Your calls coming up. We'll take a look around the NBA scoreboard from last night. Good night for the Kings. If they're trying to make a little climb up the standings, we'll talk about that. And we'll dive into tonight's Kings-Bulls game as well. James Ham's there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's behind the glass. This is ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. Nobody.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think how I might have said that.
Yeah, no.
It was Devin Carter played well last night. Was the goal of what I was saying. And not that he did something like astronomical that was like, oh wow, he won't replicate that.
Yeah. There's going to be another 200 times in his career that Devin Carter scores 16 points in a game.
Yeah.
Like at a minimum.
That's kind of interesting. Running back in the team shown for the fifth with Doug. I don't agree with that. Shoe-in is extreme.
Yeah, hey, there's a lot of like, hey, if Doug Christie coached the entire season, this never would have happened. Like that's
I'm not ready to go there.
No, and that's really just like projecting, and like we have no idea how this season would have gone.
Remember Antonio Pierce?
Oh yeah.
Different sports, but like Antonio Pierce had the Raiders playing really well. It beat Kansas City in Kansas City at the end of 2 seasons ago. It's like, oh my God, Antonio Pierce is that guy. And then you get an offseason, and then you get it from the start, and maybe things derail early, and all of a sudden you realize, like, oh, hey, like maybe this isn't the guy.
Yeah.
That happens sometimes.
Hey, again, I think what Doug has done, not just with taking over a team midseason, but then having your best player traded midseason, which again, Doug is absolutely loved De'Aaron Fox. That is not a Doug thing at all. But then losing your assistants, like we talked about this before, Doug is down. He just got Leandro Barbosa back. Leandro Barbosa was away from the team dealing with a personal issue, but they were down 3 assistants for like the last week, and 2 assistants for a huge amount of time here. And there's just a lot that goes into being a head coach for the first time, and not being able to bring in somebody to support him is a little strange. But at the same time, like this is the way they're fighting through this season. We'll have to see how it all works out in the end. But he's gonna, if he's back next year as a head coach, he'll be able to build his own coaching staff. And some of these guys have done a great job of helping to support him during this time, and you hope that they get an opportunity. But this is a really complicated season. It's not just one thing that's gone wrong. Yeah, it was good to see Leandro back in the building last night.
If we're talking about John Lynch's comments to The Athletic, I don't have any real, like he just kind of confirmed.
I didn't read it.
He just said that they have a plan, and like this free agency isn't like a huge shock for them. Like they kind of knew what direction they were going, and yep, it's been pretty clear. Leandro Barbosa rocks. Salute to him.
I like Leandro. Good dude.
Yeah, really good dude. We're going to be championship. Salute. I know he might not be. I'm just saying it's not like a given that everything is awesome.
Well, this High Point Purdue game's still close.
It's not nice. It's just.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, man. The Kings and Bulls play tonight in a battle of the 9 seeds. The lack of the juxtaposition between the play-in tournament in the West and the play-in tournament in the East is so funny to me.
Yeah.
Like we do the thing a lot where we look at the Kings at 35 and 33. They would comfortably be the 7th seed in the East. Comfortably.
Okay.
By multiple games. And that's just record. I know if you played in the East, you're playing an easier schedule, etc. I got it. They'd be better if they were in the East. The Bulls are 29 and 40. That would put them a half game behind the 13 seed Spurs in the West. And they're the number 9 seed. The Kings and Bulls would both host a play-in game if the standings stay. And in the East, it's Hawks, Magic, Bulls, Heat. Those are your 4 play-in teams right now. And those are very likely going to be your 4 play-in teams. Potentially in that exact order. Whereas in the West, and none of those teams are a threat. Nobody's looking at any of those 4 teams and going, don't want to see them. Maybe Orlando?
Yeah, maybe Orlando.
But the Hawks, nah, couldn't care less. The Bulls, no. The Heat, not afraid. The Magic, nah, okay. Maybe they give you a little series if you're Boston. Maybe they win a game. Maybe they get 2. But you're not scared of the Magic. Then you jump to the West.
Yeah.
You've got the Clippers, the Timberwolves, the Kings, and the Suns are your 4 play-in teams in the West. And all 4 of those teams classify to me as, hey, I don't think the Thunder probably want to see any of them.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, with the Thunder specifically, I think the Thunder don't care. But everybody else in the Western Conference, like, I don't think the Rockets want the Kings in the first round.
No.
I don't think the Lakers in their current state, like, I don't think that they want the Kings in the first round either. Denver, maybe, but then again, the Kings have played Denver strong. So, yeah, I'm with you on that. I think it's really interesting, too. If you look at the Eastern Conference has 5 teams that have 24 wins or less, right? The Western Conference has 2. If we go to 29 wins or less, there are 7 teams in the Eastern Conference and 3 in the West with 29 wins or less.
Jeez.
Like, there is a huge imbalance here. And what you took, the really, the point that you made is that when you're in the Western Conference, you play every team in the Western Conference either 3 or 4 times. When you're in the Eastern Conference, you play every team in the Eastern Conference either 3 or 4 times. You play every Western Conference team twice. And every Eastern Conference plays the Western Conference teams twice. Every Western team plays the Eastern Conference twice. So you're playing, not only are your stats like going to be pumped up because of that, but like, you're playing bad teams a lot of the time if you're in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
I mean, 7 teams that are 11 games under 500 or worse.
And you have,
that's crazy.
Toronto is actively not trying. Brooklyn has been actively not trying. The 76ers' 2 best players are now done for the year. The Hornets have not been trying all year, and the Wizards have not been trying all year.
Yeah.
This is not like, oh man, the 76ers were really good for 50 games and then the wheels came off because they got hurt. Like, no, they've just kind of been ass all year.
Oh no, they have been horrible.
The Nets, the second it looked like, oh hey, Jordi Fernandez got those guys playing well, it's like, nope, trade everybody.
Pull the plug.
You gotta do, whoa, stop all this. Cam Johnson, your ankle hurts, right? Yeah, get out of here.
Yeah, except for Cam Johnson. We're not trading Cam Johnson.
Yeah.
We want 2 firsts for Cam Johnson. Everyone else off the ship.
Giving everyone away except Cam. Yeah, man. I was when we were just looking at the Bulls Kings matchup, it's like, oh, they're both 9 seeds. And the Kings are 6.5 games up on the Bulls in the standings.
Yeah, all 9 seeds are not created equal.
Now 7 ahead in the loss column.
Oh. And the crazy thing is they're both on back-to-backs tonight. We have the dual back-to-back, which is I wish the NBA did more of this.
Yes,
like, if
I
you're
agree
gonna
with you.
Force teams to play back-to-backs, don't make it so ridiculous. Like, I remember a couple of years ago, every single time the Kings played the Warriors, the Kings were on the second night of a back-to-back.
Man.
And it's like, how do you get a true gauge? And I know back-to-backs are a function of the league and all that, but at the same time, like, at least make them fair. And the league doesn't usually make them fair. I think this is twice the Kings have faced, like, in the last 2 weeks, they've faced a team on the second night of a back-to-back, or both teams are on the second night. That's good.
God, so the Bulls have won 5 of their last 7.
Okay.
They road win against the Magic, road win against the Heat. They blew out the Pacers. They beat the Nets. They lost by 3 to the Rockets, who've been playing a lot better lately. They beat the heck out of the Jazz. They lose to the Suns by 6 last night. Now they play the Kings tonight. Then they're at the Lakers, at Denver, home Lakers, home Dallas, but then they're at OKC. That's a brutal stretch of games. Yikes.
Yeah.
Around the NBA last night, speaking of the standings, the Mavs are finally down to 11th. They held on to the 10 seed for a lot longer than I thought they were going to.
Way longer than they should have. Like,
they finally lost 4 in a row. The Suns won 2 in a row. They lost to the Mavs lost to the Pacers last night, 135-131. While the Suns beat these Chicago Bulls, 127-121. Phoenix now up to 10. So Phoenix would be the Kings' opponent at Golden One Center in the play-in if the standings hold.
Yep.
That's bad. Bad news.
Well, the interesting thing is that they're going to play each other on the last game of the season as well.
Yeah.
So you'll have like a tune-up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean,
that might be a rest everybody game.
For both teams.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to depend on if you're at where you're at in the standings. Like everyone's like, oh yeah, we're good. We're going to pull the plug on this game.
Yeah,
we'll see you in 3 days or whatever.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
That's interesting.
Suns just stay in Sacramento.
Yeah,
I don't know why you'd leave.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. The Timberwolves lost to the Pelicans last night. Minnesota had been cruising. Now they've lost 2 in a row. Hey, man, look, Minnesota was due to lose a couple. It matters a little bit less for the Kings for now. If Sacramento plays as well as they did last night over the next week and a half, then we can start talking about 6 and 7 seeds again. But I see the vision with New Orleans. I see why New Orleans is so committed to this, to whatever they're doing. Because
will it ever work?
I don't know. And that's, I have, Herb Jones is out. I think Trey Murphy's done for the year. Zion is an enigma. We have no idea. Part of me goes, why don't they just trade this dude? You could get assets for him. Like, accelerate this rebuild a little bit around Herb Jones and Trey Murphy, and you have CJ McCollum there. Now you have DeJounte Murray there. But then you see Zion play when he's healthy, and you're like, yeah, I get it. I get why they're not getting rid of this guy.
Yeah, I got into an interesting discussion on the court the other night about Zion and the situation that the Pelicans are in. And you do know that the second you trade him, he's just going to become that guy, and you're going to be the team that gave him up.
Yep.
You
lucked into him and then gave him away.
And you took pennies on the dollar because that's what you had to do.
Mm-hmm.
Because nobody wants his contract if he's not going to be able to play and all that stuff. Right now, he can't play back-to-backs, but that's a team mandate, not his own. And he wants to play in the back-to-backs. So he wants to be out there playing, and the team is holding him back, which is a sort of a shift from what's happened over the last couple of years. But he's like, hey, I keep getting pegged as this guy that just doesn't play, and it's not me this time. Like, I'm ready to play, but they're just like putting that label on him. And what are you supposed to do?
29 points, 5 boards, 8 assists, 3 steals, 12 of 16 from the field last night for Zion.
Wow.
In a win over a good Minnesota team. Man.
It's funny. They traded Brandon Ingram. Is he done for the year? He had the ankle problem, right?
I have no idea.
He hasn't played.
I have not. Brandon Ingram has ceased to exist in my head.
Yeah, he's never played.
Huh.
After getting traded, he never played again.
That makes sense. They're tanking. You get healthy. You sign into the big extension. You try next year.
I guess. And they did give him the extension.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's just totally bizarre.
I have a question. Speaking of the 9-10 matchup, we talked about the Suns and like, oh, man, I don't want to see the Suns. The Blazers very sneaky after beating the hell out of the Grizzlies last night. 115-99 the final there. Portland's 2 back of the 10 seed.
So you're saying
by
there's
accident.
A chance.
Like by accident, apparently. I talked to one of our guys in Portland, and I just said, "Hey, what's the deal here?" Because you're right. You said they've been playing hard. When I watch Portland, that doesn't look like a team that's going, "Hey, we know what this is." Because you see that players don't tank, right? We hear that all the time, but players also kind of know. And it's probably really tough to get up for an NBA game when you know that your team actively doesn't want you to win. Your organization is rooting against you. That's probably tough. That's not what Portland's doing right now. They're playing their asses off. And so I talked to one of our guys in Portland. I said, what's the deal here? Are they gunning for the 10 seed? And he's like, well, kinda. Like in air quotes. Like they're not actively trying, but they've been so blatant about their tanking that they're now on like a watch list from the NBA. I don't know if there's literally a watch list, but they basically are afraid the NBA is going to come down on them. So they're not, faking all these injuries or pulling
a Utah Jazz.
Yeah, correct. They're not doing the Utah Jazz move and just blatantly tanking. And they might accidentally run into the 10 seed because Dallas is out.
Yep.
They are just too banged up to be viable. The Suns, I have no idea what you're going to get from the Suns on a night in, night out basis.
Not at all.
And if you just told me that Portland try-harded their way to the 10 seed, it wouldn't shock me at all. And I don't know if I would rather, if I'm the Kings, I don't know if I'd rather play the Blazers, who would have to get hot to get the 10 seed, who are young and exciting and like, hey, we're here now, we're going to try our asses off. Or if I'd rather play the Suns, who all hate each other, and you got to deal with Devin Booker and Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal and just the kind of list of talent they have. I don't know which team I'd rather play.
This reminds me of the Kings under Vlade.
The Blazers?
Yeah, the Blazers do.
How so?
Because the Kings were bad, but they wouldn't let go of the rope. They wouldn't cash in the season under Vlade.
Yeah.
And he kept saying, like, we're not just going to lose every game. We're just not going to do that. We're not going to, just be bad to be bad. And so, again, in the 2016-17 season, they go 32-50. They kept pushing, right? And yeah, at the end of the season, that's the year they traded DeMarcus. But they could have been much bigger, much better than the 8th spot in the lottery. They moved up to number 3 and then had a pick swap with Philadelphia and dropped to number 5. But the fact is, they were number 8 in that draft, and in the lottery, they were number 8, and it was because they're like, hey, we're not just going to tank the rest of the season. We don't want to set that as a standard to who we are.
Which
the next season, they had all these young kids. And they did the same thing. They went 27-55. That team easily could have been a 20-win team if they just let off the gas and said, "Okay, we're not gonna push." But again, they ended up number 8 and moved up to number 2, where they took Marvin Bagley, which is a whole nother disaster. But the fact is, they just kept pushing because they didn't want the culture of their team to be that of just like horrible. And then in Dave Yeager's final year, they go 39-43. And, they really did sort of use some of those training years that they didn't quit to put on a good show. Did they fail in the end? Yeah, they failed down the stretch, but still, 39 wins. And the crazy thing was that was like my 10th season covering the team or 9th season. That's the most wins by 6 games that I'd ever covered in a season.
That's so crazy.
And that's the year that all they did was run the whole season. And then all the drama behind the scenes with Yeager and Brandon Williams, just like chaos. But I appreciated the fact that they tried to win. And I think the basketball gods, like if there are basketball gods, shine down upon the Kings for not giving in. And that's why you go from number 8 to number 2. And that's why, or number 8 to number 3 and, the pick swap situation. I think playing it out the right way, it feels better and it looks better, and you're allowing your players to grow naturally without just like putting the culture of losing in your building. Because getting the stink of that culture out is tough.
It's really that's why what Doug Christie has done this year has been such a big deal to me.
Yeah.
Like forget how this season goes, and that's why I'm like, yeah, just make him the coach. Because no matter how this season ends up, maybe they lose the 9-10 game. Maybe they go to the first round. Maybe they go to the second round. Like I don't know. It doesn't matter. What we've seen is this team that did not. How many times last year did we use the phrase "let go of the rope"?
Oh yeah,
so many, and they just don't. Like,
and they won 46 games.
Right. The mindset is different. The culture is different. Like I want to rock with whatever Doug is doing, but that's a kind of separate thing. Did you just say the basketball gods shine down on the Kings?
Yeah, in those drafts. I mean, whether they made the right pick or not. I don't know. I thought that by playing it out, like just
mean from the lottery, and then it's up to the Kings.
Yeah. Like when you get to when you go from the number 8 in the lottery and jump to number 2. When that's never happened.
A massive leap.
That's never happened for the Kings until the 2017 and 2018 drafts. I mean, like, look, the year that they got Tyreek Evans, they were the worst team in the league by far. They went into the lottery as a number 1 odds. They finished and they had the 4th pick.
Which was as low as they could go.
3 teams moved above them. The next season, they had the 2nd worst record in the NBA. 4 teams jumped above them.
Jesus.
And they were the 5th seed. They were the 5th pick. So, like, the lottery has never typically done right by the Kings. You know, the best pick
and
they
then
ever
it finally did, and they passed on Luka.
Yeah. Although they hit with Fox.
They did. They did hit with Fox.
Yeah.
Man,
the Luka thing will always forever.
it's just always going to be like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore. We're past it. We're moving on.
Yeah.
But it's just when you start, it's just for 16 years they missed the playoffs, and so the missteps are the story, and that just, man.
Yeah.
Also, real quick, speaking of tanking teams, the Jazz and Wizards played last night.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to get into the fact the NBA lets the Jazz get away with whatever the hell the Jazz are doing.
Yeah.
Whoever attended that game and stayed for 48 minutes deserves an award. You have to do something when the Jazz and Wizards play late in the season. You have to do something. The NBA needs to, I don't know what it is. I don't even have an idea for this. You have to do something to make that game interesting.
Like an L plush toy.
Yeah.
just an L.
No, I don't. It's not an in-season tournament. You can't have players playing for draft position because that doesn't motivate a player.
No.
For fans, it's like, oh, hey, if we win tonight, we get, a better chance at the number 1 pick. Okay, that might be fun, but that doesn't change anything for the players. I don't think it changes the quality of the game at all. But you have to do something late in the year to make the Jazz and the Wizards game matter in some way.
I honestly think you should throw them all in one big group, and the lottery is not based off, like, after you draw the first 4 picks. After that, it goes in draft order.
Mm-hmm.
But I want the top, all 14 teams to have the same odds. They have allowed the culture of tanking. The NBA, they have allowed that to sink into their and now teams are tanking the entire season for Cooper Flag.
Or if you hit some point in the calendar, your odds go up based on wins or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But then you might have teams that are genuinely just ass, and now they're being punished even though they're trying. I don't know. There's no good solution to it. I just saw Jazz and Wizards on the scoreboard last night and was like, good God. People went to that.
Oh.
People watched that.
That's tough.
People are doing radio shows about that game right now. Yikes. He's James Ham. Joe Brazil's pushing buttons. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. The handoff. D'Lo and I got an issue with D'Lo right now.
Oh, you got beef?
Well, let's just go to break.
Has Colby Jones not played a game for? Oh no, he's played 3. Colby Jones averaging 8.7 points per game, shooting 66.7% from 3.
Let him go.
Should sell all your Colby Jones swag to people in Washington.
I will never.
The Colby Jones fan club. You're right over there. Yep. Oh, I have not fired up this computer over here. Oh. He's kind of milling around at this break. Move.
Hey, young people, stretch. Joe, add stretching to your life.
Yes.
Dude,
Yoga.
I should have been stretching since Monday. I went back to the gym. I started my regimen again. Hit arms on Monday. Went way too hard.
Happens every time.
And I have not been stretching. And I can't, dude. I'm so sore right now. I needed this a couple days ago.
I've been doing a much better job of body maintenance this season. Now I'm trying to get in better shape. Oh. How has Star been? Someone said he's Koulibaly. They shut down.
See, Bebe gets it.
I didn't stretch before working out either. I went straight from work,
Hey.
just ran up in there. I got a lot more. Oh my gosh, is that
Criminy,
no? That's
Joe? My
it.
goodness, dude,
Throw
have
it.
some decorum.
I can't believe it. I need some decency. Shame on me.
Matt Morse, do I think the Kings trade DeMar this summer? Actually, I do.
Yeah.
He's a $24.5 million contract with a
Makes the most sense.
$10 million buyout in the next year. You got tons of draft picks. You might be able to go out and get the player that you want using his salary as a mechanism to do it.
I hope you're ready to accept smoke.
Uh-oh.
I was trying to dance around saying the word that when two people have issues. I was trying to, that's the word I was trying to dance around. And
then I said it.
And then James just went, "Oh, beef." Okay.
Beef is when you roll no less than 30 deep.
Totally.
Beef is when ICU guaranteed to be in ICU.
Yep.
Did you see our text
the exact same
that we have?
What?
No. Wait, I might have.
Wait, who has it?
I
don't think I have it.
We have a text from Joe.
Oh.
Who's on line 1?
Oh, he's long gone.
Oh,
Yeah.
my bad. Sorry, Mitch.
Somebody hit me with a question about the pyramids right before the show started. It almost derailed the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
Oh, real quick.
Yes.
Code word.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Oh,
Code
good
word.
work,
Look at
Joe.
Joe producing his ass off.
What?
We'll do code word on the way in.
Yeah, we're going to do code word on the way in. FYI. Mitch wanted to say that Devin Carter should start. That was the Mitch take today.
Thank you, Mitch.
Missed out on that. Tired, Malik should start. Wired, Keon should start. Inspired, Devin Carter should start. Mitch 3 days ago wanted him to tank for Cooper Flag.
Retire. Jay Crowder should start.
We thought about it. It's not, but boy, did we think about it. Dude, for real.
Triple single today.
Oh.
Nah.
Mm.
Tough for our guys at High Point.
I'm sure they had a lot of people pulling for them today just because of their name.
A lot of people were watching Vantage Point last night. I was watching High Point. Yeah, dig.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
People in here talking about the Anunnaki, man. This is great. Whatever your show, D'Lo and Casey's coming up next. D'Lo's here for the handoff. Whatever your show did to get pyramids and conspiracy theories around the pyramids, to be a thing that just people associate with this station, it's the best thing you guys have ever done.
I can't remember how that happened to be. I don't remember how most of our day-to-day show goes, but that did happen.
Okay.
Yeah, it was great.
What movie was Kenny in? Because he wasn't part of that.
Yeah, I was not part of that discussion.
Oh, I think it was called The Hustle. Yeah, I think it's called The Hustle. It's I think it's a Deion Taylor production from 2008.
How are we just now finding out that Kenny was in a movie?
I'm not sure. He's mentioned Pros versus Joe's 17 dozen times.
Sure.
I'm not sure why the extra in the movie has gone.
Yeah, how does that go? Have we seen the clip?
Oh, we aired damn near the whole movie on the air. We did.
He's wearing like a XL polo, double XL polo.
No, probably a 3X. Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, no beard. Definitely looks younger.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's out there.
Man.
It's on YouTube. You can watch the whole thing on YouTube.
Okay. You know what I'm doing tonight?
Well, just skip to the 56-minute mark and see Casey and then keep it moving.
Okay, bet. Not
Love
not
Deion Taylor
winner?
though. Deion Taylor's my guy. I did not watch the movie.
Okay.
We just watched the Kenny scenes on mute. He didn't have
No
a speaking.
lines?
He does not
didn't
have
it.
lines?
My
Oh.
girl Nikki McElroy from high school. Shout out El Camino High School. She had a speaking line.
Was this
did not.
filmed in Sacramento?
It was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was.
All right.
Deion Taylor, Sacramento.
Okay. Great. Salute. Why do you hate people that want Keon Ellis to start for the Kings when we continue to have evidence that the Kings are really good when he starts?
I don't hate those people at all.
Why do you call them Keon truthers?
Because I thought
that makes us sound like conspiracy theorists.
Well,
there's literally dozens of us.
Well, let's go back to how this conversation started.
Okay, please.
And it started with you talking about the pyramids. And then
okay.
You don't know this, but then we went to Stonehenge. Or maybe you do know
I do
this.
know this.
You do know that.
Yeah.
And then eventually JFK came up. And so we tied the Keon Ellis crowd into that crowd, and I just named them Keon truthers.
You know what? Happy to be here now.
Good. I'm glad.
I just don't know what. I just don't know. It just every time he starts, they win. And it's.
I don't know that that's mathematically accurate, but I
anecdotally, every time he starts, they win. James, what are the? James is looking it up right now.
I will.
Okay. I don't mind the conversation at all. Like I don't. I think there's a lot of things at play yesterday. I don't think the Kings beat the Cavs because Keon Ellis started, but I do think they had a game plan that they wanted to execute, and Keon helped that.
Yeah,
and I don't think it's outrageous that Jonas Valanciunas helped that. I thought Keegan Murray was terrific yesterday.
Yeah,
I thought they were able to maintain. I thought they were able to. I don't want to say handle that lineup that they had, but they kept themselves within striking distance, and then somehow they struck. That was the part that, like, going into halftime, I thought, this isn't so bad.
Yeah,
but I just didn't think they'd be able to strike, and they did. They struck in that third quarter, and then, of course, the 3-point lead, 1-point lead, 3-point lead, 1-point lead. It's DeMar, it's Mobley, it's Donovan, it's DeMar. It's like, we're going to lose this battle. Like I did not. I did not. I was like, the next time it drops to 1 and they miss, we're effed.
Yep.
Because Donovan is going to put you to sleep, and they didn't.
No, it's great.
DeMar did it. Malik
so
did it, and I think it was after the Malik shot. They got the net. They were the ones that got the stop.
Yeah.
And were able to solidify the win. So I mean, I think they played everyone who spoke yesterday. Carter and
Keegan
both said the same thing, and I think I don't remember if Doug said it or not, but I know the player said it. We had a game plan and we executed it, particularly in the second quarter on. We were able to execute the game plan that the coaches put together for us, and Keon was obviously a big part of that. So I don't have any problem with people who think Keon Ellis should start. I don't have any problem with the sentiment that Keon Ellis should start. My issue is there's like 15 games left in the season. The idea of implementing that now, thinking it's going to get you to what you hope your final destination to be, is probably short-sighted and doesn't factor in human emotion.
Yeah, no, and that's what. So we always talk about that. Like, this is what they should do, but they can't for these reasons.
You certainly can't now.
It's you have a Hall of Famer and a $43 million guy, and Malik is now the starter, and you don't want to take him out of the year by putting him back on the bench. I totally get it. I think for me, it's just like that's the avatar for everything you just talked about. A huge reason they won last night was not because they had a bunch of guys who like, oh man, he's in his bag. Yeah. It's like, no, they had a bunch of dudes who did the little things.
Yeah.
And they need more of that.
Yeah.
And Keon and being in the starting lineup is just a perfect avatar for like that direction the Kings need to be heading.
Well, I think what they had is they had multiple guys besides Keon who could do that yesterday. James said, I think it was yesterday on this show and on ours, that second unit has a style of playing that maybe the first unit doesn't have. And that really helps them. That's that scrappy, get after it, like wolf fight mentality that can, win games for you.
Yeah.
But you also need, again, we talk about Keon, we talk about all these different things. in the 3.1 point, 3.1 point, 3.1 point.
Mhm.
That was DeMar, and that was Malik Monk.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
that's what those guys can do for you.
Mhm.
Those guys can keep you in position to win.
They're killers.
Win a game. DeMar shot that ball in the final minutes of that game with so much confidence.
Mhm.
Like, he took shots where it's like you can see him. He's not passing. Like, he feels this. He feels this matchup. He knows what he has right here. He's going to get this basket.
Yeah.
And he did every time.
I think it's interesting that like if we go back to early in the season, every player that you had to bring off the bench was just a different version of a guy who shot a 3-point shot.
Mm.
Now all of a sudden you got a bunch of scrappy dudes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you're gonna win some of these games, these ugly games. The Kings are 10-5 when Keon starts. And we have to do a keyword.
Oh, we do. Today's Jiffy Lube $50 gift certificate exclusive Jiffy Lube hoodie.
Oh, what? Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's not Truther.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Dang it. To get ESPN1320.com, Jiffy Lube contest page, $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. Exclusive Insiders hoodie you can only get through this giveaway. You go to ESPN1320.com, you hit that contest page, enter the code word FRIAR.
Friar.
F-R-I-A-R. Friar. For Devin Carter in his career high 16 points last night. He was terrific.
Yep. Enter to win.
Enter to win. It's funny you talk about DeMar DeRozan. So in my daily fantasy lineup, I had DeMar DeRozan higher than 4.5 assists, and he was sitting at like 4 assists entering the fourth quarter. And I was like, uh-oh, this is dicey. And then it was a close game with like 5 minutes left, and I was like, I'm not getting that assist. There's no chance I'm getting this assist. And he didn't even pretend to pass the ball. One time he got it out to Keegan on the perimeter so he could get out to the perimeter and get the ball back and then work on his dribble again. I was like, all right, that's fine.
And I was fine with that.
I have zero problem with it.
I was perfectly fine with that last night.
And
that's what it needed to be.
But that's like when James and I talk about DeMar DeRozan, and it's like, that's where you want that.
Mm-hmm.
In that spot where it's like, this is a powerhouse Eastern Conference team. I shouldn't even say this is a powerhouse NBA team.
Yeah.
And you need to go bucket for bucket with them down the stretch.
Yeah.
There are not that many dudes you'd rather have than DeMar DeRozan in that spot.
Wholeheartedly agree.
So that was not a complaint that he didn't pass it. It was I knew that like, oh, this is his time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's great. That's when you want him. Random second quarter when you're down 10 and maybe not the best time. That's all.
Yeah.
But last night it was outstanding. And just the variety of ways he did it. And just like, hey, I want this switch onto the potential DPOY and I'm going to cook.
I don't often get like emotionally into games.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of just,
yeah.
Not that I do want the Kings to win. I'm just not really that fan.
Yeah.
I was invested in last night's game. Yeah. Like I was like, doing things like this. I was doing like little nervous habits, like, as the ball was going up and down the floor, just like, come on.
Did you fist pump?
Come on.
Did you get like a?
No, I actually didn't.
Right.
I just did a little.
Too cool for a fist pump.
No, it was more like, we're gonna have a good day tomorrow. It's a good day.
Yeah,
it's good.
I don't know how you watch it. I don't, when you go, the regular season doesn't matter. Who watches regular season? It's like, because of that, dude.
That's all I have.
I don't know. Well,
what are we talking about?
Well, I just don't know. I don't, if you're just an NBA fan, I don't know how you watch last night and you're not like, hey, that was great hoops.
No, that was so much fun.
What do you guys got coming up on D-Lo and KC?
A lot of this. Jake Gadon's going to be with us. The tournament gets underway today over on CBS 13. Will Z's going to be with us, I think, at 2, and then Matt George, final hour of the show. Can't wait. D-Lo and KC coming up next. They'll take you up to 4 o'clock. For James Ham and Joe Brazil, I'm Kyle Madsen. We are the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and this is ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader until 10 a.m. tomorrow. Drink water. Be nice, people. Boop. Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Chatty House. Appreciate you guys.
See you, Chatty House. Friar. F-R-I-A-R.
Oh, sorry. Say that again.
F-R-I-A-R. Friar.
I'll see you all tomorrow, Chatty House. Have a good Thursday.
Chatty House, stop doing this, Chatty House. Chatty House after party. It drives me nuts.
We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Talk to me, baby. Talk to me. We firing a little slow over here on the touch screen today. Man, hey, we went like 2 weeks without hearing the song at all. Now we hear it twice in the same week. Let's go.
Wait a minute. They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now.
I was thinking about it.
I
was thinking
thought
about
I called for it, but job's not done. Okay.
We got a game tonight.
Okay.
If the game was tomorrow, we would have rolled 2 verses.
So we letting it be known right now they win tonight 2 verses tomorrow.
Oh God! If Zell ever gets off his ass and stops dropping EPs and gives us the remix, we'll play 7 versions of the song tomorrow. If they start this homestand 3-0,
we'll play the Bad Bunny Spanish version.
Man, we'll do that. We'll play the 90s R&B version. We'll do it all.
You know, that reminds me, because I've been looking for my favorite version of Freaking You, you know, with Raekwon and Ghostface and all this other stuff.
Every time I close my eyes.
Well, see, you gotta get the Wu-Tang one. Every time I close my eyes, I wake up feeling so horny. That one's so fire. Right? But it's not on DSPs. But what I found, it's actually on Tidal. I just don't know how to get back to it. But what I found was, they have like 7
why do I look
versions.
like I'm leaning? Because the camera's cooking.
They have like 7 versions of that song. So if you like go on iTunes and put in Freaking You, there's like 7 remixes to that. I said all that to say we need 7 remixes of Light the Beam by Young Zell.
Okay. Well, I'm called for it, Zell. Come on. What are we doing? Maybe Jodeci will perform all 7 of those Freaking You remixes.
I'd be for it. I'd be all for it. Let's go.
Man.
I'd help if they need me to.
Well, they don't. We don't. No one does. We welcome you in here to the Thursday, March 20th edition of Dealing with KC. I'm Damian Barley.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
And starting this homestand 2-0. Some people may say it was the win of the season last night. It was certainly the most improbable win of the season last night. Kings knock off the Cavs 123-119. A disastrous first quarter, a spectacular third quarter. So many things went the Kings' way along the way. Man, that was as memorable of a regular season game as we're gonna get.
I'm chuckling real quick because everybody. As you were talking to Kyle, the Keon Truthers, they're getting their stuff off today, right?
Well, hey, let them rock.
Well, look, and then Keon, my boy, that's why I only like having it, because I rock with Keon. Keon is a sharpshooter, right? He's a sharpshooter. Like De'Aaron didn't lie to us. Remember when he first, he's like, no, that boy can shoot the pill. He didn't lie. Keon is that, and obviously we know he plays defense. But the Keon Truthers getting their stuff off today when they had one of the worst first quarters I've ever seen in my life. It was him and it's not his fault. I'm just saying, in the starting lineup, it was one of the worst first quarters ever. They had 12 points with under a minute to go. And he didn't finish the game.
Yeah, that's the other part. So that's you talk about. So there's you said a lot there. The one thing about that first quarter though was they scored 15 in it. The Cavs only scored 22.
They did.
So like, you gotta tell the whole story here. And
no, your doc's hilarious.
It's not. It's so bad, but maybe that's what's makes it funny. Yeah, you got to tell the whole story in that regard. Like, it was terrible offensively, but again, they held a Cleveland Cavaliers team to 22 points in that one. And the thing that I just kept getting stuck on, and this is what I was telling the insiders a minute ago, was they did an amazing job of staying within striking distance. Like when the game gets to the half and it was 56-47. So it was at 9. It's like, man, this isn't the worst.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's right. They're within striking distance. I just didn't think they'd be able to strike.
Mm.
And then you get like midway through that third quarter.
Yeah, they went crazy.
And it was like, oh, they're doing this.
Yeah.
And then you started having some heroes emerge from this one. And there's a lot of capes to go around because some guys played at a really high level, man. But credit to the Sacramento Kings, credit to Doug Christie. I think Doug and that coaching staff did some amazing things last night. And DeMar in that fourth quarter going 1-0. I mean, it was Mobley, it was Donovan, and DeMar. He made sure that the Sacramento Kings didn't lose that game, and Malik Monk put the icing on top.
I'm glad you led with that. That's why you my guy. I'm glad you led with that because there were a lot of stories in it. Devin Carter with his best game as a pro last night. Fantastic. Yeah. We'll get into that.
30 minutes for Devin Carter last night.
Man.
That dude didn't look like he could play 5 minutes a month and a half ago.
Come on, man. We're going to talk about Devin because as Lethal Shooter would say right now, I understand it now. I understand it now. Okay. So we're going to get into it. DC, we love DC and what he's been doing. We'll talk more about what he's been doing. But even the Keon Ellis and him starting. Keon, that's my boy. So anytime he plays more and they're able to win, let's salute it. Big ups. But how many times, I'll tell you, it's like 2 times because it doesn't happen often. But those 2-3 times when DeMar DeRozan misses like 5 shots in the fourth quarter and the Kings lose by 2, this chatty house over here, the phone lines, the airwaves, DeMar DeRozan is the problem. He's the problem. But when moments like this happen, we always hearing about other people, and I'm glad you started with DeMar DeRozan because he brought him home last night. He brought him home against the best team in the NBA record-wise. And I'm not sneezing at how many fourth-quarter points he had. I think he had 14.
Wow, was it that many?
Maybe I could be wrong. I thought he had at one point he had 9, and I thought he had 2 more field goals.
He had 11.
He had 11.
It's still a lot. He had 11. He was 5 of 8.
11 fourth-quarter points. Going up against the best team in basketball, bringing them home. And this is what I talk about when people, I feel, jump off the deep end with DeMar DeRozan in the games that they do lose. Overwhelmingly, this is what he does more times than not this season with the Kings. Games on the line. You need somebody to bring you home. DeMar has done it way more times than not. I can count on one hand. I only got to use all my fingers the times he didn't come through in those moments. And it's not to say he's a perfect player, but you got to live. You got to live with both of them because more times than not, he's going to do what he did last night. And there's going to be those times in New Orleans when he misses 4 shots towards the end of the game. He's not a perfect player. It happens, but you got to live with it because more times than not, he's going to do what he did last night.
Yeah. And
last night he brought him home.
And it wasn't just that he brought him home. He brought him home against the Cleveland Cavaliers, as you said, one of the best teams in the league, the best team by far in the Eastern Conference. And he did it against Evan Mobley, who was trying to, like, I didn't think the Kings were going to win the game. When the 5-point lead got cut and it went 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, it was just like the next shot we missed, we're done.
Yeah, it felt like they couldn't miss a
because
shot.
Donovan Donovan's going to end this. Like Mobley's hitting shots, Donovan hit that quick turnaround three. It's like Donovan's going to end this, and it's going to be sick. It's not going to be as sick as when Steph does it, but it's still going to be sick.
I kept rewinding that one where he turns around. Like he had to have stepped on the line at some point there. There's no way.
Nope.
That and Donovan's step through, bring the ball over. I mean, I was watching the game like this dude is sick.
He's nasty.
Donovan is sick.
Bro, he's so nasty. He's one of those guys. And the Kings never opened the door for him. DeMar never opened the door for him. Malik got that last one. Like they as a 1-2 tandem of closing that game out, man, that was as spectacular. That was as emotional. That was as invigorating for a home crowd as you could possibly get.
100%, man. 100%. And like I said, I was telling James this earlier. I look at what we've seen in the last two games with the Sacramento Kings. This is who they are. This is who this group is. That's why last week was so upsetting and so disheartening for me personally, because this ain't them. This is not the Sacramento Kings team under Doug Christie that I know and I identified as being tougher than a $2 steak.
$2 steaks.
When they play all those games all last week, I looked, I said, that's not who they are. And a lot of people may look at them and say, that's who they are. They're I said, no, it's not. That's the outlier. You include this week, I don't know what we got, a previous 4 weeks of them being this. And that doesn't always lead to a win. You know what I'm saying? You've got games like the Clippers game. You've got game like the Denver game where they play a certain way. They don't always win. Nobody's saying it's always going to be a win, but the way they approach the game, the way they approach competing, this is who they are. Last week was not who they were. And I'm glad to see the real new third version Sacramento Kings this year step back into the building and give them an opportunity to play. They might not win tonight, but the way they approach the game has to be the same every time. And I think that's what Doug has been preaching to these guys since he took over.
You said a lot. That's why I took notes. I'm going to ask you to elaborate on something you just said.
Okay.
We're just getting started. We're thrilled that you're here with us. Show is loaded. Jake Gadon, he's going to be with us here. CBS has coverage of the NCAA tournament today. Will Z will be with us, break these games down by the numbers. And then Matt George, Locked On Kings, ABC 10, final hour of the show. We're thrilled that you're here with us. Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm going to go fat boy and get another donut.
It's lit. I'm bad. I'm a bad influence, man. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me, man. I'm a bad influence. What's up, Jesse?
What's up, man? What's up, Chatty House?
I'm gonna star this.
What the hell's going on with this color?
Yeah, what was that? Who did that? You did that?
If you're gonna take the car out, make sure you park it and put it back in the garage.
Jim, what's up, man? Drew Down, what's up, my guy? Yeah, securing Mobley went crazy. Mobley lost his mind starting halfway through the third quarter. He said, He said, "Hold on, man." That was impressive by him. The whole season's been impressive. Steven, I remember one specific possession. Hunter was going across the lane, and DeRozan did a great job of just staying right there with him. And like I said, my whole thing with DeRozan isn't that he's a perfect player without flaw. It's just I'm willing, and it's just me, maybe others aren't. I'm willing to live with those one or two times when he overshoots or takes some bad shots and it doesn't work out, because more times than not, I think he's going to be like this. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. We talk all the time about clutch scoring and all this other stuff. Like you don't have as many clutch points or whatever as he does over the last X amount of years without doing that more times than not. So I'm willing to live with it.
Oh yeah. Oh
sure.
yeah. Yeah. That's not even a hot take. That's no, I got you. But yeah, that's 100% for sure.
It's clear as day. Clear as day. I hope so. You know, I don't know how feasible it's going to be, but I absolutely hope so.
That game ended yesterday. I was like, damn it, they really won.
I was with Damien. I didn't. Once that 12-point lead evaporated so quickly, I was like, yeah, they probably not gonna get this one.
Well, once Laravia was out too, I was like, yeah, they have no chance. Even before the game, that's how I felt. But I was wrong.
I told her, because when the game started, I said to the person, I was like, yeah, they might lose this game by 20, but just keep an eye on it. And then
Damian Matson.
Well,
would have quit it already.
Yeah, it's not.
They're doing it again. Damn it.
Not far off.
Not wrong though.
Not far off.
Thought what everybody else did.
This might not be a game we have to watch. It's just a game we got to keep an eye on. And then they were up, I think 4, or it might have been when they were up 5. Oh, it was 5. It was right before the Donovan turnaround. And I said, there gets to a point where, like, you don't think you're going to win a game, and then you're in position to win it, and you have to win it. And they hit that point where it was like, it would be really disappointing to lose this game.
Yeah.
And then Donovan catches it, turns around, and all right, we're going to open up the phone lines for you. First, we're going to let these air horns fly. Hey.
Yes.
Happy birthday to our girl, Kendra Montgomery Block.
KMB.
Celebrating her birthday today. We talk about her all the time. She made sure I was able to get our Cleveland Insider tickets to the game yesterday.
There we go.
So that was pretty dope. Strangely enough, my phone didn't ring last night. I'm not sure what it was.
He got tagged in the post.
Oh, that's a cold game. On Insta, he probably ain't gonna see that post for like a year. He ain't even gonna know it's there.
It took forever to accept my request.
It's because he never checks. He never checks social media.
Yeah, you got to tag.
Ever.
You got to tag.
Like you have to text him, like, "Hey, bro, look at your social media." And even at that, he said, "Oh, all right, man, I get to it." But yeah, happy birthday to our girl Kendra, and let's let some more air horns fly. It's a day late. He's not in there. He can't hear me. But Kyle and his wife just celebrated their 3-year anniversary. And their wedding was one of my favorite days ever. David Jackson made me an ordained minister for the day.
Pastor D'Lo.
Yeah, made me an ordained minister for the day. And yeah, it was a day.
There we go.
It was a day. So shout out to
Kyle
and Heather, man. Love.
Yes.
You said this team isn't who they were last week. What we're seeing right now is closer to who they are than what we saw last week.
Yes.
You said it pretty definitively Why?
First and foremost, that's what they've shown us. They've shown us more. It's almost like I talk about with DeMar DeRozan. Like people get mad about him in the Pelicans game, and they lose that game. They're like, oh, he just shot him out the game, the hero ball, and all this other stuff. And he missed shots. He missed those shots. They didn't win. But my thought was, look at what he's done this year. Look what he's done in his career. More times than not, that's who he is. So that's why he's come through in those spots. So I'm not going to label him who he is at his worst moment. I'm going to look at what he's consistently shown and be like, this is a clutch guy. I'm going to take my chances with him in those moments because he's shown that he can come through in those situations. Now with DeRozan, they got upset with him in the Clippers game when he made like 10 of 13. But he took one bad three and they're like, oh, the hero ball. But he's shown that's who he is. This Kings team, since the trade deadline, just watching them, watching how they are. And I'll even go a little further back. It's a little unfair because De'Aaron's not here. Levine is here or whatever. Under Doug Christie, this is who they've shown themselves to be. This is the culture. This is the mindset and the mentality that Doug Christie has fostered in that locker room. And they haven't had a week like last week in like a month and a half, 2 months. So because of that, I'm not going to define who I think they are based on their worst moment. I'm going to go with what they've shown over a long period of time. What I have it up. It's been 37 games at this point with Doug Christie. They're 22 and 15.
Mm-hmm.
37 games is enough for me to say, if you've shown me in 33 of those games that you compete, you get after it, you're hard-nosed, all this other stuff, I'm going to say that's who you are and not those 4 games where you just didn't show up.
I mean, I guess, like, I don't know how you count those 4 games, obviously, but, like, they're 10 and, I think, 7 since the trade deadline. So if you're not as bad in that little 4-game stretch, it's a lot better, I guess.
That's the record with the 4 games, the 10
Yeah,
and 7.
with the 4 games.
That last week was unacceptable. That, to me, that's not who they were. They don't have to win every game, but the way they folded all last week, that's not the team that I had seen for about a month and a half.
I hear you. So we're putting this all on Mike then. It's not a trick question. I'm not trying to set.
I get you, and I'm trying to be fair to Mike a little bit because at the end of the day, you know how I am. Regardless of what's going on with that coach, you players are in control of how you approach the game. And you may not like this guy, but your name is on the test too. And if you're going up there and you're quitting against Indiana, yeah, we could say they quit on Mike, but bro, that's not okay. That's not acceptable for you to, because you don't like a coach to just stop giving effort. You know what I mean? So that's the only reason I pause is, yes, Mike Brown was the head coach, but I don't want to absolve them of their performance before that. You're in charge of how you approach the game. And just because somebody's in there now that you like, doesn't mean like it's okay for you to approach it differently previously. You know
is it just that though? Like you don't like the guy, or is it like coaching styles and the way maybe practices and stuff like that?
Maybe that. He wasn't playing one of the guys too. That's another thing.
Because I'll put it on Mike. Like Doug Christie came in, and even when De'Aaron Fox was here, they were starting to win ball games again. They went from 13 and 18 and completely flipped the switch.
I mean, Jesse's probably right. The quick answer
like
is it's on Mike.
Like the players got to step up too, but it's like there was a constant there that you moved, and now it looked a lot different after.
And our guy, Matt George, Locked on Kings, he says they've also not played hard for Doug. And this is where I talk about this is an anomaly. Outside of last week, which I don't know what happened. I don't know if they were still stunned from Sunday. Give me another 3 games where they just didn't show up under Doug Christie. I don't think you can do it.
Well, I don't know what argument I'm making here. I'm not making. They didn't not show up versus the Knicks. They just got beat, in my opinion. Like they just got beat.
I agree with that too.
Like
yeah.
that was a. I don't believe scheduling losses are a real thing. but you had the emotional game the night before, the emotional outcome the night before that didn't go your way. You came in, it's already a team that beat your ass once that just appears to be a brutal matchup for you. You lost that game. I'm fine with that. The Warriors game, and I think that was the next one. The Warriors game was, you can't do that. You can't do that against them again. And then you had the Phoenix one, which, Phoenix is starting to string a little, some things together, but still, that was one where even you said on Sports Sunday, I don't like the way it looked. So really, I would pare those 4 losses down to 2.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I would pare those 4 losses down to 2 that I was just really like, this is really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know what point I'm trying to make in all of this, because it was the same guys on the floor when Mike was here. And so there's clearly been a shift in mentality. There's been maybe it's a shift in focus. Maybe Mike just has them doing, or excuse me, maybe Doug just has them doing things that make more sense for them. You gave us the home record yesterday, which is now 1 game better. Was it 11-3 yesterday, and we're up to 12-3?
12-3.
That number right there is, whoa.
That says something.
Like, word.
That says something, because I thought about it a little bit more. 12-3 is a 15-game sample size at home. Obviously, I do math.
Very good.
And I know that's not a season or anything, but somebody can tell me if I'm wrong. They hadn't had a 15-game stretch like that at home in like 20 years. They because obviously they weren't good. I don't know. Maybe they had a 12-3 stretch being team 1 year, but we've been talking for years how they don't play well at home.
I don't know if they did. I mean, maybe they did. I don't know if they did, though.
But to me, as small as a 15-game sample size may be, that says something, because that's something that we haven't seen in decades.
Sure.
So we can't just sneeze at that. And Matt again says they didn't show up for Mike in a 5-game stretch and he got fired. That's not entirely true, because I'm looking at the schedule right now. The 5-game stretch, they didn't show up, sure. But then they got blown out in LA against the Clippers. They didn't show up for that game. They got blown out in San Antonio. They didn't show up for that game. They didn't show up again against the Clippers. They didn't show up against Brooklyn at home. They got blown out against OKC. That's before we get to the 5-game stretch. Portland, the day after Thanksgiving, didn't show up. Like, now we're getting into
But
like
also,
10, 12 games where they did not come to play.
I'm not entirely sure I'm not sure what stretch Matt's talking about. Is he talking
He's talking about the 5 that got him fired.
Okay, so they lost by 1 to the Nuggets at the beginning of that, and then they had the De'Aaron play at the end of that. So there's 3 games in the middle. 2 of them were against the Lakers, and the Pacers was a massive no-show.
That's the one game I'd say they didn't show up for.
They absolutely did not show up for that one. Yeah, they did not show up for that game at all. I think they were in the second Lakers game.
They were, because Anthony Davis.
They did the 3.
Well,
right?
no. The second game at home was when he missed the free throw and they didn't get the rebound. Now, they had They had to go on like a 10-0 run in the final 2 minutes to get within 1. Like, they were on the verge of getting blown out, not blown out, but losing decisively. And they fought back and got it close, but then they didn't box out Anthony Davis on that free throw. So I just, like, you asked the question, for lack of a better term, I danced around it a little bit. Jesse got right to it, and he's probably right. Like, it is, for whatever reason, doesn't mean Mike is a bad person or a bad coach, but that changed how this team approached the game. From that moment, they haven't approached the games the same way. They've showed a different level of competitiveness on a consistent basis from that moment on. The first 28 games of the season, or no, what was his record? He was 500. So 13-18.
13-18 was his record.
31 games of the season. I just pointed to 10 games where It's like, what is this team even doing here? There were 10 games that looked like last week.
Okay.
So I danced around it. Jesse's probably a little bit more spot on. Yeah, we probably are looking at Mike in this situation. And once again, I'll dance around it again. I don't even want to say Mike. I'm going to say Doug Christie. You know what I mean? I'm not going to say, oh, Mike was the problem. I'm saying Doug Christie is the solution. You know what I mean?
Mike's not a bad coach, but he clearly wasn't the right one for this team.
That's a perfect way of saying it.
You can't be a bad coach and win all you did and stuff like that.
Man, it sure
Coach of the year, but he wasn't the right fit for this team.
Sure felt like he was.
But
he wasn't.
I thought he was.
He wasn't.
I thought he was.
I guess
too.
he wasn't.
He ended up not being. I think maybe early on he was. And in the long run, things changed. You know what I mean?
Either way, a hell of a win for the Kings last night, 123-119 against the Cleveland Cavaliers, and Devin Carter was spectacular. Devin Carter is putting together a really good stretch of basketball, whether it's box score basketball or it's tape basketball. Like, he's putting together a really good, stretch of games here where he looks like an NBA player, something he absolutely did not look like when he debuted with this team, something he absolutely did not look like before he went to the G League.
Yeah, he looks like he got his legs under him a little bit. And I want to stall us out just a little bit because we were very critical of Devin Carter and early on. But when we were, I think we were perfectly clear in saying in that moment, like, we'll stall him out a little bit because his entry into the NBA kind of already put him behind the 8 ball. Number one, you've got a guy that's coming off surgery, that needed surgery in the draft, and you go draft him. He's stepping to a team that needed him immediately. So he doesn't get summer league. He doesn't get training camp. You give him 2 G League games, and then you throw him into a situation where, we need to turn our season around. It's unfair to him. That is unfair to him, and he wasn't ready for it. They did the right thing in sending him down to Stockton to get him more playing time, let him get his conditioning, let him get used to the pro game a little bit more. Now, I mean, not just the NBA game, but just the professional level of how the game goes. And he's come out here for the second stint, and like you said, he looks like an NBA player. And that's all we were kind of looking for early on. And it wasn't even that. But he's done a phenomenal job in the second stint. It started, for me at least, with that Clippers game where he came in and I was like, all right, I see him contributing. He's doing some good stuff. Might have even been the second half of that Spurs game too. I think that was before the Clippers game. But I was like, all right, he's looking cool. And he's just continued to build on that, and build on that, and build on that. And it culminated last night with his best game as a pro. He was so impactful and so good last night.
30 minutes for Devin Carter in that game last night. Obviously, part of that is Zach LaVine being out. Obviously, part of that is Jake LaRavia being out. But the fact that he got that opportunity, made the most of that opportunity, and looked like, okay, some of those things that, if you watch the Kings game, you see it, some of that stuff now translating to box score numbers, some of that stuff translating to more measurable forms of an impact. Man, good for Devin, because we were really hard on him to start this season. Now it just turns out we can shift our anger back to the front office.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, the perception around Devin, I think, is a lot different if he's struggling from game 1 rather than game 55 or whatever it is.
Yeah, and that was the position the front office.
Yeah, like, it was their fault. Yeah,
100%. I mean,
the front office could save kittens from a burning building, and I'd find a way to criticize him for it.
There is a notion that he probably shouldn't even been. We shouldn't even. And they couldn't do it because of the position they put him in, the position they put themselves in, and everything. But we shouldn't even have seen Devin Carter until that Clippers game.
Right.
You know what I mean? And he was thrown out there when he wasn't ready, and the results were predictable. But to his credit, he didn't get down. He went out there, worked when he was in Stockton, worked in practice. And when he got his second opportunity, he was ready for it. He's taken advantage of it. And he's done a fantastic job. Another thing that I kind of noticed watching that game specifically last night, and this means something to me. That team seems to like him. Malik Monk, that seems to be his boy. Maybe that's his rookie or whatever. I don't know. But he rock with Devin. Him and Devin got a connection. DeRozan feels the same way. I think they see him every day. They believe in him. They want to see him succeed. And when I see those type of things and I notice those type of things, it speaks volumes to me. And whatever criticism or harsh evaluation I may have, I pause on it a little bit because they see him every day. They see it. All right, I'm gonna trust them just a little bit and see, give them a little bit more time. And last night it really stood out. They were really hyped up and happy for every positive thing he did last night, and that just stuck out to me.
A hell of a night for Devin Carter. Doug Christie called it his welcome to the NBA game. Really good night from Trey Lyles too. We knew he would have to play a bigger role with Domantas Sabonis out, Jonas Valanciunas in that starting lineup. We knew that the length that the Cleveland Cavaliers had, that would create some problems for this team where you would really have to utilize Trey Lyles. Of course, that's all magnified by Jake LaRavia's late scratch. Not that Jake LaRavia is a big, but he is a guy on the wing who can, move around for you a little bit. That just put an extra bit of pressure both on Devin Carter and Trey Lyles. Again, much like Devin Carter, 30 minutes for Trey Lyles off the bench yesterday. And those guys really kind of, led that second group, which we got a little bit of what we expected. We got some minutes from Markelle Fultz, which we wondered if we would see. Oh,
Markelle.
Yeah.
he was actually playing well before that moment.
Yeah, yeah, that's tough. It's hard not to remember that moment.
Did you see it though? Like, could you tell what was going on?
Yeah.
Well,
we'll get there. No, we'll get there.
It was difficult. I didn't know.
No, we'll get there. Oh, there's plenty to talk about with that goddamn broadcast. Let's get you. Yeah, we'll get there.
Yeah.
Let's get TC in here. Look. If we're a sounding board for NBC Sports California, y'all might want to listen.
We're gonna start doing extreme home makeover for like different stations and TV stations and all that, radio and all that.
Let's get TC in here. The Elk Grove Kid Talk Line 916-909-1320. What's up, TC?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, my guy? How you doing, man?
Oh, man, vibing, man. Jesse, man. What's up, bro? Hey, look, check it out, man. Hey, that game was impressive last night. That might be one of the best wins, right? Actually, the best win of the season, right? I know we wanted like Boston. I know we like a few, right? But last night was a dog win, bro. That's what I mean by a dog win. When I see everybody gritting like that, we got dogs now, defensive specialists. When you talk about Jake, when you talk about Keegan, and now Devin, bro. Listen, man, I know everybody had their thoughts on Devin, but I see the vision, Monty. I see what they were seeing in Devin, bro, and he's a piece that we needed. I know everybody got their feelings on who we should have taken all that, but this dude is what we needed on the team, whether he's a guard or not. That's what I was saying when I seen him earlier. I know he was up and down in the beginning, but I've seen it, dog. Like how you saying you see it now, Kenny? I've seen it before, bro, even though he was up and down. Dude is what we need, man. Listen, we finna be one of the scariest play-in playoff teams, bro. Get ready, y'all. I promise you.
Okay.
Stephen Brown said TC is an emotional roller coaster.
Thunder don't want to see the Kings in the playoffs.
Got your little MVP, huh? Okay.
That's my boy TC. That's my man.
I don't know what to say about Devin Carter.
I think it's simple though. I think it is simple. We talked about it. Like he was thrown into a situation that he wasn't ready for.
Yeah, and he did not look like it showed.
Right.
He did not look ready.
But that and you mentioned it and we talked about it. That wasn't entirely his fault. What are you gonna say? No, I'm not gonna play.
Yeah.
Like, no, he's going to get out there. He's a competitor. He's going to try and do the best that he can. And he just wasn't ready. And the front office, like you said, put him in a tough spot.
And asking him to learn on the fly, under these circumstances is tough. Now, that might not be the circumstance you thought you were going to be under when you drafted him. But that was awfully arrogant of you to believe everything will be just fine and we can work this rookie in as the season moves along and maybe he can find his way. He talked quite a bit about that last night. He himself, Devin Carter acknowledged he wasn't ready when he got here. And he said conditioning was a big factor. He talked about the shoulder. That's another thing that I feel like before he returned, we gave it the proper amount of attention. I'm not sure that we gave it enough attention after he returned.
Yeah.
But that's a slow, tough rehab.
Yeah.
That shoulder rehab, especially as a basketball player and as a quarterback, that shoulder rehab is tough. And he talked about, there were times where I needed to get hit. I needed to just, feel things. I needed to get my wind. I needed to get my on court wind. Like there are things you could do. Like you hear this, you could do cardio. You can get on a treadmill. Like all that stuff helps, but it's not game action, because game action, cardio, you could do high intensity interval training till dawn if you want to. You don't have to think when you're doing that. When you're on the floor and you're doing that high intensity interval training, the stop and go that is professional basketball, and you have to think every second that you're out there, it's not the same.
No, not even think, but execute.
Yeah.
Like you got to make this jump shot.
That's right.
Like you got to make sure your legs.
It's not just a flat sprint and a stop. It's a flat sprint, a stop, and a shot.
Yeah, it's different. And there is no way
with someone in front of you.
Right. Well, like the best defenders in the world.
Right.
Except for the Bulls tonight. But
the Bulls are a gutty team, man. That's a good basketball team coming into Sacramento.
Real talk, they can fill it up.
They can
fill it up.
No.
What do you mean no?
No, because like they made a face, and I thought too.
Oh, you reacted to the hey, he reacted to the
sideline
hey.
ref. The sideline ref saw it too. That's a flag. It's a flag.
To the
I got stuck on the camera.
I'm SGA out here.
Shot didn't go in, so we had to call the foul.
That's it.
I'm SGA out here, just getting to the foul line. I'm Anthony Edwards getting to the foul line 20 times. We'll come back. We
said, "Oh my God!"
Hey, two things that we will address when we return: Doug Christie and that coaching staff. And that goddamn.
I'm so excited for that.
Oh my goodness!
Hey, those are our people, but we need to talk.
It's the first time the TV pissed me off.
We need to talk. Stealing with Casey on ESPN 1320.
Jesse, they got an event going on, and that means your boys will probably be through again. I'm okay with it.
What you mean?
The food.
Oh, I don't.
The pizza.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think so.
No.
Well, they got trays of stuff out there right now.
Usually when they always get that one with somebody here.
We love all the pizza that comes through here.
I do.
Kenny does.
So I thought about bringing this up on the show, but we got a lot to talk about. There's no need to mess around with this today. Did you see the new controversy about Usher Mandela affecting us?
I did not.
You just want to save this for 1:30?
You want me to save it for 1:30?
No, I'm just playing.
Oh, but it's
just given how the show's been going.
So, nice and slow. How does nice and slow start? 7 o'clock.
Stock on the dot. I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets. No?
Usher. I think it's him directly. He's now saying it was never cruising the streets. It's who's in the streets. And everybody's like, no. It's cruising the streets. You go on Apple Music and, they got the word. It's cruising the streets. Usher, what are you talking about? So, no, it's who's in the streets. And everybody for the last 36 hours. It's like, no, Usher, how are you going to, Mandela affecting us? How are you going to tell us, no, it's not who's in the streets? You're saying cruising the streets. Now, when you hear it, I listened to it again. Now knowing what's supposed to be said, you can hear who's in the streets.
Or maybe it was.
And then, as Kevin on stage said, I don't care what you're saying. It doesn't matter.
Primo J, we don't care. It's our song now, Usher.
Stop laughing. God damn it. Shut up.
You talking about drop top?
He says
yeah, it's cruising.
He does not. No, he said no.
I think he might have said who's in the streets. I hear it.
Why are you?
No, he says cruising the streets. Get out of here. This is ridiculous.
Usher said he says who's in the streets.
Usher's.
Are you driving looking for who's in the street?
And why are you asking? You already in the car. Kenny just be out
Our
here.
latest conspiracy.
Just be out here saying stupid stuff.
I didn't create this. I didn't say it.
Usher lying.
We'll get Usher on the show this week.
Usher just flat out lying.
And now Usher out here trying to Mandela affect us. And as Kevin on stage said, I don't care. It's cruising the streets. I don't care what you're saying, Usher. It's cruising the streets. He said, haven't you noticed you're talking to the black community? We don't care.
No.
We said a long time ago it's cruising the streets, and that's what it is. Thanks for your PSA.
Yeah.
Well, we'll go back to our regularly scheduled program of cruising the streets.
I'd also look at Usher like, you think you determine the words of the song? Because I assure you, brother, you do not. We determine the words of the song.
They also said
that's like when someone tried to say Michael wasn't saying Mama say Mama sa Mama kusa, that he was saying something else.
Who said that?
I don't know, some stupid ass TikTok video. Get your whole ass out of my face. He says Mama say Mama sa Mama kusa. You telling me I've lived the last 40 years believing that's not what he said? And he said something else? Get out of here. People are stupid.
Yeah, and T-Pain did the same thing where he said a couple, but he said on buy you a drink, I'm gonna buy you a drink. How does that go?
I'm gonna take you.
Well,
home.
no. Say,
No.
I'm gonna buy you a drink. Go ahead.
He doesn't say words next. Doesn't he make noise?
He said he says words.
What's he say?
We always say, I'm gonna buy you a drink. Ooh,
yeah.
He says, and we and me or something like that.
I'm
gonna take you.
Drink.
And I'm gonna take you home. No, he said and then. That's what he said. And then
no, this is stupid.
I'm gonna take you
that
home.
Is not what he says. This is good. Why do you believe
45
everything?
minutes? 45
Why do
minutes.
you believe everything?
This is T-Pain said this,
man,
and we're saying no. Like the black community is saying no. We don't care what you're talking about. You didn't say that.
No, it's fine. Well, this is well, Lord, this is not the edited version. Back to let me get. I'm a buy.
And then that's what he's saying.
Well,
and then
I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
He does.
It doesn't matter.
I agree.
It doesn't matter.
I don't care. It's cruising the streets and it's ooh wee.
Nah, keep playing with me.
You think they're gonna Mandela affect the game yesterday?
Kings didn't win.
Well, no, the fan cam wasn't the first half.
Oh, damn. Bro, they went damn near the whole second quarter with that. I was so upset.
I was like, if you strapped a GoPro to a bird.
So what I thought, so they switched to the camera, And I think the first play, maybe the second, I think it was a Malik Monk breakaway.
Sounds about right.
Because Devin, it could have been. I don't think Devin Carter had a big breakaway dunk. He had another nasty dunk. I think it was a Malik Monk breakaway. And I remember I said out loud, "Oh, what great timing! Wow!" And then it was like, okay, all right, that's switch it back. Like that's enough. Switch it back. It was like watching the all 22 of a football game for the whole goddamn game.
It was legit so bad. You know how bad it's got to be for me to go to the boxing streaming sites to look to see if maybe Cleveland's stream is on there.
Jeez.
Wow.
It wasn't, by the way. It wasn't.
Man, it's so bad.
That was
I risk
awful.
going to jail for that.
So bad.
That was awful.
It's fine, but not like to watch the game.
Exactly.
It's a gimmick thing you do for a couple plays.
You do it.
Were you watching the game with anyone?
No.
Person I was with goes, I could see so much more of the game this way. No,
Don't encourage this.
No, stop this. Like, cut this off. And then it does this. They did one where they went from that view to that sweeping view.
Well, the sweeping view I liked.
No, the sweeping view is fire, but you can't go from that view to the sweeping view because then you're wondering, like, yo, what psychedelic drug am I on right now? Just give me the camera.
And frankly, I don't want to watch the game from Rosie of Section 205.
Come on, man. Come on.
Was that a wire or was it a drone?
I think it was a drone. It was moving like a drone. I think it was a drone. It was moving like one.
And who bought it? It looked like Chase bought it. Is that what that was? That looked like the little, because it said Fanage Point, Fanage.
Yeah.
But it had one of the logos I thought looked like one of the.
I thought
whoever paid for it
must
must have spent a bag on
them
it.
doing camera. I don't think Chase bought it.
I'm sorry.
Because you know they would have put their name on it.
No one. I thought that was the Chase logo.
You know they would have said,
yeah, it was just
by Chase. You know that.
Vantage Point or whatever next to the NBC Sports logo on the TV. There was no. I was looking for one too, but I didn't see one. I thought maybe you saw it.
I know what you mean, but
that wasn't the Chase
I think
logo?
that's just them doing like a camera.
Oh, hell no.
Nobody paid for it then, I guess.
You put that crap on our screen and no one bought it? Hey, look. One, please stop. But yo, if you're making money, like do you, let's figure out a better way to do this.
Yeah.
If y'all just put that up there for like, hey guys, let's try this, you can go to hell.
Nobody asked for that.
Oh, that was
James
terrible.
was talking about they got some new equipment and we're trying to try it out.
Okay, we'll try it out during the Stockton King.
Yeah, go to Stockton.
Let Deuce and Mo call the game with that thing moving around like that.
Yeah, that was so distracting. It was so terrible. Devin Carter's dunk happened with that view, and it didn't do it justice. There was also a situation where, like, all right, I'm paying attention. I know what happened, but you couldn't really see the net because it clashed with the key. So it took a second longer. Did he make that? Oh, he did. Okay, cool. Because it just clashes. So it was awful. It was awful. Like I said on Twitter, they had this sorry NBA Live 97 camera view that was uncalled for. Now, like you said, the triple letter view, that's what we call those seats, the triple letter seats, that was a good view. I like that.
No, that's not what we call them. We call them the Kenny Caraway seats.
No, we don't.
No, maybe, I'm sorry, maybe you don't.
Talking about the courtside Caraway seats?
Yes, that's what everybody else calls them.
No, you don't get to talk about triple anything. Triple belongs to the nosebleeds. That's for us.
It's the Caraway cam view.
Yeah.
We all know what it is.
No, that's not what it is.
That's
that was
literally
fire.
what everybody calls
That was
it.
fire. I like that. I felt a lot more
I liked
comfortable with
it.
that one.
I liked it too. I just don't like that you went from that view to that view.
True.
Those are two views that can enhance a broadcast unless you live on them. It does not enhance the broadcast if you live on it.
That's the thing. You can't do that. It's almost like maybe you'll get this. I'm not sure. Maybe Jesse will. But like when they have alternate views for football video games, and they're like, do the blimp view. All right, like this is trash. Like, why would I play the whole game on blimp view? This is awful. This is what this was last night. It was terrible for a whole game. Now, like I said, I'm also the guy that likes options, right? let that be an option for me. You know what I'm saying? James Ham said it earlier. Let me pay $5 a month to get the alternate views. And I'll go to NBC Sports Bay Area Plus and watch it on there if I need to.
Hell, I'll give you $5 not to do that again.
Don't put it on the regular joint.
Not for that long.
No, it was the whole second quarter.
It would also make a great replay view.
Thank you.
Like, yo, look at Malik's breakaway from this view. Mm-hmm. Or, I mean, you get a steal at half court with that view. You could see, 75 and the 94 feet or whatever. Like, yeah, it's the all 22. It's going to look a little bit different. All right, great. Hey, take a look at this play that Malik Monk just ran with DeMar DeRozan. Perfect. Mm-hmm. That's what it's for. Do not make me watch the game like that.
No. That, like you said, replay was perfect. There are moments, like I was looking at it and you could see the whole court. Like you could see defensive rotations, right? Like help side, somebody getting it. Like you see it, that's cool. But like you said, use it on a replay. They went the whole second quarter with that. Now the low camera, the triple letter camera, that's they did have that when Markelle missed his dunk. It's like, oh. If they were up top for that one, I wouldn't have known one way or another what happened.
Well, they had no problems running replays of that one. Sorry, Markelle.
That was tough. Like I said, he was playing well too.
That's one of those ones where you audibly go, "Oh, he missed it." Oh, no. You got to own that one.
Yeah. There's nothing you could even say. There's nothing he could say. It's just like, oh.
Let's get our man Big in here. Let's check out these Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320. Big E, what's going on, brother?
What's going on with you guys?
What's up, Big E?
Just vibes are up. I think Doug Christie is the coach that the fans deserve. I don't remember someone winning such a high, winning percentage at home. No one wants to be like D-Lo and take the family out to watch them lose to the Wizards. Like, what is that?
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, but I'm sorry, but my heart broke out to you that day. And then if Uncle V, if he does blow up this front office, get me someone that is a Batman that doesn't need a Robin, please, and that sees Doug Christie in the future for this team. Thank you, guys.
All right, Big E. How are you, Big E? Yeah, that's an all-timer. They had 23 friends and family there for that Wizards game. Couldn't see the beam.
Are the Wizards really good? Christmas. No. And they're coming back. Not all of them. My sister.
For what game?
And my nephew are coming back. Because my nephew is a big Celtics fan. So they'll be here.
Bad job, Uncle D-Lo.
On Monday.
Make sure you scope that baseline, by the way. So you see if any of our coworkers are down there.
Got you.
I'll find out today. I'm going to find out today who got tickets.
Yeah, this ain't on my hands are clean on this one. I swear to God. I don't know how I don't know.
How are they all gone the rest of the season?
I don't know how
these people don't even like sports.
Exactly. We've been asking them to watch the show for years.
See Complex down there. Complex down there watching basketball for a quarter. Like, all right, I'm leaving, man.
Oh, man.
Let's get our man Mitch in here. Mitch been waiting two shows to get on.
Yeah, I ain't heard from him. I was thinking about Mitch yesterday. Like, I ain't heard from my guy in a couple days.
What's up, Mitch?
Hey, how's it going, D-Lo, Casey? How you guys doing?
Good, man. How you doing?
I'm pretty good. Gym, shopping, food shopping. Now these wind's picking up. I guess I got to make it quick. So they really roast me. I hope we can keep Jake and Jonas next year. And I'm coming around with Devin Carter. Is that if he's half as good as AI, we'll take it, right? Let him play. Let him start. Where do we have to lose?
Well,
9 and 10. That's going to be a position. Probably one and done. And maybe speaking of one and done, I know we have a lot of twos. Let's see what guys we can get from this tournament coming. I want to know what you think. And go Dodgers. 2-0 already.
All right, settle down. That's all right. Fade them out. Fade them. That's where we fade them out right there. Go Dodgers. Will you stop it, Mitch? Stop it. I can't believe I got to deal with this world champion Dodgers all year long. This is awful. But to his original point, did he say start Devin Carter?
He said start Devin Carter. Hold on, if he's 50% of Allen Iverson.
I didn't hear that.
He said AI. I'm assuming he meant Allen Iverson.
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't understand the last few sentences. Did he bring up the tournament?
Yeah,
he said,
take a look at the tournament, which players you like. Would love to know who you guys like. And then Dodgers are 2-0, and then we cut them.
Yeah. I didn't hear what he said earlier. Did he say something about JFK?
Not JFK. He said he likes Jake and Jonas. He'd like to see them back.
I thought he said JFK.
I'm not gonna say his name, Kenny, but his initials are JFK.
Facts, Howard. I do speak Mitch, by the way. So
yeah, that's true.
You do.
You both of you. But
Yeah,
like,
I'm usually pretty good, but today it was tough today.
I mean, in the Mitch understanding power rankings, it's you guys are 1 and 2, and I'm just like, I'm not sure, to be honest.
I think Jesse's 1. Jesse's 1. I'm 2.
All right.
So JFK Arabia.
Boy, poor Doug. Doug had wound up having a good. Doug was cranky yesterday. Doug was like, my head may look like a crystal ball, but I don't know if these guys are playing tomorrow or not.
Man, well, you saw poor Doug. He was going through it on the bench when Sabonis got hurt the other day. Remember that?
Oh, he was going through it last night.
What happened? What happened?
So he had 2 moments last night. One of them was, it was second half. It might have been the fourth quarter. Cleveland was awfully physical. And Doug called timeout, and Doug went straight for the officials. Yeah. And I think someone tried to pull him away, and Doug hit him with the, I got it. I'm good. He does the hand gesture like, I'm fine. Wasn't fine.
No, he
was not fine.
He said, I'm fine. I've got it. I'm fine. Fake Gucci comes over. Now, what the hell is going on down there?
That's exactly what he did. When you start pointing to the spot on the court that the infraction happened, you're not okay. And Doug
he was almost at the spot.
Doug wasn't okay. Something was it there was like a bad foul call maybe that he tried to review and it didn't go their way. And he had he turned around and his hands went up to his face and then they went down and he's not facing the camera. He's facing our girl.
Yeah,
he's like,
Linnea, shout out Linnea.
And then he turns around and you could see he's trying to straighten his face out, but he is
Was
furious.
it when they reviewed? It wasn't his review. I think it was when they reviewed if Devin Carter fouling Donovan on the 3 and they tried to say it was a flagrant. And then that's when when Secaucus didn't have the game on.
How do you not have video? That's your job. That's what you do.
It's the epitome of
how do you not have video? I've never seen that before in my life.
That is crazy.
It's the epitome of you have one job. Like one.
Literally, you are the replay center. Not the picture center or anything like that. You are the replay center.
That is the bare minimum. Worst case scenario, turn your league pass on.
That's what I said. Hey, pull out your phone and
you doing?
Throw the replay on. Someone's gonna have YouTube TV there.
What was the other thing that happened this year with them, with the Kings? Didn't they didn't have the right feed or something like that?
I think something like
something crazy happened.
I don't really buy into the whole refs are against the Kings stuff that you see on Twitter. Yesterday when they're like, yeah, we don't have the video.
That's
I was like, okay, like what's going on here? Like what's going on here? How do you not have the video?
In the replay center of the NBA.
Like me in middle school. Yeah, Mom, I don't have my report card. I don't know. I just don't have it.
Oh, I used to cut those things off. I used to intercept those things when I had a bad 3 months. Oh, yeah, I got the mail. I got it.
Yeah, Mom, I'm the only kid in the whole school who didn't get a report card. Sorry.
There was about 2 or 3 times that I cut those things off in a heartbeat. I get off that bus.
Never really got bad
on.
grades. That wasn't. I did okay in school.
I was like a, and this is bad. My son is great. He's so much better than me. I was like a 2.3. Once I got to high school, like before that, I was okay. But once I got to high school, and I guess girls came around a little bit more, I was like a career 2.3 student. Awful.
Yeah, I picked it up sophomore year.
I never really picked it up. Stayed enough to be eligible. That was it.
I did good I did good enough in high school to where I didn't do anything my whole senior year.
Oh yeah, you said you'd graduate. Well, you could have graduated in 3 years.
I could have. Like I'm glad I didn't. I was hanging out doing radio for 2.5 hours a day. And still getting off early.
Damn.
Say nothing to me. I coasted.
Wait, whatever.
No, yeah, you missed that.
Yeah,
no, it's too late.
Oh my God! What
hey,
the video was on the next? The video was.
We're on to the next.
I missed it. Sometimes,
you didn't have the video. Is that what's going on?
Hurry up!
I missed it. Hey, I was reading the chat. That's my fault.
It's a hurry up offense.
The whole chat.
Hey. Throw the challenge flag. You got one.
No, it's too late. I already ran the play. It's too late.
No, it's the Kings. It doesn't matter.
It's too late. Well, that's true. That's true.
We love the YouTube TV feed.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry, we don't have the video of that one.
Yes, he doesn't have the video.
Oh man, but yeah, I didn't see the second Doug moment. I saw the first one though when he was talking to fake Gucci.
Yeah, that one was funny. That one was funny because he hit you with the "I'm fine, I got it," and then exactly what you did. What was that? And I swear, when the coach points at the place on the floor the infraction happened, oh, he is fuming.
Well, like the other funny thing about it is Doug is like trying to, what the hell was that over there? When he does this and fake Gucci goes, okay, are you going to let me explain? Are you going to let me explain? I'm going to explain. And Doug goes.
Doug with his hands on his hips is funny.
I know we joke too. That ref really looks like Gucci.
No, he does. No, that's fake Gucci. He's famous now. He be making shirts and everything. Well, they don't say fake Gucci, but what was the shirt that he made?
I don't know. I call him Gucci 2.0.
Either one works.
That's better than fake Gucci.
Either one works. But he made it.
Remember the bag Gucci made that said fake on it? Did you ever see that?
What happened?
Gucci made merchandise like Gucci.
Gucci. Yeah.
Like the brand,
not the rapper.
Yeah, and it said fake on it.
I didn't see that.
But it's real. It's a real thing, but it says fake on it.
I hadn't seen that. That's pretty clever.
The ref got all of them. The ref bought the whole collection.
That's like they make I don't have one, but I see ladies with them and they always I salute it. They said it's a purse and it says you're fake like this Birkin. Like they got a fake Birkin bag, and they're like, "Yeah, you're just as fake as this Birkin." I'm like, "Salute to that."
And it's a Birkin bag?
No, it's
not.
It's
not.
It's fake. It's a fake Birkin bag.
I got
it.
And
it says you're as fake as this Birkin, this fake Birkin, or something like that.
Salute
to them.
Salute.
There's nothing wrong with a UA. Ain't nothing wrong with a rep.
No, there's not. No, there's not. Back to Doug, not necessarily yelling at fake Gucci or any other officials for that. Oh, it's good. Thank you for Michael reminding me. There was actually a fake James Ham. I forgot it. It's a replica. It's a UA James Ham.
While we're talking Gucci, James is Johnny Dewitt actually says that fake Gucci's name is actually James.
Wow. What do you know?
Huh.
I'll be damned.
I think, you know what? That's funny. I think Drape said it yesterday.
I think they always say it.
And I never
pay attention.
I was like, who's that?
Wait, is that who James Capers is?
I think so.
I know the name.
I think so. That now that you say it, that sounds like I think that's the name. James Capers.
No, that's a different official. That's an older gentleman. He is not.
Yeah, it's not fake.
He looks more like Dwayne Casey than
I know James Capers. I know Eric Lewis. Shout out.
Well, that's your
Scott Foster.
Oh yeah, it's true.
And then, but see, I always had these names like, what's the guy that Courtney Kirkland?
Mm-hmm.
He used to hate De'Aaron Fox and Risay and the Kings.
James Williams.
Oh, I wouldn't.
I don't know what Ben Taylor's a ref, right?
Yeah, he's the bald white guy, I think.
Yeah, I don't think we like him. I don't know what he looks like, but we don't like him.
He's the one that was on the game the other day, against Memphis. Yeah, we don't like him.
Bill Kennedy's cool. Yeah,
Bill Kennedy. I like Bill Kennedy's cool. Yeah. Like, remember when he hit him with the heel?
However, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Did he say however?
He goes.
However,
he goes. There wasn't any contact on the play.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody, yay! However,
that's good. No, that's a
like his
great
thing, too.
heel
He does that
move.
at all the games. Too.
Got the pop and took it back. It's like he had a one-on-one with Vince McMahon. This is what you do, pal.
Throws on the chat, throws in Zach Zarba. Zach Zarba just got a name. Was like, yeah, bad ref.
Yeah, who is Zach Zarba?
Like that's just the names. Like, Zach Zarba's ref in the game. They were cooked.
Yeah, Courtney Kirkland and Zach Zarba. Not a fan of those guys. They're awful. And then the other lady, I don't know her name, but the one with the ponytail, I like her. One of the refs is from Sacramento, the black lady. I think they said she went to Valley High or something like that.
I think I knew that.
She's cool.
I think there's a concert taking place like 40 feet from us.
No, yeah, there is.
I don't really hear the concerts bleed over into the studio very often, but for some reason I can really hear this one.
They're all like really focused like on it as well.
They are.
It's kind of weird because we're working.
Maybe we should ask them if it's 7:00 on the dot. I'm in my drop top cruising the street.
Well, I performed. I was the opener for this concert.
You did mic check or?
I was performing. I got the video.
Okay. The video is Jonathan saying, "Can you go talk into that microphone so we can see how it sounds?" Okay, here we go. Hey, big guy, you want to put that screen down? There's a logo behind it that doesn't suit our program.
Never mind.
God,
blurb that out.
We are okay. This is real life. The last episode of D-Lo and KC. We are cooked. So cooked.
Blurb that out.
Knows how to edit stuff out of YouTube.
Matter of fact, play about 30 minutes of music right now. So
I'm gonna can the stream right now. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, we made it.
Look, when we
interestingly enough, this is hilarious. Our downfall is on episode 1139. We're not even gonna make it to 1140. God damn it.
Hey, what are we gonna do for 1140?
Not well clear. We just did it. We literally just did it. We'll come back. I hope.
Oh, man.
We really hope to return here with Jake Gadon, CBS 13. He's gearing up not only for a big day, but a big couple of weeks covering the NCAA tournament. We'll get his thoughts on the Kings and their recent winning ways here at home. All when D-Lo and KC return here. Cross your fingers on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I forgot all about that.
Oh, so man. What's up, Jake?
You two are goofballs. I hope you know that. Straight goofing. Brackets busted already.
Damn. Jake, I got into the bracket challenge late last night. I'm in there, man. I'm in there.
I'm ready for it, bro. Ready for it.
Tony says, damn shame what happened to D-Lo and KC.
Shout out my man Tony. Big ups to him, man. Joseph Sims' parent.
Dunk it bucket.
What about that game last night, guys?
Man, how about that?
Fantastic.
Why does Devin Carter play so well in March? Only March, though. Never any other time.
Hopefully the young man's finding his way, man. He was put in a really difficult spot. We shoot his ass out for it, but he was put in a really tough spot.
To be fair, you got on him.
Run that back. He what? No. He chewed what? He chewed what?
You got on him unfairly for his wardrobe.
Oh, I think
I defended him.
No,
did you see his last outfit?
Completely fair.
It's on the King's Instagram.
Okay.
He getting in his bag.
Okay. Well,
I don't know if you're gonna like it, but he's getting in his bag.
I don't think me and you have the same. You said it's on the Kings?
Yeah, it's like from 2 days ago or so.
Let's see. There's Devin. Oh, that's last night.
You're getting saucy out here.
Is it a still or a video?
Yeah, it's a still with the Timberland boots.
Yep. The gray.
Yeah. You're getting saucy out here.
So I like the energy. It's a little.
You're looking like a star,
dude.
I like this.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I like it. It's different. It's better than some of the other stuff he wears. It's better than virtually everything else he wears. I like that bag.
Nice. Yeah, that Louis bag.
Yeah, I like that bag a lot. Are those the Pharrell?
Oh, I didn't even think about that. I don't think so.
I want to ask you guys a question,
Oh,
but I
they
feel
might
like
be.
it wouldn't be good on the stream. I can't figure it out if it'd be good or not. If he should go, should he go to Turkey, guys? Is that?
Oh, no, just take it off.
Look, I mean,
so here's what I don't like.
That's tough.
Why do we need 2 Louis bags?
Well, that's why I look.
We've got the backpack, and then we've got the bum bag, but he's just carrying it.
Well, there's a phone for each bag, guys.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. It's all good.
That's unnecessary.
You're getting in the star bag. I like that. I like that.
I do like this. I like this better than anything else he's ever worn.
This is an investment.
He was okay. He was doing his thing.
He's not.
He's better than Keegan Murray, okay? That.
We're back here, Jake. I do like this outfit from Devin Carter.
Yeah.
This one he
gets
wore,
in his bag.
Yeah,
the rookies get aside from we were disappointed opening night because he was in not even designer sweats. It just he was in. It was just like he woke up.
And for the record, I like the draft day outfit.
Oh, yeah.
I love the draft day outfit.
I saw it live. That thing looked clean. You didn't even get to see the shoes, okay? The shoes on him were very good.
Yeah, he looked really, really good.
It was fine. But I was with you, Dame, opening night where I was a little disappointed. I was like, man, come on, man. All right, man. Yeah, I think he had slippers on too. I was like, all right, man, come on, don't do that. But right after that, he started to do his thing. He started to do his thing.
Overall, I don't think I'm a big fan of his style, but I don't like the double Louis bag. Look, we don't need that. You don't need that. No one needs that.
And I think you're right. I think those are Pharrell Louis boots.
So maybe might be an endorsement. He's just pulling it all together.
Yeah, big ups Devin Carter.
But good for Devin. That's one of his better outfits of the year. We welcome in our man Jake Gadon from CBS 13. Love doing Sports Sunday with him most weekends here, and he's gearing up for CBS's biggest time of the year.
Why you wear that shirt though?
Well, we know why he wore the shirt, but no, it's fine. Let my man live. It was a stupid little UConn T-shirt. It's his time of year. The NCAA tournament is underway, so we'll get to that and what your guys' coverage is going to look like for that. But the last time we saw you, Sunday night, we were talking Kings basketball. Little bit of doom, little bit of gloom. We knew what was ahead. It was this brutal 7-game homestand, Jake, and the Kings, they've started out 2-0 so far with that big win last night against Cleveland.
That win last night shocked me, quite honestly, because the game came out the feeling heading into the game last night was doom and destruction. If they lose this game, so be it. And how much are they going to lose by? And the way they started that game as well last night was ugly, just not on the basis of the missed shots, but the shot selection and how the offense truly wasn't flowing in that first quarter at all. Felt like it was a lot of isolation ball. I'm sitting here this is not what Kings basketball is. It's free flowing, it's fast paced. The ball has electricity in it. Wasn't that to start the game? And then they started to cook a little bit. Malik Monk took off in that second quarter. Same thing with DeMar. But the guy we were just talking about, the energy man last night is Devin Carter. Usually that's a Jake LaRavia role, who was out last night as well, but Carter was just fantastic off the bench. Was able to show off his range, but I just specifically loved his defense. He looked like Keon Ellis for a little bit, like the Keon we saw 2 years ago, that you saw the glimpse of yeah, he can be a good defender. He does have natural instincts on where the ball is going to go. But the big thing last night is they do it without Levine, who was seen post game, by the way, in the locker room. And I think he's expected to play tonight. He's off the injury report. But to do it without him and to do it without Sabonis last night against the best team in the Eastern Conference with the best record in the NBA, how are they doing this? What team's going to show up each night? Is it going to be the one that beat the Celtics and the Cavs this year? Or is it going to be the one that gets blown out by 20 by the Suns? That's the frustrating part right now.
Well, Jake, I would say, and I talked about this earlier, I would say what we saw last week from this team, what we saw in that Phoenix game, because I'm with Dame, the Knicks game is a little unfair to group in with that last week because there were circumstances to that. But what we saw last week, I think that's the outlier. I think that's the anomaly. I think what we've seen for this team for the last month and a half is what we saw in the last 2 games. And that doesn't always mean you're going to win, right? But I just ask people to do the exercise. How many times since Doug Christie has taken over as coach, now we're looking at like probably 2.5 months. How many times have we seen games like Phoenix? Not often. We usually see games like we saw last night and on Monday. Like I said, doesn't have to be a win, but the commitment to competing has been there damn near since day one of the Doug Christie era. And I think that's who this team is. I think we can almost take it to the bank. That's who's going to show up. Doesn't mean they're going to win once again, but I think that's who they are. What you think?
I think so too. I think at the same point, though, is like you can't have these outliers, though, when it comes to a 7-game series in the NBA playoffs, even if you're playing in the playing game. Like, man, like you can't have 2 bad games in the playing game. Your season's done. So that's why it's like that's the frustrating part of the consistency is like you want to know what team's going to show up based off of what the opponent is each night. You shouldn't have to get up on certain games and other games not. Like, you're right, though, Casey, when I say, like, you know, when they play hard, when they play well, you can have a loss like Denver and say, okay, that's a loss I'm okay with because they were in it and they barely lost it at the end, and so be it, all right? That was a really well-fought game. But the effort, though, when you see like a Suns game, that's what's the question mark of like, when are you going to get that ever? Or are these guys going to play hard like they did last night? That's where I kind of push back with you on that because I think you just don't know what team. Like, what's going to make you guys know that they're going to show up this way each night? That's the question that I think everyone's asking right now.
Agree, but I'll push back a little bit on your pushback because that was one game. Like the Warriors just lost convincingly to a Nuggets team with nobody out there, but we still look at the Warriors as they're playing good basketball. Like I think you're allowed 1 or 2 of those because we're dealing with humans, not robots. You know what I mean? Like it's going to happen. But out of the 37 games they've played under Doug Christie, you can count on one hand how many times they've showed up like that. And that's why I say that was the outlier.
You know, the great thing about it is they can do it again tonight against the Bulls, and then you can just be like, Jake, I know what I'm talking about here. I don't know. I think this homestand is key, guys. You know that. Like, if they don't figure out their stuff against the Bulls, and then like that Monday, Tuesday, back-to-back next week is just whoever came up with that is not a good person.
The devil.
Yes, literally, straight up. Am I wrong on that? Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Jake did bring up an unfortunate truth, though. Kings are favored tonight.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the Kings are favored tonight. Chicago.
The return of Kevin Huerter. Get ready for Red Velvet. All right.
As Damian would say, who?
Well, no, I didn't say. No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened.
Tonight,
no.
Right? Someone probably got a pregame, you know, and that's what's going to happen.
That's not what happened. We were talking about something, and I don't recall what, but it wasn't related to Chicago. And then Kenny said, well, Red Velvet's here.
About the Red Rooster, Terry
Taylor. Oh, the Red Rooster. Yeah. That's what it was. And then Kenny says, well, Red Velvet is back tomorrow. I was like, who? Like, I don't get it. And then it's like, oh, Red Velvet, Chicago. You talking about something else. I wasn't trying to.
But he is back. He's in the city right now, man. Kevin Huerter's back.
Hey, salute.
Do they boo him or
no, there's no
reason. Conversation about that today.
Guys. Didn't do anything.
They boo him or cheering him.
That's funny. We have not thought about that once. I don't think.
This is going to. He's going to get a smattering of applause for sure, and then he's just. And I'm so sorry. I'm very sorry. He's going to get hit with a level of indifference, unless it's a tight game in the fourth quarter. And he just becomes a jerk.
Well, that's always on the table, not for him, but just any NBA player. Like they may have some things to say if they hit some shots.
Yeah.
In the tribute video, guys, how many angles of the Jazz game winner is shown?
He doesn't get a tribute video.
Oh, doesn't get one?
No, I don't even know if you put one on Instagram on your stories.
No,
that's
you,
unfortunate.
you didn't just put on the stories. Hi, Kevin, walking into the arena. Like, we do that. Like, Kevin's our guy and all, but like, we don't got to do all that. If we're being honest, we're still paying off Kevin Herter.
Well, this is true.
Get through this damn trade parameters with Atlanta.
That's a fact.
Kevin Herter's on his second team since leaving Atlanta, and we're still trying to figure out how to pay for it. Like layaway that we couldn't afford. Man, but the point was, you got to follow this up with you got to, like, Chicago is an under 500 team, playing or not. Chicago is an under 500 team. You got to, it's the only game on this whole homestand where you're like,
there's two.
What's the other one?
Portland.
Oh, that's the seventh game?
That's the final.
That's fine.
Okay, but to your point,
that's fine.
This one in Portland are the ones that you were like, yo, you have to have.
Those are the ones that people were saying they might go 2-5.
Right. You have to have these. Yeah.
I think, guys, if you look at it, I think Levine gets up and does his thing tonight. Like, didn't play last night. I think this is a game that he carries the team on offense. I think the Valanciunas-Vucevic matchup tonight, I think that's a subtle undertone I'd watch tonight. Jonas didn't play a lot last night. They played a lot of small ball in that fourth quarter last night. Like, I like that matchup. I think that's going to be really, really interesting. It's also interesting because, like, when Domas guards Vucevic, it's a much different style than Jonas. Like, Jonas kind of does a little more bully ball than Domas, because Domas is a little more finesse. But what does that affect on Vucevic? Like, how does that affect his style? I don't know. I think that's going to be a subtle tone. I'm also intrigued. Who does Keegan Murray get guard tonight? That's the other thing. That's going to be the best offensive player. Who do they value as the best offensive player other than Vucevic? Like, that's
guard.
Interesting. Right.
He's gonna guard, and forgive me for forgetting my man's name, but how you say his name, bro? Zakis. They saying he in Chicago. They say he Cooper Flag. He is a good ball player. Like, he can play. But like, I remember Stacey King was like, "Yeah, y'all talking about tank for Cooper? We got Cooper right here." Okay. He can hoop though.
Okay, Stacey.
He can hoop. I don't know what he's gonna be, but he can hoop. He was in the dunk contest.
All I know is this: if they can win again tonight, it's
big.
It's big. You're close. You're closer to that getting that 8 seed again than before. I hate to throw that out there, but that's still a possibility. People don't count the team
until it's gone. It's there.
That man had 5 points last night.
Well, I got him on my prize picks.
Cooper Flag had 5 points last. Your Cooper Flag guy had 5 points?
He's not mine. I'm saying that's what they say. Okay. And I've seen him play. He can play.
Jake said something a second ago. Made me check the injury report. Zach LaVine's not on it.
No,
of course he wasn't yesterday either.
True. Jake had the video though of Zach pulling up into the locker room.
Okay.
Shout out Jake, man. So what happened with that? He just kind of dapped people up and then walked out.
I'll be dead honest with you. I think he pulled up and said was good to Jay Crowder, said was good to Malik, and then dipped out for 30 seconds. And you can hear it in the video. He says, like, Malik's like, "You good?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm good." So
that was today?
That was last night. That's in the video last night. That was post game last night. Okay. So he was there by the end of the game, which was like 10 o'clock. Like, it was really interesting. We got out mad early last night, so I think that was like 10 o'clock last night, about maybe 9:50. So
I would say to play it, but I was listening to it, and when Zach walks in, and I think it might have been Crowder or somebody. Zach walks in, and somebody goes, "Hey, look who the bleep it is!" That's almost can't play that on.
Can't play that on, man.
Hey, shout out Jake's competitor on the other station. Matt had the video of like his video, not the NBC of Doug and Gucci. Oh, this is a great video because Doug is kind of partly blocked by the Brazilian blur.
Leandro Barbosa.
Leandro Barbosa. Yeah. So all you see is Gucci doing all of these hands motions, like almost like Doug, please. Doug.
So you gonna let me talk?
Doug, I'm telling you, please.
Oh, man.
Jake, what do these next couple weeks look like for you guys?
Bro, it's best time of year. You know what it is. March Madness. The madness starts today. It's awesome. You know, every game, that's going to happens today. We will show highlights, analysis. Coach Brian Katz is in the building. Can you believe, dude, this dude's been doing it 7 years. I got a photo from his wife this morning at 9 a.m. This dude locked in, all right? Like, I mean, like, Lululemon pants, hat, notebook, coffee. Like, Brian Katz is just ready to roll. I love this dude. He's the definition of March Madness. He'll break down all the analysis and everything today. A couple great games. Hey, if you're not watching, Auburn is now up double digits over Alabama State. That was close in that first half. You have other big games tonight. I think Gonzaga, Georgia. I'm looking at that UC San Diego, Michigan game. A lot of upsets there. But it's going to be March Madness for the next, month and a half.
Don't get sensitive.
Yeah, no, Jake, you can look at whatever you want. You can look at that game if you want to. I already know what's going to happen.
What?
All right, we handling business.
Really?
Go Blue.
We didn't go to Michigan. Why do you keep saying we?
That's my boys. What you talking about? We handling business.
I do wonder, though, guys. You guys fill out brackets?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you didn't fill out a women's bracket? Come on.
Look, everybody knows who I'm picking to win on the women's side. Like, come on, man. I don't need to fill out a bracket to say Duke is going to win. It's the same team I've picked for the last 4 years.
Okay. Just remember the name Paige Beckers, because she's going to be out here in a couple months at Golden State as number one pick. Guarantee on that, all right?
Well, they're not going to have the number one.
They're not going to have the number one.
They got like
pick.
the 5th pick or something like that.
Yeah, you're right. They do have the dang it. I thought
they do not give expansion teams the number one pick.
Really? I didn't know that.
No, they do not.
Isn't it like Dallas?
It's normally
who has the number one pick or something?
Was it Dallas? Maybe
Atlanta,
it was.
No, Atlanta.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't Atlanta. WNBA draft order. Where will Jake's little friend play this year? Dallas is number 1. Seattle is number 2. Or is LA? There was a trade?
Yeah, Seattle and Vegas. Or no, LA's number 2. No, LA was number 2. They
traded it to Seattle. Yeah. So there's been some movement. The Valkyries, they have pick number 5.
Okay.
See but what you thinking on the men's side? Like who
now? I'm still big on St. John's. I think St. John's is a great pick. I like Duke and Cooper Flag. I'm intrigued to see what he does tomorrow. It's tomorrow they play. There's a press release that got released earlier that he's good to go.
Wow, good for everyone involved. 1, I didn't think he would. 2, I actually didn't think he'd be capable.
Yeah,
that role was nasty.
Tough. Maybe it scared him a little bit.
Sure.
at the moment. Maybe that was it.
I do wonder if
his reaction looked like pain, not fear.
They did wheel him off, and then he was walking 10 minutes later.
No.
We'll see. Again, Florida State's up there. I don't know. Well, a lot of good other picks, guys. You guys.
I got Florida winning it all, man.
Okay.
We got Florida versus Duke. I think Florida is them or Auburn. Auburn or Duke. I think those are the 3 best teams in.
Auburn's losing the second round. I hate to tell you that. I have 2 brackets, though, by the way.
Auburn's not getting out of the second round, you said?
Yeah. Watch Creighton.
I don't hate that thought.
Watch Creighton.
I was a little surprised by Auburn being the number 1 team in the country. The number 1 overall seed, meaning
they were playing well late.
Again, I'm not, Seth Greenberg over here. But
D'Lo Greenberg.
Yeah, it was like, oh, for real, Auburn? Okay.
They were the best team all year. I like Tennessee too.
Yes.
I like Tennessee. So I think they're in the same bracket as Houston, who I like as well. But I got Houston. I'm probably going to be wrong in some respect because I got all 4 number 1s going. That never happens. So
no. So when Houston,
I probably should have went Tennessee over Houston. Huh?
Who do you have Houston losing to?
I don't. I got them going in the Final Four. They lose to Duke in the Final Four.
Okay.
So I probably, thinking about it now, I probably should have put Tennessee in that bracket. I think Tennessee is really good. But I think it's going to be a good tournament, man. I think it's going to be really good.
There's going to be some upsets, I'll tell you that much, and you'll have all the action on CBS 13 later tonight.
Ain't
And
happening.
then I'll just give shout-outs to my
Mickey.
Huskies throughout the whole entire show. Like that's a great thing. All right.
So what you do? So shout out to your Huskies. Do you talk about your little goofball head coach or no?
No. He's not a goofball. He's the highest paid state employee in the state of Connecticut. So
I mean, you can
my
make a lot
parents'
of
tax
money and
dollars
still
go
be
to
a
that
goofball.
He's not. He's a great goofball. I love him. He's great. All right. He's a
As your
Jersey
boy,
guy. He's
your
Jersey.
boy used to say, "Get some facts and then come talk to me." Now, home. Get
He's
some
the best
facts
coach
and
in
then
the
come
country.
talk.
He's the best coach in the country, as he told that referee.
You know. Well, yeah,
He did tell him
this
that.
guy. Yo, this guy.
I don't even know how mad at him I am for that.
You can't be. All right. That's the best part. All right. That's what makes Dan Hurley straight up. Can't.
I
be
wanted to pick Oklahoma to beat him, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
Mm.
I like Oklahoma. I like Friars, man. He's a bad boy. He's a bad boy. That young boy can go.
So speaking of friends of the program, the little Fox 40 Sean Cunningham, I have an open bet with UConn and Oklahoma in that first round. So
Does he just not like UConn, or does he believe in Oklahoma?
he believes in Oklahoma. I said, all right, well, let's rock with it, my guy. I have no problem.
Be a good game.
Sean's a Tar Heel, right? He's a North Carolina guy, not a. No, he's a Duke guy.
He's a Duke guy. I'm pretty.
Yeah,
confident.
he's a Duke guy. He's not a North Carolina. He probably is gonna hit me with something for saying that. Sorry, Sean.
I like
he's a Duke guy.
Duke's gonna be good. UNC also played well. That first game.
I got them beating Ole Miss.
I really thought that was a stupid conversation.
You think so?
It's North Carolina. Like I mean, one, it's not like you had to stretch that far to get them into the tournament.
Right.
Like I thought the explanation that the committee provided was perfectly plausible. But this whole, oh no, the bracket said this, the bracketology, and all of these people said this. Cool. You're not in charge. Here's what they decided. And North Carolina had an opportunity. By the way, they won. Yeah, like
San Diego State.
Okay, so I think everybody did fine.
Well, that's why they quieted the crowd. It shut everything down. No one's gonna talk about it.
Silly man.
I got them winning. I got them beating Ole Miss.
Same with me.
Ole Miss is a good team.
I like Xavier. I told our boy Tone Xavier over Illinois. He said, "I'm not friends with you until after that game." Love Big Tone though. Big Tone's the best.
He is.
The sad part is I still have the bracket pulled up that I meant to fill out last night.
Come on.
No, it's right here. I was like, I got to pull up a bracket. It's like, what's CBS for? Oh, it's right there. Literally right there. Just didn't fill it out. You said your bracket's messed up. What happened?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I had High Point winning.
Oh, okay.
Come on,
man.
Purdue was gonna handle that one.
No, I look at the 3-point percentage. High Point had a good 3-point percentage. They just got out rebounded by Purdue. They had bully ball to that.
Jake, who was it last year that I came on and said they were making the Sweet 16 and they lost
by
like
McNeese State? McNeese State, buddy. All right.
They lost by 40 in the first game.
Yeah, I mean, I look actually funny. You mentioned that. That literally came up on my memories on my memory thing yesterday. I was like, yeah, that's Kenny with a bad take right there. I shouldn't say that.
Mark it down. They're going to beat Kansas and Gonzaga. McNeese State in the Sweet 16. Got blasted in the
they get bounced in the first round by like 15, and it's like,
by 16 right now over Clemson though.
Oh my goodness!
Are you on tonight?
No, I'm not on till next Thursday.
I would say so. Kenny's making a fun special appearance next Thursday. We're gonna bring him in off the bench, 6-man roll. It's gonna be fantastic. You know, Kenny. You know, I do have something up my sleeve with this. Can I tease the viewers?
Absolutely.
All right. I there's some video that was moving around Instagram of KC pulling up in the local YMCA. We'll ask for some good breakdowns of what we're working on and how the game tape's looking.
I got you. I'll be ready for whatever. I got you.
Are you going to tune into that game?
I'm tuning in for that. I'm tuning in for that.
I'm ready for whatever, man. Ready for whatever.
And will Coach Katz be there too?
No, Coach Schatz is going to break down the breakdown afterwards.
Okay. That's all I need.
No,
that's all I need.
Break down the breakdown of it. Of course,
that's all I need.
Hey, can I have a quick special appearance? We're going to pull a Devontae Adams, Aaron Rodgers real quick.
What? Oh, wait, what?
What's up, B?
What up, big dog?
Brandon Benitez, man. So you guys are there. You guys are there like all night, huh? You guys are there for what, the next? Yeah, you guys got a long day today. You guys got a long couple weeks.
But this is so much fun.
I got the cold brew going for the next to get me going for the next 9 hours.
There you go.
There we go.
There you go. Okay.
Best day of the year, dude. Come on now. All right. Get to watch basketball.
No, we got 4 games on in front of us. Yeah, man. This
will never die.
It's a great day.
As long as they
never die. And like the argument on should we have more teams? Here's what I say. Don't make this ridiculous, but at the same time, like, tell me when this gets old. Like, there ain't blowouts, all right? Every game's good, all right?
You could do this on Tuesday and it'd be okay. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to add more teams, like put a day like this on Tuesday where in West Coast it's 9 a.m. to 11, and you could add 8 more teams and do that. Like, it'd be great. It'd be okay.
Fun fact, this is the PTO for most Americans. Most Americans put in these 2 days to watch them Thursday and Friday. Sick calls as well.
Do that. Yeah.
Jake, we appreciate you. Go anybody but UConn.
Boomer Sooner.
I'm literally the ultimate hater. I will root for whoever UConn is playing on a game-to-game basis. I will root for. Not even so much that I dislike UConn that much. I really don't. I just hate that they won and you got to gloat, so I have to root against them.
Back to back, too. We got the shirt back to back. Oh, man.
UCONN, UConn. Have a great day, fellas. We love you so much, okay?
Love you, buddy. Thanks, Jake.
Take care, man.
Between this goddamn UConn chant and you and Dr. Flo singing the Michigan fight song, I'm gonna go vomit in front of whoever these artists are out here playing the drums.
Have your man Reggie pull up on her. I tell Reggie all the time. Reggie's like, man, I was about to call you the other day. You was talking crazy.
Man, Reggie don't never call. Reggie
pull up.
Reggie been saying he gonna call my show for 20 years. Ain't never once called. Reggie used to keep my ass safe out of sidelines. This man ain't never called. We'll come back, man. We'll shift our attention back to the Kings. It really is fun having these games on, though, as the tournament is underway. It is a
damn. I need a good one soon, though.
Well, I don't mind. I don't mind having bad ones while the game's going on because we know we're easily distracted.
Well,
D'Lo and Casey, we're essentially toddlers. Like we can't keep our attention that long. Yeah, like if there's a close game, you could best believe whatever we're talking about is going to stop, and we're going to focus on the game. But we'll shift our attention back to the NBA. We'll shift it back to the Kings. Will Z's going to join us at the top of the hour. And I want to say I told you so. I think I can. I feel comfortable in saying I told you so. And I will. When D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm going to take you home with me. I wonder if KSFM is ever going to get a performance in there.
Don't hold your breath.
Who did we have?
You guys had someone,
the white dude.
Marky Basie.
Marky Basie, that's who it was.
Who is coming back to Sacramento.
Oh, there's our next performance.
Didn't wasn't they talking G-Eazy?
It was
because he's coming to Sacramento.
Talk of a lie. Oh, what are we doing today? We're gonna do Bruno today, I think. 420.
Well, that's good. Yeah, John Bull. Come on, man. Let's make it happen.
Oh, we could do that. Let's see. Do Finesse with Cardi.
I love that song. Drop top Porsche.
Yeah, let's do that then. Finesse.
Strap tap pause. Rolling on my wrist.
We'll do the keyword right after that. I think we got 2 weeks of Bruno.
Okay.
We got 2 weeks of Bruno, and then I think we got a KSFM.com contest for Kendrick and SZA in LA.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Straight stuff. Can't tell me nothing bossed up, and I'd have changed the game.
That's a good callback. I almost forgot that. It took me a minute to realize what Zabo was talking about, and it was like, oh yeah, that was supposed to be a thing.
I know. I thought you, I was like, did he mean 2000? Like, what's the joke?
No,
yeah, but
Big
now
Sean was
that you
supposed
bring
to
it
be on
up,
the
yeah.
1000 show.
Why don't you bring that up? What if we get him and E40 for 2000?
Jesus.
We'll get him, E40, and Brian Scalabrine for show 2000.
Did you see Scal was out playing basketball against the what's his name, the Messiah? There's a New York street ball guy that's probably, I would guess, about 50, and he's always schooling these guys. And Scal is on West 4th Street, and Scal went and played him like maybe a week ago.
Who won?
I think Scal won. The game was actually hilarious because the Messiah was fouling the crap out of Scal. It's actually kind of a funny clip. He was fouling the mess out of Scal.
Scal's probably a cool guy, but he talks like he was MJ when he's on the Celtics games.
Yeah, it's like, settle down, Scal. And Scal was skilled. He was a good ball player. I remember seeing him at USC. He could play, but
yeah, he played a role.
Settle down, sir.
I wonder if we could get Sac State's Jason Ross on for episode number 1140 tomorrow.
Why not?
I should call there.
Wait, tomorrow's. I thought you said it was 10:39 is where we're at.
No, bro,
It's
we're at 11:30. Tomorrow is episode 1140.
One, I can't believe we've been doing this for that long.
I wonder.
Maybe we get WCW to join the show with a voice change.
That's what I was going to say.
We're going to do the Joe Davidson voice change.
I wonder if we hit up their program director. I've never met him before. They speak highly of him and do like the talent swap.
Yeah.
Where it's like, look, D-Lo and KC, they'll appear on Carmichael Dave's show one time.
This is like trying to get Sting to do Lex Luger's Hall of Fame speech.
Right. Exactly. But I want Jason Ross and Christopher Ladd on our show tomorrow. Just a quick little talent swap.
Hey, that would be crazy.
Chris, if you're listening, like, can we do that? Do you think your guy would do this?
Oh man, that would be crazy. That's like you said, the wrestling analogy. But did you see the clip when, I think I've talked about it on here, when Uncle Phil was on Family Matters?
Yeah. See, I told you. What'd he say? See, I told you. He looks like the uncle on Fresh Prince.
Yeah.
And then James Avery comes walking in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
I'm just D-Lo walking into the 1140 studio.
It's funny. This is like the one time Chris isn't listening, so he's not hearing any of this. He would have texted us by now. Maybe we.
Some funny stuff.
Jason Ross just pulling up. I don't understand why we can't have Jason on the show.
I don't either. He's
on the station.
Sacramento State's Jason Ross.
On the station.
Simple as that. Oh, by the way, that reminds me. Did you fill out the survey for Sac State's new stadium?
I did not.
They want to hear from us.
D-Lo and KC?
Well,
or all of us?
All of us. Well, no, let's just say D-Lo and KC.
Okay.
That sounds better.
Yeah, it's terrible that it took you that long to compute that. But no, it's fine.
Yeah,
I didn't.
I got one question for you.
Okay.
So let me ask the question of what you would want.
Okay.
What matters most to you? Give me the top two. A multi-use design, variety of seating options. I think this might be you. Premium climate control lounge spaces.
Oh, with wine and popcorn.
Okay.
What? I'm trying to help you out. What?
Social spaces.
This is a football stadium we're talking about, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Views of the field from the concourse.
I like that.
Modern restrooms.
Hey, modern restrooms, please.
Can someone...
What's the two most important things?
What's a modern restroom?
Not what they have now.
Yeah, they got porta potties.
Yeah. You go into the little industrial...
Sac State doesn't have a porta potty?
Hey.
Sac State has a bathroom underneath the stands.
It's like a storage container with a toilet in it.
I think I've only gone to the... I've never used the bathroom at Sac State.
It's just like a portable bathroom. It's not a porta potty, but it's like literally like...
It's not a bathroom.
I don't think this is true.
It's not a modern bathroom.
Yeah.
We'll say that.
Okay.
At least when I went.
Okay, since we can't determine what that means, let's just sign up for that.
Yeah, modern bathroom up there.
Let's sign up for the modern bathroom.
I don't need to use the bathroom at the game. I've gone this long.
Steven says, "What do we need, a bidet? What? What is this? Heated toilet seats?"
I think I want social spaces. I'm gonna give you three: social spaces, variety seating options, in the premium climate controlled lounge spaces.
Okay, wait a minute.
Those are the three most
Kenny,
important.
What is a social space?
It's like what they have now, where we watch
like the Sky River. Okay, I want that. Wouldn't hurt if it had like a real roof on it.
Well, we'll see. Okay, this don't have a roof, so you're out there.
The new social space don't have a roof.
No,
so it's literally the tent.
Look,
wherever they have those sliders, wine, and popcorn I need that. So if that's a social space, I need that.
That's what I said.
But you said it differently. Y'all be sleeping on wine and popcorn. That's fine. Y'all can make fun of me.
I mean, hey man,
little cab.
Hove said it best.
What was Hove
said it best. I ain't gonna repeat it, but what you eat don't make me.
Okay, I don't think that's what Hove meant when he said that, but I hear you.
Well, essentially, that's what he meant. But yeah, So, but yeah,
I'm trying to give a wine recommendation, but I can't remember.
Look, I just put in the group, so maybe the visuals will help you. This is what was on there, and they just rank them right. So, like I said, mine are the social spaces, variety of seating options, and premium climate control lounge spaces. Give me that at the new Hornet Field.
Okay. Variety of seating options, I don't know we're gonna have a concert there?
Maybe.
Premium climate controlled lounge spaces. I don't hate that. I do like the ideas of views of the field from the concourse. That's Golden One Center vibes. I like
that's
that.
A good look. That's a good look.
I like that.
We don't need to run into.
I mean, variety of seating options sounds nice.
Yeah, right. We don't need this to be the Chase Center.
Group spaces is kind of underrated too.
What is that, like suites?
Kind of, yeah.
I like the social spaces and the
social spaces,
the lounge spaces. I like that.
Like expand and make what they already have greater. Because I like that. I love going to the games and getting over there in the end zone. I think that's the Sky River end zone.
This is a serious question. Yeah. Are the Republic still getting a stadium or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got people in there getting it done.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because I saw the multi-use design here for Sac State, but the Republic's got theirs. Then I don't think you need multi-use.
No, just build a dope ass football stadium.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's do that. I mean, track and stuff has to happen there too, I'm sure.
Well, track's getting a new thing. They're taking the track out.
Oh, they're getting a new one too.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
They're taking the track out of Hornet Field.
Okay.
So with that, it'll be more like the picture with the variety of seating options, closer to the field and everything.
By the way, for all you haters, I had a red wine called Chaos Theory last night.
Ooh.
Brown Estate Chaos Theory. Fire.
La Dilo.
Fire. No popcorn yesterday. But that chaos.
What's it called?
theory is
Chaos?
fire. Chaos theory.
Chaos theory. Let
Fire.
D-Lo.
It's fire.
You guys
That's
love
my
your
new
wine.
bag. Yeah, that's my new
Wine
bag.
and popcorn isn't bad. It's just I can't get me some wine and popcorn and sit in the nosebleeds. That's all it is.
No, you
Vantage.
could get you some wine and popcorn and be in the Sky River.
That's what I'm saying. That's
Touchdown.
where
Yeah,
you get
coming,
it.
you
That's where
coming
you
to
get
the
it.
games with us next year?
You realize the show is brought to you by Sky River Casino.
I know. I'm just saying.
Well, it was until about an hour ago.
Yeah. Are we even on the air right now?
Yeah, when old Kenny just had to show us his video.
I'll go to the games.
All right, we'll pull up.
Yeah, pull up, man. Come on, man.
I'm going. I seriously might be at every home game this year. I'm going to see Coach.
Oh, for sure. For sure. That's man.
I got a Cowboy
all
hat
right,
too.
let's
I'll
just
wear
be
it with
clear.
you
That's
guys.
probably a bit of a stretch. I won't be at every game, but I'm gonna be at a lot of games.
We all showing up in our cowboy hats or what?
I think we should do it.
I'm
Well, let's just be
for sure.
okay. Hats. I don't know if we need to call them cowboy hats.
That's
but
what
we'll
they are
show up
now.
in hats.
I'm gonna be wearing the cowboy.
Yeah,
hats.
that's what they are.
Coach be wearing the cowboy hats. I'm wearing the cowboy hats. Like he don't wear a fedora like a.
It's not a
flatbread.
fedora. I know it's not a fedora.
Yeah, I'm rocking them. Yeah, that's the vibe out here now. That's what he's created. So that's what we do. We go to the game in our cowboy hats.
It'll be like a thing for Sac State. All the fans show up in cowboy hats.
We could go to your Kenny spot in Folsom and get we can get special Sac State cowboy with we can get like the green wrap around it or something, maybe a little green feather or something.
Talking?
I saw the website.
Yeah. So we'll be at the Mercyhurst game. That's the home opener. Central Arkansas the next week. They got 3 straight home games. You going 3 straight games?
I'll go to 3 straight games.
Okay. Just checking.
Wait, well, as long as it don't rain that day.
It's in September. We
got our hats.
True.
Well, the kind of hat I'm looking for, I don't know if I want it to get wet.
The Causeway's in Davis. We gonna go to Davis? Represent?
I'll go to Davis.
Do they have a Sky River touchdown zone?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, we're sitting in the student
Do
section.
they have
that
wine,
day.
popcorn, and sliders?
I don't think so.
Then I don't think so.
We might be able to get a field pass. We'd be like Michael.
Why
Irvin.
are you so obsessed with the field? I don't like being on the field at a football
that's
game.
fire.
I do not like that.
That is fire.
Yo, how long were we down there? It was like last year or the year before.
The year before we were down there a long time.
It is too violent. I do not want to hear them brothers hitting each other like that.
The field pass was fire.
We're gonna get Dame kicking a field goal at halftime this year.
No, we're not. Why would we do that?
I like that.
No, we're not.
Most of the
25 yarder.
relationship.
25 yarder.
I'm not kicking it. No.
Now introducing Damian Bowling.
Well, truth be told, anything would be better than what they have us do when we try to do commentary on the game.
We almost got ran over.
We've almost got run over twice. But what was even tougher is it would be like this. Yeah, Sac State up 24-25. What a great end of the first half. And then like seconds later, yeah, Sac State up 25.
They had you guys with the Lou Gehrig speakers.
Oh, it was brutal. It's like, okay. And you're sitting there just the whole time like, tune it out, tune it out, tune it out. Just ignore hearing yourself talk back. And you wonder why, how come no one's reacting to us? It's because they actually haven't heard what you've said yet.
So help me with this because I don't really know how that goes. Like Mary J. Blige, the things they have in their ears, it's to block that out.
No, the things they have
wanna
in her ears is to hear her and the music.
So she can't. So if those aren't in there, she can't really hear the music.
You can hear the music from the band,
Gotcha.
not from the
Oh,
control.
She wants to hear it from the control.
She wants to hear it from the control, and then she could hear herself back.
Gotcha. I never knew why that was an issue.
And they're separate channels, so that's why I think Mary was like, "Can you turn me up a little bit?" She's saying, "Turn me, my vocals up a little bit."
So when that's off, is it just like distracting, or because like is the band and the mic, is it a little different?
If
or
it's
something
not
like that?
the exact way you want it, if your voice is too high and the music is too low, you can overpower, like it's going in your ear. That's all you hear. You can't hear the blend of the two. Or if the music is too loud and your voice isn't loud enough, you don't know if you're singing loud enough or if you're being drowned out by, Bobby the drummer.
I know Bobby the drummer.
That's why I shouted him out.
You know Bobby the drummer?
Bobby? Yeah, no, Bobby.
You know what Bobby did? I forgot who he did work with. But Bobby the drummer he did some work with some people out here.
Yeah,
I think
Bobby that did the work. I know.
Everyone knows
I
Bobby
think
the drummer.
I think if I found out what his last name, I think you know who Bobby is. I'm gonna find out.
I feel like we've spent way too much time talking about Bobby, to be honest with you. But our man Will Z is here.
What's up, you guys?
Hold on, Will. On, Will. Hang on, Will. I just wanted to point this out since Kenny jumped the rundown a little bit. Don't think I've forgotten about what I'm going to say. I told you so about.
Yeah, you keep saying
I
that.
need to know.
I got you. No, I got you. It's on the way.
I'm
We'll see.
ready.
We'll see.
I
We'll
have
see.
not
You've done this
forgotten.
before, and it's like,
All right. We bring in Will Z of SI. He is a national media writer. He once started as just a guy with us. Now he writes for the national media. What were you going to say, Will?
I don't know. I feel low today.
Well,
like
I wasn't
in
gonna say it.
comparison
I
to
was
you
gonna
guys.
let it rock, but
I changed my computer, my desk setup a little, and it's I don't know. I just feel off.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's all right.
just
Like,
move the
yeah,
camera
that's
a
the
little
great
bit.
thing about the camera. You can adjust it. Like Kenny and I always try to match our heights a little bit. And you know, sometimes it's the chair, sometimes it's the camera. A little like Kyle goes with a little different setup than I do. So you'll find it. It's vibes. And then the way we bring you in on the screen has an effect on it too. So don't worry too much about that, man. We got you. Man, 2-0 to start this homestand, Will. And I know you were particularly happy with the stat from last night's game.
Yeah, so I wrote an article, I think 2 days ago, about the Kings and their assist number. Like 28 assists for them is the magic number. Their record since Zach LaVine made his Kings debut, when they have 28 or more assists, 8-1. So like that, and it's a clear line in the sand, like 28, 8-1. I don't remember off the top of my head what they are when they don't hit 28, but it's like 2-8 or something like that. Like they either win when they get more or they lose and they don't, with a few anomalies. So there's something about this team where it's so important for them to get those assists. And I think we've seen it just multiple times now. When their defense is on, it helps their offense so much. And when their defense is not, they just completely collapse. Like, I don't remember there being a team like this where we either kind of get all or nothing.
So one of the things with that, though, Will, is, and like I said, this is the theme of the day for me. We don't get nothing very often. Like, I think the way people think about this team is it's like super feast or famine. Like, we don't know what we're getting. I think we actually do. Like, they come to compete more times than not. That doesn't mean they're going to win those games, like I continue to say. But once again, I can count on one hand in the 37 games that Doug Christie has coached that they haven't come to compete. Like, they play hard. They get after it. They give themselves an opportunity to win most nights. It's usually something here or there that doesn't go right. Maybe it's the assist or, free throw shooting or whatever on that night. But I think we have a pretty good idea of what this team is and how they come to play every night.
Yeah. Do you think it's just bad timing with the back-to-back-to-back blowout losses that kind of got people feeling so down about the team?
Bad timing. The fact that it was the last thing we saw it for a week straight. So people were down on that. And that's just usually how things go, right? Especially with this particular team. Like, this franchise, this team, obviously this front office, they never seem to get the benefit of the doubt from the general public. So when things go bad, it's "see, I told you so." After they weren't really able to say "see, I told you so" for like 2 weeks. But when it went bad, "see, I told you so." And that's just the story of this group. And they've made their own bed. Sometimes they deserve that. But I think it goes to this particular group this year doesn't get the benefit of the doubt when things go wrong.
Yeah, because really, I mean, we're looking at the 3 blowout losses and then the 1 Warriors right after the All-Star break. And even the overtime loss to the Pelicans right before the break, like, they played fine. They just lost. And that's like a, what is it, 15 game stretch or so, 14, something like that. Like, it's a substantial amount of games to have only 4 kind of poor performances.
Yeah.
This is a bit of an unfair question, but I'm going to ask for one, and we'll make sure we cover everybody. Who stood out the most to you last night?
I think it was Devin Carter, just because it was the most surprising. And I don't know if he had the most impact in the game, but definitely the most I didn't see that coming type game. And I might change my answer, or throw in a caveat. Doug Christie leaving Devin Carter in the final stretch. So last night were Carter's first ever NBA clutch time minutes. He hadn't recorded a single second before last night. And for him to play the entire way down the stretch, I thought was so gutsy by Doug to leave him in. Like, there was such a clear opportunity to bring Keon Ellis back in after Carter committed the foul on Donovan Mitchell for 3 free throws. There was 2.5 minutes left or so, give or take. Could have easily gone back to Keon, said, Carter, you did great. You gave us a lot. Let's go back to our normal or close to our normal closing lineup. But he stuck with it. And I really liked the way that lineup to close the game was balanced. With Carter, he wasn't in there to score in the final few minutes. It was very clear what the plan was for DeRozan or Monk, one of those two, to take the shots, and everyone else just go out and play defense and rebound. And I thought they executed it really to perfection.
Yeah, it was a heck of a way to close that game. Like you mentioned earlier, Dame, it felt like if you messed up on one possession, the whole game would be done. It felt like the way for the last 3 minutes. And they executed pretty much every single time down, man. So that was great to see. Okay, we'll go to that. Who else stood out to you in that game last night? Was there anybody else that stood out to you in the game?
Yeah, I really liked Keegan's aggressiveness just from the jump. He came out, took a really deep 3 in the first quarter. No one on the team was making much of anything, but to see him go out and take those types of shots, he finished the night with 11 field goal attempts, which I think is right around his season average or maybe a little over. But just liked his aggressiveness. And when someone like Levine is out, you need someone to go out and just shoot the ball. And we've seen Keegan go. Sometimes he'll do that. Sometimes he doesn't. Usually it's not much in between. So for him to come out so early in the game and to have that mindset is really intriguing to me as we get to the end of the season. And it also just his post-game comments. He seems a little looser, where he was talking about Carter, and he just feels like he's still his stoic self, but not quite as much as we've seen in the past. And it feels like that's kind of both happening on and off the court.
It was I think one thing that makes last night's win, it's a lot like the Celtics one. We point to that Celtics win, that they were able to do that without De'Aaron Fox. To be able to win, I don't think it's crazy that it did not a shot, but I don't think it's crazy for the Sacramento Kings to win a game without Domantas Sabonis. I think you have a really good, backup in Jonas Valanciunas. I think Trey Lyles adds a lot of different dynamics to the team. I think what really made last night's game impressive was that you seemingly lost Zach LaVine and Jake LaRavia, kind of close to the last minute. And you were able to make adjustments, and guys were able to step up in those moments. The Trey Lyles, the Devin Carters, and those are all great stories. We could talk about Doug Christie and all of that. But Will, we started the show making sure we pointed it out. It was basket for basket, for basket for basket, for basket for basket in the final few minutes. And that was DeMar DeRozan and Malik Monk. They're not the sexy brand new story that Devin Carter is. It's not the, hey, way to go, Trey Lyles thing. Those are your reliable guys right there. And those two came came through and absolutely cashed in the fourth quarter when the Kings needed it.
Yeah, and it was nice, just simple offense too. Like they knew exactly what they were doing. I'm pulling up the last 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 field goal attempts for DeRozan. He was 3 of 5, 2 for Monk, 1 of 2. Surprisingly, Carter had 2 as well, 1 of 2. But to go up against someone like Donovan Mitchell and Evan Mobley, like I love Donovan Mitchell. He's probably my favorite non-Kings player in the league. Like I just love his game. I think he's so fun to watch. And to go up against him shot for shot is so impressive. And it's just, it feels like we're not, the way the Kings team is, DeRozan feels a little forgotten again in terms of storylines and headlines. And Levine is getting a lot of talk. Carter's getting a lot of talk today, like you said. But at the end of the day, it's DeRozan who's going out there and scoring a game high 27 and hitting all the shots at the end.
I talked about it earlier. It seems like you only talk about him when he misses the shots.
Yeah.
And they want to say that's the problem or that's the reason why they lost, which is unfair to me. But if you look at his numbers, if you look at what he's done this year, he's been excellent for the Kings. Excellent for the Kings. And he's having a fantastic season. And to a certain degree, they're here. You know, it's not the best situation, but you've got an opportunity to get into the playoffs. Man, combined with him being able to be healthy and play all these games, I'd hate to see where they'd be at without a DeMar DeRozan this year. They'd be down there with the Pelicans probably, I think. He's been great this year, and I don't think he gets that just due.
Yeah. And I think I'm back to feeling a little more confident about the play-in situation where it's anything can happen in one game. They'll have to do it twice, but like with this team, they have the ability to play perfect for a game. We've seen it 2 games in a row now, but we've also seen them have the ability to go out and lay a total stinker. And it's like, which version are we going to get? I have no idea, but they're going to be in the situation barring extenuating circumstances. And I don't know if there's anything more they can do to change my mind over the last 14 games, but we're kind of in a just get there and see how it shakes out mode. But with the players, it feels like they have the types of players that are made for that. Kenny, you've been saying it all season. Like postseason basketball is a lot of go get a bucket. And we saw last night how important that is and how DeRozan can still do that.
Great stuff, Will. You're one of the few national media members that we can tolerate.
I'm glad you guys still tolerate me.
No, we love you, Will, and we'll be locked in because we're doing it all again tonight.
That's right.
Yeah.
We're doing it all again tonight with the Chicago Bulls. So great stuff, Will. We appreciate you, my friend. We'll talk to you again here very, very soon.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
That's our man, Will Z, right there. SI, I'm sure you are, but if you're not, Will is such a great follow over on Twitter, and then he, all of the articles he does for SI get posted right there too. So make sure you're following our man Will Z over there. So we're gonna come back, and I'm gonna tell you I told you so because I believe I'm vindicated.
Oh,
it's only been 2 games, but I believe I've been vindicated. I'll explain. I'm probably overselling this. It's Stilo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Did I miss Johnny Jennings? I never saw it pop up. I don't think it popped. Yeah, I don't think so either. Okay.
I'm going to take you home with me.
Now that song's stuck in your head. You're singing it wrong.
Man, I'm singing it. Well, no, I'm singing it right. Don't care what Team Payne talking about. You know what? No kicking it with KC today. Thank you, Mr. West. Wake up, Mr. West. I really do compartmentalize Mr. West as this piece of crap that's out there right now. This isn't This isn't the guy from the college dropout and stuff. This guy is unrecognizable.
Russ, I don't care. Just keep cutting the checks, brother. If you're gonna buy a team, spend. We'll be buying a team and then handcuffing the team after that. What if we take like the Jeep to 1140 tomorrow, like DX?
I think
we'll take the Comrex with us.
Hold on, because I'm gonna just even text you on this one.
Pull up to the gate, let us in. It's the thing, Chris. Yeah, it'll just be a D-Lo and KC episode, just on the go. It's like Raw that one day. Oh, we can make that happen. That's even better, to be honest. Like now we can put this in motion.
And that would be hilarious.
Hey, we show up like 30, 50 in the chatty house. We got the army gear on and all that with DX.
Oh man. The crazy thing is we could do that like 2 hours before our show and still get back here for the show.
That'd be the best thing. We'd be legends if we did that. We're just gonna turn all of Sacramento radio into wrestling, whether you guys like it or not.
Oh man.
Part of the trade, we'll get Ramsey back. I'll go produce Drapes and Whitey show.
The crossover. The Sac radio crossover.
Champion of the world right there. Hey.
Not true.
Pocket watching champion of the world right there.
Maybe he's the heavyweight champion of the world. I am the WWE pocket watching champion. There's a difference. There's two different belts.
Poor Ken. I felt bad. He tried to give me, hey, D-Lo, you should take one of these windbreakers. It's real nice. And he showed it to me. I was like, I don't think so. I felt bad.
It's better don't do it that way. It's better to do that instead of lie to him.
Yeah.
Man, I'm cool.
I'd never wear it.
Ace BK, what up, boy?
Not to mention, literally cannot wear it on camera.
No way.
And Gail, as far as I'm concerned, the aliens and humans teamed up and then burned the evidence after that.
Wasn't there somebody tagged us? Maybe it was Miguel in a new video about pyramids.
They're trying to say there's something built under the pyramids.
Oh yeah.
Hey, and if that's the case, then.
Speaking of videos, we got to pull up Matt's video. I keep watching it. It's so funny.
Oh. All right, check it out. While you're pulling that up, I haven't watched it. I will not.
Okay.
But did you see how AEW may have just got themselves off
that
the
was
air
bad.
No,
it was bad, guys. Like I almost wanted
it through.
Yes, I almost wanted to send to you guys, but I knew that wasn't your guys' backs. Like I'm not even gonna bother sending it.
I didn't watch it through,
bro.
I didn't watch it through.
Whoa! What happened?
Oh.
You can pull it up if you want.
Yeah,
you know how
if
they
you
do the
want to.
bat with like the nails on it or whatever. So Moxley got slammed
was
on
Moxley?
it. Yeah, it was Moxley.
Oh,
Moxley gets suplexed on there, and the nails like are stuck to his back. Like they're trying to pull the bat out of his back, and like you see it, his skin is like pulling. I guess this one was a shoot. It's not great.
No, it's not. I couldn't.
It's
I
not
couldn't
great.
keep watching it. I couldn't keep watching it.
I don't.
After I
I
saw
don't.
what was going on, I was like, no, I'm cool.
I don't get the point. Like why?
Yeah, why are we doing this?
Yeah, like you can.
So they're just full on ECW,
Pretty much.
like
pretty much.
like Japanese FMW, right?
They like
All right.
it's to the point. To be honest with you, with something like that, That's why I said I might get you pulled off the air. Like it's like TNT or whoever might have to talk. Like,
Bro, no, they were
doing
legit trying to pull the bat off of his back, and it's like attached to it's like stuck to his skin. So his skin's pulling in the back too.
And it's all on TV. It's not like let's go to commercial break or nothing. Like it's only them in the middle of the ring. Like it's center stage. It's like, bro, this is crazy.
Oh, this is terrible.
This is crazy.
Oh, this is terrible.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah. I couldn't watch the whole thing.
All right.
I didn't watch the whole thing.
So Moxley's not even a wrestler anymore. He's just let me see if I can.
He's Terry Funk.
Oof.
He's Terry Funk. That's a great call right there.
Oof.
That's terrible. Did you see any of the Chris is gonna kill me. It was Tony Storm and Mariah, that match that
the
they had
handcuff joint
with all of the blood.
And that was the one with the sharp glass, right?
Yeah.
I saw what was going on. I didn't watch.
So that was so the difference with that match is there was like actually a story to it. And like I mean Tony, she's really good. Like probably the best women's wrestler in like character, the whole like the best in the game.
Both sides, both companies.
Yeah. Yeah. Like she has like she's better than Bianca, like she's better than all, like she is the one.
She's better than my girl? My girl Charlotte.
How was I supposed to know you were referring to Charlotte?
Because I've said Charlotte is like,
because I was going to say Jade. Yeah, she's a lot better than Jade.
But I've said Charlotte is like one of the best
Charlotte's the
ever,
one,
like wrestlers ever.
No, she is. No, she absolutely is. Tony Storm just has like complete character development. Like she's like an actress who wrestles. She's very entertaining. Very, very entertaining.
I'm gonna have to check her out then.
So she is the. I don't watch that company enough to criticize it, but to me, she's the best thing in it.
I feel like there's a reason why we don't watch it.
I know there is. That's
why we do criticize it.
I have been laughing at this video since we were tagged in it. Obviously, we saw this live. I didn't see Matt's video. Matt's going to join us. Matt George is going to join us at ABC 10 in a little less than an hour. But look at Doug. Doug, come on, Keegan, let me go. All right, now here he is. All right, let's talk. Now he's pointing and look at Gucci. Gucci's like, yep, yeah, no, right there, yeah. No, I missed the call right there. No, tell me more, Doug. No, I'm gonna explain it to you. No, hold on, calm down, Doug. I'm gonna explain it to you. And I love Barbosa. Barbosa has not moved. Barbosa is a statue. Even the security guard is like, what is this fake Gucci talking about?
Shout out to that guy.
Like, what's this fake dude talking about?
And then Jay Crowder like, hey, come on, bro, come on.
Hey, coach, you can call up a play, coach. What are you doing? and look, Doug completely ignored Jay Crowder. Like, just ignored him to no end. Okay, now Barbosa says, get back over there. Doug goes over to call the play. Barbosa now why? I love that. I love this.
I'm good.
Now watch. Barbosa does not move for a solid 60 seconds. Barbosa is frozen. Look at him. If this is a game of freeze tag, Barbosa is the king.
He's not even moving his hands.
He does not move. Oh, there's a head tilt. He gave him the cane head tilt. Oh, okay. So here's James. What do we decide his name? James Williams.
Sure.
Fake Gucci.
Yeah.
Gucci, yeah.
Gucci 2.0.
Call him what you want. I'm calling him fake Gucci.
He clearly just said something ridiculous because watch Barbosa's head and then watch. Hold on. Let me go back. Watch Barbosa. Barbosa does the head tilt. Doug does the head tilt. He just said something so ridiculous that these two men just looked at him like, what?
Even the security guard's like, bruh.
I don't know who did. I don't think I forgot
my man's name.
Brother,
I think it's I don't want to say it wrong, but I say what's up to him when I'm at the game.
He the MVP. Head tilt and head tilt. That's crazy.
So now, all right, Doug. All right. First, he's like, okay. Yeah. Are you gonna let me explain now? Doug goes.
I wish we could see Doug's posture better in this video because his hands on his hips, looking at him with his head tilted, is hilarious.
And
absolutely hilarious.
In the TV feed, That's where you see Doug.
That's right. Yep.
So I saw him go.
Yep. Yeah.
But they cut off way before this, though. Way before Jay Crowder comes and everything.
Jay Crowder coming over trying to get him and Doug just ignoring him is awesome.
Coach, we need to play.
Go.
What are we running out of this timeout?
It's
Coach,
a timeout.
Hey, man, I love my boy Jay Crowder,
Hey,
man.
why did Doug look like Draymond right here? Watch him. No! No! I love DC. And Doug is pointing right there. Right there. Right there.
Uh-huh.
Oh, right here.
Right over there.
Oh,
Yeah, okay.
Right there.
Okay, you gonna let me explain? Are you gonna let me explain?
Doug,
go ahead.
Doug, don't hang up, Doug. Don't hang up, Doug. Doug, let me explain. Gucci's like, listen, your boy's a little bitch. He just fell down. That's all he did. No. Oh, now look. Hold on. Now we really got to fix. No. Watch his hand gestures. You uppercutted him. I saw you punch Rich Fox. That's what you did. You uppercutted him. I saw it.
Tell me that is not what you did.
Now,
tell that. That's what he did after that. He goes, you uppercut him. Tell me I'm wrong.
This is the most action.
Tell me I'm wrong.
This is the most action Jay Crowder has had. Come on.
Hey, come on, big dog.
Jay, get the game ball for this. Hey, come on, Coach.
Jay's my boy, man.
I love Jay Crowder. I don't know why
Coach
my man
Crowder.
not playing.
I think it's Coach Crowder.
It might be.
I think so too. There was another moment that was on the broadcast when they were talking about this. They were like, look, Doug Christie, he'll go fight for his guys, but then he'll come back and then he'll put their arms around him. And he's got his arm around Trey Lyles and Jay Crowder. Jay Crowder's like, what is he doing there? Why does he need his arm around him? I love Jay. I wanted Jay to play for a long time. He ain't got to play no more. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Everyone needs a vibes guy.
Yeah. I wonder if Jay would
Everybody
come on the
needs
show.
I don't know. Ask.
So you got to tell us about something, or
I don't think they like us enough to. Well,
the players might though. The players.
Yeah, we just go straight to Jay. Jay, you want to come do the show? Look, you ain't busy. Come do the show with us. Hey, I told y'all Minnesota stunk.
Oh no!
I told y'all Minnesota.
No.
I told you too that Minnesota was fraudulent.
We're not talking.
I told you that Minnesota was fraudulent.
Wait, still everything from you bar for bar?
I told you Minnesota was fraudulent.
In what way though? Like, what do you mean?
This team is not a threat.
Okay, like
they're not a threat in the
don't
playoff.
think-
They're not a threat, period. This team is so up and down. They don't know whether they're good or they're bad.
You just lost 2 games.
That's what they've been doing all year.
I don't think anyone has.
That's
them a
what they've
threat.
been doing all year.
Well, hold on.
They win a handful of games and everyone goes, oh, there they are. There's Minnesota. And then they lose 5 of 6.
Well, they haven't done that yet. They've lost.
No,
2
they're on their
games.
way.
and now, and I'm not saying I disagree with you, but if we pull back this thing a little bit, what are they, 8-2 in their last 10 games?
I don't think that's what they are they?
They went at an 8-game
Yeah, if you
winning
go
streak.
8-game winning
Well,
streak
they
in the
are
last 2.
8-2,
Yeah, you're
man.
correct, KC.
It don't matter.
Mr. Barlin.
Yeah, they lost 2 in a row.
Now the killer
That's
is
what they do.
The killer
they lost
is
to
they
the
lost to
Pelicans.
the Pelicans. That's like. What
Oh,
are you
speaking
doing?
of frauds, your Knicks.
Oh yeah, we can talk about that.
That
But
was
never.
crazy.
Your Knicks.
I've been trying to tell the world about that one.
First of all, let's not do that because Jalen's not there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is Cat?
Yeah, what is Cat supposed? See, that's. Oh my gosh.
What do you? Well, Cat.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're right. Jalen's not there. They should have lost to the Spurs.
Well, I didn't say that.
Yo,
I'm talking about as a whole.
If Jalen's not
As a
there,
whole.
then let's just acknowledge Cat's not that guy either.
Well, that's not fair either because if Jalen was there, they're not winning a championship. They can't even get out the second round with Jalen.
Are the Knicks going to win?
They need a
50
combination
games?
of them both.
Are the Knicks
Where
going
they
to
at
win
right now?
43 and 25?
I'm gonna say yes. It might just be 50 because what they probably got about 14 games left.
43 and 25.
70.
Yes, that's
8.
Yeah, no, you're right.
No, not 78.
No, 68, 14.
68, excuse me. Yeah, it might just be 50.
I never looked at an Eastern Conference team schedule, not once. I feel like we've looked over the entire West 50 times. Never once looked at an Eastern Conference team. Well, good news for them. They've got Charlotte and Washington. They had a 3-game stretch of San Antonio, Charlotte, and Washington. My
they got
God,
beat up by San
man.
Antonio, so they can't take anything for granted.
Bro, their 4-game stretch is San Antonio, Charlotte, Washington, and Dallas.
Damn. And they've already lost 1 game. It's not good.
They've got the Clippers after that, the Bucks. They got the Blazers left. They've got, this schedule. They got the 76ers, Cleveland, Atlanta, Phoenix, Boston, Detroit, Cleveland, Brooklyn.
So
that's their remaining schedule.
Let's see, 1, 2,
yeah,
3,
they'll get to 50.
4.
They'll top 50. They'll top 50.
Big year for the Knicks.
They're just trying to get to the playoffs at this point.
Oh.
They're just trying to get to the playoffs. No, I don't.
You might be right.
I don't.
But I don't think they're going to be.
Yeah, maybe not
worth anything.
Maybe not. Maybe not. But at
Boy.
this point, they're trying to get right now.
Do they get into the conversation as the most disappointing team of the year?
What? No, because
I was talking to Jesse.
I was the only one that said they were a championship contender. How can they be disappointed in anybody else?
No, you were the only one on this show that said they were a championship contender. You were not the only person that said that the New York Knicks were a championship
No,
contender.
yeah, no, hell no, because this whole Carol Anthony Towns that's now the Knicks are built to beat the Celtics. They got Bridges, blah blah blah. And now look, they're nothing.
I still put them in there.
Why? Because
I think they're a good team.
As a
They're not
title contender,
contenders, though.
you got the Knicks as a title
I
contender.
think they can make a playoff run.
They can run to Boston and lose in 4.
I think they could make a run. Now, see, that might be the killer. The whole point was Boston was supposed to be the number 1 seed, and you wouldn't see them into the conference finals. They couldn't handle that.
Oh, brother, like, no, we're coming off a title. You don't get to throw stuff over here. Like, no.
Who knew they were going to have to play them in the second round if they even get?
Well,
to
they
that.
wouldn't get
Detroit
past
won again
Cleveland
last night. Detroit won last night. They might struggle with Detroit.
Yeah, they might.
Cade with the game winner.
They might. Oh, that was cold.
Yeah.
That was cold. Cade's nasty.
He is.
Cade's nasty. I wanted to see this from him this year. Like he is nasty. Good for Detroit.
They
Detroit probably needs to make the move. The Houston needs to make this offseason too.
I don't know what that is though. I don't know what you got.
You talking about Kevin Durant?
Well,
not Kevin.
Or you talking about
Kevin?
move?
Go get Cade at number 2.
Well, you know the rumor.
I don't.
I saw Devin Booker. I think. Yeah.
In Detroit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
I saw that one.
That really is a rumor.
What would that trade look like?
Jaden, picks.
You have Tobias Harris's contract.
Mm-hmm.
What's Devin Booker's money look like the rest of the way? Do we know off the top of our head?
What was it looking like in the past?
I mean, is that what I meant? Is how much is left?
Just.
I know it's.
He ain't catching.
Oh, how much money has he made?
I thought it was game time.
No, okay. First of all, calm down. Second of all, can we answer one question at a time?
I don't even know if I have a whiteboard to write on.
Let's go ahead. Let's play now.
Bro got years left. Yeah, he got 3 years after this one.
All right, so are we playing? Because I was going to look it up.
No, don't look it up. I got it.
Go.
I just said it. I got it.
And we're doing this.
No, well, wait a second.
You're flustering him.
Let's go.
Damn, man. Everybody want to produce.
Let go.
Devin Booker, the former number 13 overall pick in the 2015 NBA draft. 9 years in the league for Devin Booker. Some major money left on this current deal. We'll go year to date.
Sounds good.
Year to date. All right. All agree?
That's fine
Let
with
the
me.
champ
Year
call
to
that
date.
one.
Well, all right. Well, let me call it.
Actually, yeah. Let me. My fault. Let's go get Abe. I meant first place. We'll go get Abe.
He's a heavyweight champion. He ain't the WWE champion. Stop playing. The PWL champion. There's a difference.
Devin Booker's highest grossing year to date is the first year of this new contract, which is $49.2 million. $49.2 million. 9 years in the league for Devin Booker, the former number 13 overall pick in the 2015 NBA draft. Devin Booker, 28 years old, His career earnings are what? Again, he peaked at 49.2 this season. 49.2 this season.
All right, ready to go, I guess.
We've got the numbers. KC says 212. Jesse Tapia says 255. He desperately needed a victory, and he got back on the board with one of the best estimates of his career.
Let's go. Clutch. I know when it's winning time. I know when it's winning time. I know when it's winning time. The time is now. Alyssa, the time is now. Let's go. It's after the All-Star break. This is when the winners come through. Let's go. We ain't playing out here.
We have an All-Star break.
For the record, KC is 3-6. And Devin Booker has earned $215.7 million in his career. When this current contract is up, that number will inflate in 2027 to $387 million.
Mark Jones.
Shout out Mark Jones.
And Kenny cuts the lead to 42. Jesse Tapia right now, 3-6. Damn shame what happened to Kyle Madsen. It's always tough to see that.
Ever since his meltdown, his Lou Piniella meltdown.
It's always tough to see that third
already picked
column.
up third base and threw it at the outfield.
That third column just scribbled out and gone. Kyle just erased from the history of pocket watching.
Kieran Bagley brings it up. I had 2 9-game losing streaks last year, so hopefully we can limit that. If we don't have 2 9-game losing streaks, we'll be fine.
Oh man, what's the particulars on Devin again? I was too busy celebrating. He at the end of this, he's gonna make how much is this contract?
He's
like 225 or something.
I believe it's 220. Is the amount that he signed for. It will be $387 million, peaking in 2027 at $61 million.
And so when that contract is over, he's going to be like 30, right?
He'll be 31 years old.
He'll hit $500 million in early.
So he's going to get another 250.
Yeah, easy.
Oh, easily. Wow. Yeah. I mean, if he stays in Phoenix.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah.
If he stays in Phoenix for another deal, he'll be
Let me text
he stays in Phoenix. Well, yeah, he'll be flirting with Steph Curry money.
Let me text Reese, tell him to get on that shooting gun.
He's gonna be so excited because he finally gets to use it.
Yeah, we got to work on our game. This guy's gonna make $700 million playing.
Go out
basketball.
there, hey Reese, get on the gun till I get home. But Dad, you won't be home till after 7. It's fine. You heard what I said.
Wow.
Do we really think he's getting moved?
I don't think so.
Because I don't think that he is.
I'm not gonna say he is, but I think there's something to it.
I don't think he is. I think Ishbia in no uncertain terms said that in that article. Like anything can happen, but this summer they're gonna try and move KD, and they're gonna bring Jaylen Brown back and try Booker and Jaylen Brown.
Works for me.
Okay. You do that?
It's from what everyone is saying. It's like, yeah, if you have to move off of Jaylen Brown, then yeah, I guess.
Do you have to?
It's what everyone's making it seem like.
Well,
why?
Because
all the luxury tax money, all the money, yeah, it's about to kick in right now.
Yeah. What if you win a title?
Well, that's the thing.
That's awesome.
I don't think you should. Like new owners, like cut the checks and all that.
Yeah, but that's right. They just sold for $6 billion today. That guy doesn't know what these last 2 titles will be like. Give me. I want a title too.
I've been seeing media and stuff's been talking like Brown could be on the way out. I don't know if he is or they're just looking at the dollars and cents and like that makes sense here. But
I know Bobby Marks tweeted the money situation for this new owner.
And also, like, you trade Jaylen Brown, you're not trading him for Papa G. You trade him for Kevin Durant. You might win another title.
Yeah, right.
Devin Booker coming out.
Their projected salary 230. Their tax penalty 270.
See, but I wonder if you could just move off of like Drew Holiday's deal and stuff like that.
He's got too many years.
Two more years after this,
and I don't think he yields you what Jaylen does. Like Drew Holiday, That's a lot of money for Drew Holiday.
4 years, 134, I think it was.
If I was making a trade with Boston, I would ask for Jaylen Brown before I ask for Drew Holiday.
Personally, if it's me, I'm not trading Brown or Tatum. If I'm the owner, I'm just, like I said, cutting the checks. But I don't know. People are acting like Jaylen could be.
So what was it, $6.1 billion?
Yeah.
Your boy bought it for like 360?
360, 320, something like that.
360 million?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That is bananas.
He's still gonna stick around too, I think. No, I think, yeah, he's still gonna stick around once the other owners are there.
That's the move. Like, yeah, I'll sell it. Just I want all the access.
Yeah, he's a
Like, I'm
partner. He's
still
gonna be
here.
a partner, I think, CEO or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, he's one of the owners of Sincoro, the tequila.
I did not know that.
Him, Jordan, and I feel like there's maybe one other.
I didn't know that.
But yeah, they own that tequila
Wow.
brand.
What a
Would you
come
trade the number 1 pick for Jaylen Brown?
No. And that's not anything to do with him. That's if I'm Washington, what am I going to do with Jaylen Brown right now at that
Nothing.
price tag?
Yeah, nothing.
I might as well keep a rookie salary Cooper Flag and try to build with him. But that, like I said, has nothing to do
What
with
if it was
Jaylen
Atlanta?
Brown, the player. That's a good call.
Or San
Atlanta,
Antonio.
maybe. Atlanta, maybe. San Antonio, maybe. Yeah.
If you made the if you traded if San Antonio winds up in that position,
Mhm.
do you Orlando Magic this thing and like do you become a title contender if Jaylen Brown is now there with
San Antonio?
Yeah,
I think
with
so.
Wemby and De'Aaron.
I think so.
Where De'Aaron is now the number 3.
I think so. Absolutely. So yeah, those teams, even you mentioned Atlanta. Yeah, I think I'd strongly consider.
But not Washington, not Charlotte.
Utah.
Yeah, probably not Utah. Probably not Utah.
New Orleans, maybe.
Zion Williamson, come on down.
Oh man. Okay, walk me.
New Orleans actually.
Walk me through that.
Like New Orleans is. I don't think they're a title contender or close to, but they're not this. Like you get DeJounte Murray back next year, you get Trey Murphy, you get say this veteran like a Jaylen Brown to go along with everything.
Mm-hmm.
Zion, I think you're keeping him. Like that's the team that could say, hey, we could play for a top 6. They could do what Memphis did.
If you're sticking with Zion, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, they could do. I
all
do
rides
look at,
on Zion's health, though. No,
so it always has.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
I'm not against it. I'm just
if you're getting Jaylen Brown, a guy like that, you can do what Memphis did.
If you're the Sacramento Kings, would you trade the first pick for Jaylen Brown? We're assuming the Kings miss the playoffs, of course, and somehow keep their pick.
Well, I think if they miss the playoffs, they do keep their pick.
All right, then perfect.
That's interesting.
That is interesting.
We'll have an answer when we come back.
Hypotheticals on the other side.
What was the word? What was the word that he used? I wanted to use it, and I can't remember.
Who?
Domas. What was the word?
Oh, I don't remember.
It wasn't evaluate. Clarity.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna need some clarity on this situation.
Somebody asked the question in the chat hours ago, and I'll bring that up too.
Okay. On the other side with D'Lo and KC. Okay.
Yeah, but I want it on record. I'm against trading Jaylen Brown. Keep paying that tax bill. I don't care. Marcus, they were down like 20 the whole game. I just look up right now because their messages and they're about to tie it up, it looks like.
Yep, we got it. We got the quad box open. Got the quad box open. some reason, Wheel of Fortune is on us, or not Wheel of Fortune. The Price
Is Right. Yeah.
Got to get a shot up, guys. Yeah. Number 5 is out. 12 beats 5.
John Bull YouTube TV in general is pretty elite.
Yeah, that's good.
I love League Pass on there.
Yeah, YouTube TV got a lot of good things going for it, and they know that. That's why they keep making it more expensive.
Does Sprout communicate with you like a bunch at all? Like kind of like verbally at all? Like make noises and stuff? My dog does, and it's hilarious to me.
The only time she gets really vocal is when she's excited.
Yeah.
Like I can get like she'll lay down, she'll shake, she'll get up, she'll get down, she'll but she will not bark.
Really?
If I ask her to speak, no chance.
Yeah, Coco does like this whine, but you can tell like if he's like mad or if he wants you to play or whatever. It's hilarious to me.
That's the only time she communicates is when she's really excited or she wants your attention. She'll go, she'll do that. Russ, shout out to my man Ruben. We got it up today. That thing is in bad shape. I got my first quote for that fence yesterday. I was like, this is not going to work.
You didn't even have a neighbor to go halfers with it on?
No, because it's not a shared fence.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
It's fucking $4,000.
Jeez.
I was like, I can't. Like, so my man Ruben, who's my project manager, was like, it's all right, I got you. He came over and we got that fence up. So inspection is tomorrow. If all goes well, tomorrow's Friday. Hopefully Monday. Tile starts. Tuesday, tile finishes. Tuesday, water goes in. And the crazy part about that is, I guess the water goes in, and then they don't actually turn the pool on. So it looks like crap for 7 days because you have to like brush it and do all of these different things, and then you turn it on.
Yeah, sounding or getting a pool sounds like a whole thing.
It's
like that last part. You're like, oh yeah, they put the water and I
terrible.
got to wait a week. Like that sounds miserable.
So the last thing they have to do for this pool project is, or at least as it pertains to the pool, there's other small stuff I have to do, but it's put the tile in. And they're like, when we put the tile in on the first day, it's going to look terrible. Don't worry about it. The second day is where it starts to look fire. Then on the second day, we fill it with water. Once we're done filling it with water, we're going to give you this big, long broom, and you have to brush. And you brush particles, whatever, towards this filter. The thing is, the filter's not actually on. So they're like, the pool's going to look like crap. Don't worry about it. The pool will not look good for 7 days, and then someone's going to come over. They're going to take you over here to where all of the equipment is, and they're going to show you how to work. We're going to turn your pool on, and we're going to show you how everything works. And then the pool comes on, and then it filters and starts to clear up and starts to look like what you paid for.
Sky Recycle says the brushing is super important, all caps super. So make sure you do that.
That's what I hear. Like it prevents, like I don't remember exactly what he said, but it presents it from like, I don't know, it prevents it from doing something, but they did say you got to brush it twice a day. So it's like, all right, wake up, brush it, come home that evening, brush it, and then when it's all done, filter turns on and we're off and running, which still feels forever away. So if it happens Monday and my fingers are crossed at Monday, that means it gets filled up with water on Tuesday. That means it's still unavailable for another week. That means it looks like crap for another week.
We'll be ready by WrestleMania though.
But I still have to get pavers to fill out the rest of the retaining wall. I have to get the rest of the retaining wall filled with dirt. I don't have any bushes, plants, anything like that anymore. And I have no idea what the irrigation system looks like because they tore the whole thing up.
Maybe it won't be ready by WrestleMania.
So you have like the backyard project, you have the pool project, and then once all of it's done, you have to figure out how to fix everything. Man,
Damien's backyard and the vacation location is much like Sutter Health Park and opening day. Not sure if it's gonna be ready.
Yep, close enough.
They still don't have a scoreboard.
Oh,
They do, and then will be the show.
bare minimum.
Gonna get a pool person to clean it.
Man, they almost, huh?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Only because there's a tree like on the other side of where I feel like all of the leaves are just going to land in the pool.
Worst.
Well, you know what's the worst?
Cut the tree down.
God bless my neighbors. Like, they're very nice people, but they have like these palm trees in their backyard. And when the wind blows, all of that stuff falls into my yard. Ain't no tree in my backyard, but all of their stuff falls onto mine.
Pick that up and throw it back over their fence.
Well, and now I got the turf, so like, what do I do?
You blow it.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Nope. I heard
Bruh.
that. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna pick that flag up. You're out of here. You're done. You're done.
I said pause before the flag.
No, you can't. You can't endowment and sue the quarterback and then say pause. Like, no, you're done. You're done.
Before the flag.
Hit the
man.
showers, Caraway.
What?
That was wild. You
That's
what?
crazy.
It's before the flag.
That was wild.
Chat's calling for you to be suspended too. Stephen Brown says you say it so aggressively. Also,
you.
With no hesitation.
Oh man, come on, man. This show crazy.
That was tough.
Well, yeah, you get the leaf blower.
Okay.
You do it that way.
All right.
I can't even say because I don't want to get flagged for what Kenny said a while back.
Oh yeah.
There's a leaf blower, and then there was another one.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh man.
Me and Kenny got kicked out of class so many times back then.
Matt George is going to be with us in about 20 minutes or so. Matt will be with us. We're going to get back to the Kings like in a second. You wrote there was a "Where were you" moment 30 years ago with a note on the side that can't possibly be accurate.
I saw that and I had to double check what I heard, and that's what I heard. Malika said that.
Malika Andrews said that
on NBA Today. Said an estimated 35
that
million people.
Can't possibly be right.
So when I heard that, so
what's the moment?
The moment is 30 years ago yesterday. Michael Jordan made his return to the NBA with the Bulls, the first return against the Pacers. Never forget, it was NBC. It was Sunday morning out here. And
that game was on NBC?
Yeah, NBC. I'm looking it up right now. It drew 10.9 that day.
Sunday morning.
35 million viewers. The most watched NBA regular season game in NBA history.
When she said it.
For some reason, I feel like I watched that game on WGN.
It was NBC. I remember that one. I remember that.
I remember where I was. I remember seeing it. Man, NBC, 35 million people watched that game.
Yeah. Because when she said it, I was like, that's a lot. That's crazy. And then when you were like, nah, that can't be right. I said, well, maybe I heard her wrong. So I went and played it again. 35 million people. And that makes more. So does that make more sense to you though? Because it was on NBC?
Yeah, I must have watched the WGN feed. Like I don't know. Did they move the game to NBC? Because there's no way that game was scheduled.
It could have been. I mean, Indiana was a top team. Chicago was still a playoff team. So it could have already been there, but it also could have been moved for sure. It definitely could have been moved. But it was a like everything would have moved, right? Because it was a 10 a.m. game.
Was it in Indiana?
Here, yeah. So noon game out there or something like that.
I'm not making a joke here. Jenny asking, how big of a deal was it when you came back for the Wizards?
It was a big deal.
The Wizards?
It wasn't I don't think it was as big as this though.
Well,
I'd imagine that's like LeBron retiring.
I think there's a little context. Didn't he come back after 9/11?
He did. He did.
But
he came back they were playing all his preseason games on TNT, so which is before 9/11, right? And like every preseason game was on TNT. I remember that because he had a crazy game at home. I remember where he might have scored like 30 or something like that. And it was a big deal. It wasn't this though. This as you can see by the numbers, this stopped everything.
I never knew 35 million people watched that game.
2 million more than Andre and Hulk Hogan.
Shoot. That's a shoot.
This stopped everything. I remember. So the other thing they talk about, which was crazy, was, and just a sign of the times, is he said he was back on the 18th. And he played on the 9th. It wasn't, I'm back. Let me get 2 weeks of practice in. Like, no, the facts came out on the 18th. I'm back. And Sunday morning, he was playing for Chicago and Indianapolis. I remember, because I wasn't like crazy, like locked into everything. And it was difficult at that time because there was no social media.
Sure.
But I remember hearing on the news, oh, Michael Jordan is back. And I had
he played 43 minutes in that
game.
He
shot 28 times.
Yeah, he did. 19 points on 28 shots. What a hack.
And I was with my homeboy Aaron. I was spending the night at his house on that Saturday. And we saw on the news, oh, Michael Jordan is back. And they're like, he's going to play tomorrow. And we woke up bright and early that day. And back then, like, we weren't sitting there watching a whole game sometime, but Mike was coming back. I remember we were in his room. We watched that game. We watched that game that Sunday morning. Mike was back.
Have we had a moment like that since?
Ooh.
Off the top of my head, I think no.
I don't think so. It's tough. It's a different time. I don't think there's ever been a situation like that.
Another where you were NBA moment.
I guess even the magnitude of Michael Jordan at that time, I'm sure, was like just the biggest star of all time already.
Well, I don't know that there is. I mean, Cavs at Sacramento was a huge deal.
It was.
That was LeBron's debut was massive.
Well, it was.
I'll never forget walking into that lower bowl and seeing that amount of people on the floor surrounding this 18-year-old kid.
Yeah.
This one got thrown in a couple times already. What about Kobe's last game?
No.
So you know what hampers Kobe's last game?
The Warriors.
73.
Doesn't that kind of tie into the story though?
Although nobody remembers the 73.
That's what that's
no,
saying.
no
Like,
one cares.
nobody was watching that. Yeah,
no
like
one
everyone
cares.
skipped that because of Kobe.
I think Kobe's game got bigger as it was happening.
Yeah.
When
Fair.
people, I think I would bet if you look at the ratings of Kobe's game, it got higher as like,
For sure.
hey, something's going
sure.
on here. Social media gets a hold of it. People are texting, and all of a
That
sudden
second
an
half
audience
probably went crazy.
Yeah, an audience of making up a number 10 million. I don't even think it was that high, but balloons to 17 or something.
Especially when it was clear the Warriors were going to win too. So there's no intrigue in that game at all because that was a blowout, I think.
That is the only time I ever cheered for a Laker.
I watched that whole game. That was amazing.
That was the most fun I've ever had watching a basketball game.
That was amazing.
Just openly cheering for one guy to shoot the ball every time. Yeah.
Algata in the chatty house brings it up, and he might be right. The Luka trade.
Well, the Luka trade was a social media moment for sure. I mean, it was definitely a where are you moment. Yeah. Or where you were.
We'll be
moment.
telling stories about that. The other one that I thought about was the decision.
Yeah, I remember the decision. I remember sitting in that little bitch ass apartment in Groton, Connecticut, angry at myself. Like, why am I watching this? Like, as it drags on and on and on and on, I'm just sitting there like, this is my life.
That was an hour, wasn't it?
Yeah. And I don't think they got to the decision till what, 25 minutes?
Maybe less than that. It was like 15 minutes. And then he explained it.
No, I meant 20 minutes in, not 20 minutes left. Was it that far in?
I think it was all the way towards the end because they didn't spend 30 minutes explaining it.
No, but they did come back and because it was for that. God bless the Boys and Girls Club in Stamford, Connecticut that didn't. Probably didn't have the funds, or it wasn't Stanford, it was Greenwich, Connecticut.
They probably don't even go to that Boys and Girls Club.
Mom, why are you taking us here?
Just bring the Rolls Royce around and let me go where I normally go.
The groaning when he said Miami was pretty memorable.
That was it. But
thank God for Bill Simmons for creating that idea.
Shout out Jesse's boy, Bill Simmons.
Shout out Bill Simmons. Makes his first appearance in Celtic City in episode 3. So we stayed out the way the first 2.
That's still going on, huh? Jeez.
I haven't watched episode 3 yet fully. I'm kind of out.
Those 2 moments that we talk about, though, the Luka trade, the decision, were off-court moments.
Mm-hmm.
This one, I wonder what the second highest regular season game is.
I just had this. I think it was a Laker game. I mean,
Lakers,
this is back then.
Christmas Day.
No. This.
I'm sure that was a pretty bad. I wonder how many.
I would be willing to bet there is no regular season game that touches those numbers. I think the highest rated games ever are like all finals games between the Cavs and the Warriors, or LeBron and Steph in some way, shape, or form. I just closed the article. I'm learning something right now. I had no idea 35 million people watched that game.
35, but it makes sense because
no idea.
You didn't realize it was an NBC game.
I didn't. I swear to God, I watched it on WGN. Like maybe I didn't.
Was the only one giving WGN rating.
But maybe obviously I didn't. It was on NBC. But I think I even recorded it. Prior to I think in 2005 I threw all those videos away. I probably had that game on a VHS somewhere.
Yeah, I remember that.
I'm trying to look for regular season, but Mike has 4 of the 5 highest rated playoff games of all time.
The shot is one of them, right?
Yeah.
Because it was his last shot ever, right, guys?
Yeah. Until he blocked Ron Mercer's shot
game
with
6
2
of
hands.
98 is number 1. Game 6 of 93 is number 2. Game 7 of 2016, Cavs Warriors is number 3.
And
then there's game
that's
5.
Number 3.
Game 5 of 97 is number 4, and then game 5 of 98 is number 5.
What are those numbers? Does it have the numbers?
They're all 30 plus.
30 plus. Are any of them over 35?
I think just the first finals one. Let me scroll back up. Sorry. Let's see. 35.9 is game 6, the number 1 on there.
Wow.
35.9.
Wow.
Yeah. I think we're looking at the same article.
Mike was definitely the biggest draw of all time.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's Mike and LeBron, right?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's Mike, LeBron, Steph.
LeBron
yeah. Like Steph is in that. It's Mike and then it's LeBron and Steph.
Yeah. And they only got 1. Like,
they have other. Don't they have other ones up there?
Is that the same one we're looking at, Jesse, with the black background?
Let me go look back.
It's all Mike, and they got that 1 game.
This article is just top 5 right here.
All right. Well, the more you know.
What
I saw that in the notes. Moment. I was like, I don't think that's right. That can't be right.
What a moment that was. I'll never forget that. And like you said, I don't think there's been anything like that.
Certainly not a regular season game. I do think LeBron debuting in Sacramento belongs in that conversation.
Major. Yeah, that was major.
But I can't think of another one. I mean, the other NBA where you were moments were COVID.
Yeah.
And then I think the biggest moment ever will be the other unfortunate Kobe moment that's basketball related. That'll always be the
I'd really like to see it. I can't find it. I'm bad with this search right here. I really want to see what the numbers are. Kobe Shaq first game on Christmas Day. I feel like that.
I literally was just looking at that. I think that might be 13 million.
I was about to say, I don't think it's 20.
So I'm guessing that there isn't a regular season game that approaches 20 million since the 80s or 90s.
I believe that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was looking at something right now. It said Kobe Shaq. That first game was like 13 million or something.
That's a crazy number though.
13.1 million.
That's a crazy for the NBA. Like obviously the NFL does their 20s and stuff, but the NBA don't never do like over 5 million.
Does the NBA even have anything capable of doing something like that now? Like, could we even drop a storyline where it's like, 35 million people tuned in for that?
35? No.
I don't think. Do you guys think Luka gets 13?
Luka in Dallas?
Yeah, that's in April. So
13 million?
Fresh.
No.
You think it gets 10?
That won't even do more than 10.
I don't think it does 10. I think what's a regular NBA number? 3, 4?
A regular,
maybe it
really
does,
good. I think
maybe 5 to 6. Maybe 5 to 6.
A really good NBA does like 5 to 6. I think
that's what I think it'll do. Then 5.
I think
to 6.
This is more than that. I think
you might need Anthony Davis playing in that game too.
The 2010 Heatles versus the Lakers. That was the Heatles versus Kobe. 13 million. Cavs Warriors.
What do you think Kobe versus LeBron in the finals would have did?
That would have done monster numbers. Nike built a whole campaign out of it.
Somebody was talking about, and they're right. You see what the standings are right now. If that first round holds, that's going to be a massive rating series. It's Lakers Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to be. We saw them before though, and they did some pretty good numbers. In that second round after the Kings series.
Man, you look at Christmas Day games. It is Heat Lakers, Shaq and Kobe. Heat Lakers, Kobe and LeBron. Cavs Warriors, Bulls Lakers in 2011. That's 11 million. Heat Bulls in 97. That's 10 million. Lakers Warriors 10 million. Warriors Cavs 10 million. Celtics Lakers. I mean, the dominant draws are Steph, Bron, Kobe, and Mike.
Mm-hmm.
And Mike's not in these. These are Christmas Day games, but
they
Mike's kind of in a different category.
And those are the guys. Those are the guys that have carried.
And that's crazy.
The league for the better part of 30 years.
Yeah. But now it's up to Keon Ellis to carry the league. Keon Ellis and Keegan Murray and Devin Carter. They are the new standard bearers for the league. They are the new standard bearers for the NBA. They all had terrific games last night. Namely, I don't think we've talked about Keegan very much today. I thought Keegan was really good. Evan Mobley hit some tough shots yesterday. Evan Mobley hit some infuriating shots in the fourth quarter. But overall, I thought Keegan did really good on the defensive end going up against that difficult lineup, what I think is a difficult lineup.
I thought he did too. I thought that's when things kind of changed a little bit too with Evan Mobley, is when they made the move to put Keegan on him. Because he was having his way late in the third quarter, just in transition. Like he was getting steals and taking it coast to coast, things like that. Then in the start of the fourth, Valanciunas came in and they just ran that pick and pop to death and put Valanciunas in a torture chamber, had to get him out of the game. And then you moved Keegan onto him. And that's when he kind of slowed down just a little bit. And
to be clear, he did not slow down very much. He missed like 6 shots all game, 5 shots all game. Like Evan Mobley was terrific last night.
What did he do in the fourth quarter?
I think he was 4 of 6. Give me a second.
He hit the first like 3 or 4 shots.
Well, no, I don't think that's true because he hit shots at the end.
He hit shots
like
at
it
the end of
wasn't
the
just
third.
Donovan. No, the end of the fourth.
The end of the fourth, Evan did?
Well, he hit one of the shots. He hit the shot either before or after Donovan's 3.
That might have been the only one because Donovan was going crazy towards the end of that game.
Evan
in the fourth
is
quarter,
a psychopath.
Evan in the fourth quarter had
let's find
a
Evan
pick and
Mobley.
pop on Valanciunas. I think he had 2 of those. And then he got one where he was coming down the left lane and hit it off the glass, I think. And that was 10 minutes in or 2 minutes in. He kind of quieted down after that. And he had a follow-up, I think. I think he had a tip jam.
I'm too far out. Hold on. I'm trying to find Donovan's 3. His infuriating 3.
That was crazy. That turnaround was, oh my gosh. It's not over.
Donovan,
yet.
I understand that Donovan Mitchell is not the MVP. I understand that. Donovan Mitchell has had a fantastic season.
Absolutely.
An absolutely fantastic season.
Absolutely. I'm a Will
Evan
Z too. That's one of my
Mobley
favorite players.
He had a tip layup. I thought maybe it was Donovan. Driving layup, floating 7-footer. That's Donovan. 26-foot fadeaway.
He got one with 3:52 remaining. That was his last made field goal. Before that, it was 11:49, 11:12, 10.
Okay, so that was the tip in. That was the layup.
Lane, yep.
Yeah. Okay. So Donovan did hit all of those shots. God bless it.
He was going
that dude's
crazy.
nasty.
He was going
that dude is
crazy.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. But to your original point, your Keegan Murray.
Yeah, this was supposed to be about Keegan.
Keegan Murray came in and, they made that switch. And I'm not going to say he stopped Evan because it was Donovan time, but it was a better matchup and he gave the Kings a better
Well, they wouldn't have been shy about going to Evan Mobley the way he was shooting. He was 13 of 18 in that game when that last shot, when that tip and layup went in. 13 of 18.
What did he do?
He kept the ball out of his hands.
In the third quarter, he was 5 of 6. I promise you. I'm about to look right now. I promise you, he hit his first shot in the third quarter, probably with, I'm gonna say 3:20 left. Let's see. It was with 2:41. And he went 5 of 6 in the last 2:41 in the third quarter. A 2-pointer, a 2-pointer, a 3-pointer, a 2-pointer, a 2-pointer. And then he starts the fourth quarter with 3 made buckets.
And the crazy part about that is that was the quarter the Kings cooked in.
Yeah.
That was the quarter that even made them winning the game possible. They scored 15 points in the first quarter and 43 in the third.
That's crazy. That is crazy. So let's do a quick little math from 2:41 to go in the third quarter to, let's say, 9:42 to go in the fourth quarter. Evan Mobley went 8 of 9.
Jeez.
With 3 3-pointers.
You still hate Evan Mobley?
Definitely don't hate Evan Mobley.
I hated him last night.
In about a 5-minute span, he goes 8 of 9.
You know what else Donovan did last night? And man, he is just cool as cool can be. He was 9 of 9 at the free throw line.
That's when I started thinking about it. I was like, he ain't missing no free
when
throws.
he shot those free throws late, it was just like, look at this.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was sitting there, he ain't missing no free throws.
But you know who else hit free throws yesterday? Devin Carter. Devin Carter was 2 for 2.
He said he was getting in that lab. He said he was getting in that lab to work on his free throws.
Hey, those mattered last night. King shot, I don't even think I realized this. King shot 93%. Who missed the one? Oh, it was DeMar. DeMar was 5 of 6. They were 15 to 16.
They went 50, 40, 90 last night as a team.
They did. Yeah. Yep.
And Malik, talking about cooler than the other side of the pillow. You had to come on, man. Didn't even touch nothing.
Yeah.
Didn't even. That's what he does, though. He always he's been to the line a lot of the times in those clutch moments. And he knocks him down. Big ups, man.
We'll come back. We'll talk to Matt George about all of this going on with the Sacramento Kings when dealing with Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader. By the way, Kings play again tonight at home against Chicago. We'll talk about it here on ESPN 1320.
You said that because that's exactly when I was thinking about like how cold Donovan is, because he was at the line and he just wasn't even touching nothing at the line. I was like, damn, this dude is amazing.
I mean, just cool. I really thought Evan Mobley hit a shot like at the free throw line. I guess it was just Donovan.
Like I say, he hit one with 3:52 left.
Yeah, but that was at the basket, right?
I think that was a tip in off his own miss. Yeah, that's what that was. Then the miss.
Yeah, that's not the shot. I can see the shot in my head. I thought it was Evan Mobley, but obviously it was Donovan Mitchell.
That's crazy. He went 8 of 9 in that.
That's insane. That is absolutely. He's really good, man.
He really is, man.
He is really, really good. What's up, Matthew?
Hey, everybody.
Maddie McQueen.
I wish. Not tonight.
Another long night ahead, man. That video you got, we still have it pulled up. This video is so funny.
I'm mad because I missed, because I was like, my camera was booting up because I had opened it up when he first marched out there, because this was the moment that, like, with the back and forth, but he marched out there like there was only one person on the planet he was talking to. It was so right before I turned this on, he makes like and there's this like, no, but right before that, he's like marching out of the tunnel. Like he called timeout and was already past the 3-point line. He was like, I got something to say. And I
watch this, Matt. We were cracking up at this. Watch this. Watch Barbosa. So yeah, okay. Gucci's talking. Barbosa head tilt and Doug head tilt. How ridiculous was whatever James Williams just said that both of these guys looked at him like, what?
Well, this is a shoot. I was so mad at Leandro Barbosa in this moment. It's like, get the hell out the way.
Yeah.
Assistant coach, go sit down.
Have you seen it on TV yet?
No.
So the TV obviously caught some of this
the top of his head.
Well, you can it's shot a little bit more like on the other side to where you can see like Doug with his hands on his hips looking at him like this. Oh, it's terrific. Your video's way better, but it's terrific.
Appreciate it. I love Leandro Barbosa, but in that moment I was like, homie, go away. I want to see Doug.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he really didn't move. Like, it's not only that he didn't move, he didn't move. He was stagnant. I think he was there to protect Doug Christie from something. Then Jay Crowder walks up to him like, hey,
come on, coach. and Doug ignored him.
Because normally during timeouts, like the coaches walk out to the paint and they draw up a play and discuss amongst each other while the players kind of cool off and then they go and drop a play. There's none of that discussion. Doug used all of his time, snatched the clipboard, sat down, drew a play in 10 seconds, said, get the hell back out there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, go, score, damn it.
When we come back, let me get a quick prize picks.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You're right. Because when he made that move, I said, oh, and I looked up and they play on. It's like, oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Because that was a charge. It told me a week late what to do to avoid allergy symptom struggles. Thank you, guys.
No,
could have used that 2 weeks ago. It's a great day outside right now, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah, it is great.
That's good. That's good. I've still got a minute and a half, Matt. Are you at all the games for this homestand?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. That's not okay.
Last night and tonight, I'm solo. Kevin's there just hanging out to see the game, but he's off, so I'm telling him not to work. So,
oh, that's nice.
When I'm solo for TV nights, those are late nights.
Oh, I bet.
Left the arena at 1 a.m.
To the pod and everything.
Yep, I left at 1 a.m. last night.
Boy,
almost locked you in.
No, there's still plenty of people there.
They used to not do back-to-back home games on scheduling. I think in the last 2 or 3 years that became a thing, but I think it was because the turnaround to get the arena ready was a lot. But now they say, to hell with you guys.
They have the place staying there spotless by the time I leave.
They do a great job.
They work efficiently. They're quick and efficient.
And the Gadon One Center, they're great, man. They're really good.
All right, we're coming back, Matt.
Check it out, though. Kings play tonight. That means Beam Money is back. Yes, indeed. I got the lineup ready to go. Let me just tell you real quick. My boy, the nasty boy, JV.
You're having a bad day, so I'd be careful with your language.
He's going to get more than 13.5 points tonight. They got my man I always forget how to say his name. Buzelis?
We did this earlier. He scored 5 points last night.
I got him at more than 9.5 points tonight. I got him at more. Malik Monk, more than 2.5 3-pointers made. He's got the 3-point game going again. Kobe White, 31.5 points, rebounds, and assists. You already know I went more. Kobe White, you know that. And then DeMar DeRozan, more than 23.5.
No Kevin Huerter lines, huh?
No Kevin Huerter lines because it was gonna be less, and I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. I don't want to do that to Kevin Huerter. So, I'm going to just keep it. I'm going to just play it across the board, man. But go to Prize Picks right now. Put the promo code KIFM in. You get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. It's promo code KIFM. Must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks, run your game.
We welcome in Matt George of ABC 10 and the Locked On Kings podcast. Matt, most impressive player from last night's game to you was who?
I mean, it's Devin Carter, without a doubt. I mean, just the back-to-back games where he's been tremendous, like breakout games, 7 steals in the last 2 games. Went for that jam against Memphis, didn't get it. Took his opportunity this time, threw it down, and I asked him about it after the game, and he was like, man, shout out Malik Monk. Thanks to Malik Monk for passing to me, and I just jumped. That was it. That was his answer. That was his breakdown. But he was tremendous. He's a nuisance, man. When he wants to be with the wingspan that he has, he can be just exhausting for ball handlers and teams to deal with. Not just that, but if you're playing off the ball, a lot of the steals that he got was off the ball. Man, you just have to be constantly aware of any passing lane in his vicinity, in his airspace, because he can reach out and at the very least deflect the ball and create opportunities. So I thought Devin Carter was fantastic. The fact that Doug Christie quite literally couldn't find a way to take him off the floor. He played 31 minutes or rounded up 31 minutes last night. Like he played so well that Doug had no choice. It's like, sorry, Keon, like I gotta close with this guy. He's earned it. And I promise you, Keon Ellis and nobody else had a problem with that, the way Devin was playing.
Yeah, man, it was good to see for Devin Carter. I know we've been a little rough on him, but like I said earlier, we've been quick to also say he was put in a very, very tough position. Being drafted to this team that had an immediate need, he had to deal with a shoulder surgery, doesn't get a training camp, doesn't get summer league, gets 2 games in the G League, and they're like, hey, get in here and and be effective. And it was just a lot. It was a lot for any rookie if they were always 100% healthy, let alone somebody who's coming off an injury like that. And he struggled that first time around, but stayed with it, got back in Stockton, worked on some things, and he got this second opportunity. And he's played well. I would say the first time it really stood out to me was the Clippers game, and he's shown that he's a major league, or excuse me, an NBA guy since that moment, like right now. So I was happy to see that from him last night, with it culminating in, his highest point total and doing that in front of the home crowd like that.
Yeah, my issue was never with him, right? It's not his fault that he had to have surgery. It's not his fault that he started behind the 8 ball. It was the choice of the front office to select him, given the circumstances of what they were going for. Now, 2 games in a row probably has Monty McNair with a big smile on his face watching this kid play, and rightfully so. But 2 games doesn't make a good decision. 2 games also doesn't make a bad decision, right? I mean, Devin Carter, the player, is going to need years to be judged. And certainly any idea or comprehension or like this any idea of Devin Carter being labeled a bust in any kind of way is ridiculous. This is a game like 25 or something in his career. The circumstances of the team
didn't feel ridiculous a month ago.
No, well, but
the man looked lost on the basketball floor.
Right, because he was barely starting in the league and coming off of surgery and no training camp and asked to play for a team that has playoff expectations, which is not on him. It's never been on him. And I think this speaks to my broader issue with this team the entire season, in addition to the front office, has been just the construction of this roster for what this team needs. And I think to segue kind of into probably the greater part of the conversation that we're going to have, what we saw from the Sacramento Kings last night is the willingness to give their all. That's it. That is the secret to success for this Kings team. Are they going to give their all, or are they not? Because they didn't give anything against the Warriors. They didn't give anything against Phoenix. They didn't make even close to a second or third effort. They didn't even bother closing out on corner threes on back-to-back nights. But Monday night and last night, they're fighting. They're battling. They're scratching and clawing. Doug Christie talks a lot about Sacramento Kings basketball. Talks about the name on the front, not the name on the back. And Sacramento Kings basketball is giving your all and giving 110%. That is what he demands. That's a lot to ask of any team, regardless of if you're a loved head coach or you're a hated head coach or whatever. That's a lot to ask of your team to give their all. When the Kings choose to give their all, and when they play players that are willing to give their all, like Keon, like DC, like Jake LaRavia, even though he didn't play last night, they're a different version. They're a different team. But it is fair to question game in and game out. KC, I was listening to the show earlier. I know you're talking about more often than not under Doug Christie, we've seen them play better. That's true, especially at home. Like Doug Christie has figured out how to get this team to play hard for the home crowd, and that doesn't surprise me. Shouldn't surprise anybody based on how well he knows this crowd. They're 12-3 at home under Doug Christie. So they've figured that out, which is fantastic. However, I'm not saying this to take anything away from Doug because he deserves a tremendous amount of credit. But the bottom line for this team has nothing to do with coaching. Do they want to fight and do they want to play hard or do they not? That's it. Because when they fight, when they play hard, they can beat anybody. They can hang with anybody and they can get a crowd behind them like we saw last night. That was the loudest I've heard the Golden One Center since the 2023 playoffs. Like when they fight, the crowd responds and they all feed off of that and the offense gets going as well as the defense gets established. But if they're not going to fight, if they're not going to give their effort, they're going to get their ass kicked in Phoenix. They're going to get embarrassed by the Warriors. So what version of this team are you going to be? That is the question on a nightly basis. What question or what version of the Sacramento Kings are we going to get tonight against the Bulls? Because even though it's the second night of a back-to-back, don't matter to Doug. Doesn't matter who the opponent is. Doesn't matter who's playing. Are they going to play hard or are they not going to? And we'll see come tip-off. That's the state of this team right now.
The question I would ask Matt, and Matt's not alone in feeling how he feels, but why, I said this earlier, why don't they get, when you talk about their effort and how they approach the game, why don't they get the benefit of the doubt? Because I'll challenge anybody to give me 10 games where they didn't show up that way. They're being held to what we saw a week ago as if that's who they are, when I think they've shown the exact opposite. They had a bad week, and that's not who they are.
But you also can't say that beating the Cavaliers last night is who this team is. They haven't proven that. They haven't shown that nearly enough.
And that's where people I don't think they hear what I'm saying. They don't have to win to play a certain way.
Yes, they have to win right now.
No,
winning is all that matters.
You're not hearing me, Matt. I'm talking about their approach to the game and how they compete. And I think that's what Doug is talking about. Mm-hmm. Doug isn't necessarily talking about wins or loss. Like, yeah,
Doug has said that. I'm talking process over results.
How we approach the game, how we compete. They've shown way more times than those past 3 games that they approach the game and play a certain way under Doug Christie.
This is a nice sermon on Sunday. Doug Christie needs results to keep his job. The front office needs results to keep their job. Vivek Ranadive has established an expectation of playoff results this season after last season missing out on the playoffs. This is a results-driven league. I understand completely what Doug Christie's saying. He's trying to build something, and damn it, he deserves to build it. Doug Christie deserves to be here for years. He deserves to have this job. I think he's won me over with that. Mm-hmm. But this is a results-based league, and you are in a playoff race right now. I don't want to hear about process. It's not freaking November. Like, this is, you need to win basketball games right now. And the bottom line is, when this team plays hard enough, they can win any game. And we've seen that. But we've also seen games going back to 2 games ago, or just over 2 games ago, 2 extremely important games with massive playoff implications that they did not show up and did not play hard. So I'm not trying to be negative after a big win, because last night was phenomenal. But KC, it don't matter. What version of the team are you going to get? You need consistency and you need to win. And this Kings team doesn't always give you what they need to play consistently.
To me, you're saying 2 different things. Don't talk about playing hard and what they say. They didn't win those games because
they didn't play hard against Phoenix or Golden State at all.
But they played hard. But they played hard against Denver. They played hard.
Correct.
Against,
they did.
But it don't matter, right?
No, that does. No, that
no.
Does.
That's what I'm saying. You're saying 2 different things. because it doesn't matter if they play hard or not. It matters if they win or lose. And that's cool if that's the barometer. I'm not even saying that's a bad thing, but don't harp on the fact that they didn't play hard against Golden State and Phoenix. Just harp on the fact that they didn't win.
No,
That's
I'm
all
gonna
that matters.
harp on them not playing hard against Phoenix,
doesn't
against
matter.
Golden State.
doesn't
Yes, it
matter.
does matter. How
No,
does
because
it not
because-
matter? They didn't show
because
up
they-
in massive
because they-
games with playoff implications. How does that
Because-
not matter?
Because they played hard and they played a tight game against.
What do you want, a moral victory? It's wins or
want a moral victory.
losses.
You're talking about what you can expect from this team, and I'm telling you more times than not, the whole notion of if they're going to come, they almost always play a competitive game. They almost always, overwhelmingly. You got 2 games, 3 games max that you could say these guys didn't show up. Other than that, in the 17 games that Doug has had since the trade deadline, in the 37 games they've had since he's been the head coach, they almost always show up. So that, to me, that shouldn't even be a question of whether or not they're going to show up. It should just be, are they going to win or not? And that's why I say they don't get the benefit of the doubt. Like, now we question if these guys are committed and all that. What are you talking about? They've shown for 34 to 37 games that they're committed. Why are we even questioning that?
Okay,
It's
so
can they execute?
We're arguing semantics at this point, because whether they're committed or not, okay, fine. I mean, they're NBA players. I do believe they want to win, but are they going to do what Doug Christie asks of them? That's the question. That is fair to question on a night in, night out basis. Even if we want to say they're 100% committed, sometimes their actions don't support that. They've beaten up on bad teams. That's fantastic. I don't take that away from them at all, considering that is something they struggled to do with Mike Brown. They didn't win at home. They're figuring that out. So I give them a tremendous amount of credit for that. But one win against the Cleveland Cavaliers, and I'll even add the Houston win. Like, those 2 wins are the best wins that they've had over the last handful of weeks, but also in some significant games. So there's 2 wins right now that I can point to and go, those are fantastic. Let's add in the Memphis one too. There's 3. But I go back to, you weren't here, KC. I was talking with D'Lo from the Chase Center. I was giving him another tour of the Chase Center last week. And we were talking about that Knicks game. And I told D'Lo, I was like, I think this game's the outlier. The way they played against the Knicks, I think, is the outlier. I was in the same boat as you. I don't think they're going to play like this. I think they're going to rise to the moment. They recognize the tiebreaker implications against the Golden State Warriors tonight. They came out and didn't give a damn. They left and I understand part of the game plan. Part of the game plan was let Draymond Green shoot open threes. He was hitting them. You tip your cap, right? It was kind of the same thing with Russell Westbrook hitting open threes in Denver, right? That's part of the game plan. But at some point, Doug Christie also calls for making a second or third effort on closeouts. The Kings were not willing to make second or third efforts on closeouts. Then they followed up with a game that even you tweeted out the season was on life support after that pitiful performance that they had in Phoenix. I don't care if that's not who this team is. That's who they were in the moment in important games. And they have to win games like last night in order to make up for that. Thank God they did. And I love that they're getting these efforts out of Devin Carter, Jake LaRavia, Keon Ellis starting. I don't think it's a coincidence that the Sacramento Kings found success. I know that was the worst offensive first quarter we've ever seen in our freaking lives, but the Kings defensively fought so hard that they could keep this game within single digits after scoring just 15 points in a quarter, bought themselves time to get that offense going, and they ultimately won that game. Keon Ellis being a part of that starting unit is not a coincidence with that. We know what Keegan Murray does on the defensive end. I think Doug Christie has discovered something. He's figured something out. And in my opinion, you got 4 guys right there that play defense and play hard on defense. 2 of those guys need to be on the floor at all times, in my opinion. You can have any combination of DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, Domantas Sabonis when he comes back, Malik Monk, anybody out there to score the basketball, and that's important. And I love how DeMar and Malik closed that game out last night. But those guys, the ones that have been willing to dive for loose balls and fight like hell and play hard. That's the reason why the Sacramento Kings are 2-0 during this homestand, because they got the offense going. They got out in transition. They got the crowd involved. And then DeMar was able to do his thing and close it down. Not taking anything away from DeMar, though. That is the perfect spot for him. That was vintage. This is what you bring DeMar DeRozan for. You talk about DeMar doesn't get the credit when he does it. I'm giving him the credit when he does it. You don't win that game without DeMar DeRozan last night. You needed a closer to help close that thing down. But the 3 quarters to get you to that point, that was all the hustle and energy that this Kings team, are they going to bring it every night? We don't know. Hopefully they will. They need to if they're going to have any shot.
Somebody say you're getting a cappuccino.
I just don't want to step on Anyone's counterpoint. So I just let
Is this how
everybody
Jason Ross felt with you and Ken Rudolph?
Probably. There'd be times where I'd look at Jason. Will you say something? Okay. One quick question to try to bring the moment down a little bit, and we should all decide on this together. Are we calling Devin Carter DC?
It's a good call. I haven't.
I
haven't either, and I have purposely not done that.
Yeah.
Matt just did it. I've heard other people. Is that a thing that we're doing?
Well, Doug has called him that. I don't like it. I did that because I genuinely could not remember.
I don't like it, but maybe it's maybe we don't call him DC. Maybe it's Coach Christie. Maybe it's Doug. Like I don't know. Maybe DC is too informal for a coach now.
That's tough.
I don't like it.
DC 2.
I don't love that. He could be Devin. He's Devin.
He can't get a nickname.
Well, I mean, what's his nickname? Fryer, the Fryer, the I don't know. Like I don't love. I don't like DC, and I don't like DC calling him DC.
I didn't even think about that.
All right, okay, we don't have to decide on it now, but it just caught my attention. Here's something that we haven't asked all day. It appears, Matt, that Zach LaVine is back tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe we know the status of Jake LaRavia yet, but I do believe the absence of those two influenced the minutes that we saw for both Devin Carter and Trey Lyles. I still think we'll see a lot of Trey Lyles minutes, especially with the absence of Domantas Sabonis. But what now for Devin Carter? Like if you're Doug, hey, we got something here where he even said last night, Devin had his welcome to the NBA moment. And he almost sounded like relieved when he said it. He said he had his welcome to the damn NBA moment or something like that. What do you do now though if you're Doug, where you have, you've got Zach LaVine back and you have something a little bit closer to your normal rotation?
It's an oversimplification, but almost the same thing in terms of put him out there, and if he's making an impact, keep him out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's it. It's the same thing with Jake LaRavia. It's the same thing with Keon Ellis. You throw them out there.
He clearly has no problem doing. He's done that since he's been the head coach.
Now, if he comes out and he's struggling and he's not making the right plays or whatever, then you kind of pull it back a little bit. But one of the things I just said there when I was yelling at poor Kenny was that, like, again, you got 4 like scrappy defenders on this team. 2 of them should be on the floor at all times, in my opinion. Now, that's not going to be the case with the starting lineup with LaVine back.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever, we've argued enough about the starting lineup. It is what it is. But to me, you should always try to have 1 or 2 of those 4 guys on the floor, and sometimes 3 of those 4 guys on the floor, because we can clearly see the influence that they have on a game and defensively the impact that they can make and how they can get everybody going. So, and everybody feeds off that energy when those guys are hustling. So, and whether Jake LaRavia is back or not, I guess we'll find out. But I again, oversimplification answer to your question. I think you put him out there in the first quarter or whatever part of the rotation you want to put him out there when you bring Malik out or whatever, and see if he can continue to be a high impact player. Give him a couple opportunities in the first half and in the second half. And if he earns more, then he earns more. I think you can kind of be on a game by game basis. And I know that's difficult at times for players to deal with, but when you're a player like Devin Carter that you can just kind of unleash, it's like, go out there and hustle and make an impact, bother somebody, get some deflections, piss somebody off, maybe dunk a basketball, maybe hit a 3 if it's open. Like, doesn't matter what your rotation minutes look like, just go out there and be impactful. That's how I see Doug Christie handling Devin Carter for the rest of this season.
One of the things that's been mentioned a lot with the starting lineup and yesterday, and it's something that I took note of the other day. Doesn't mean it's right or wrong or anything like that, but you talked about energy. I think the shift in energy, the change in energy coming off the bench is vital. I think the last 2 games, the shift in energy is what helped them win the game. I say that to say that doesn't mean you have to start with that energy. Sometimes having the shift of energy is what propels you. So when people say this should be the starter, maybe the perfect role is coming off the bench. You used Bobby Jackson as an example. He was a starting caliber player, but his shift in energy and his change of pace with Mike Bibby was essential to what the Kings did. The Kings didn't have, outside of Doug Christie, they didn't have any real defenders in that starting lineup, but they had that shift of energy. You go back to even further with the bench mob with Vernon Maxwell and John Barry. They were, quote unquote, better than Tariq Abdul-Wahad, but their shift of energy is what helped propel those teams some nights. So, I mean, whoever starts, it's whatever. It doesn't matter to me. But I think what we saw the last 2 nights is just as vital as the starting lineup, being able to come in with guys that can just bring a different level of intensity to the game on the defensive end or both sides of the floor.
I completely understand what you're saying. And I think that was for a long time, like Mike Brown's argument with bringing Malik off the bench, right? With that shift of energy and what Malik brings. And for sure, like we saw in Memphis or in the Memphis game, LaRavia and Devin Carter coming in and shifting that energy defensively is what woke that game up. This is a impossible argument to make because Zach LaVine didn't play. But I'm very curious if we could go back in time and say Zach LaVine did play and started in last night's game. How much better is the offense in that first quarter? I'd expect it to be a little bit better, at the very least, having Zach LaVine out there. But if you were to tell me that the Kings were scoring in the teens in the first quarter against the Cleveland Cavaliers, I would have told you they were down by 15, 20 points at the end of the quarter. Why? Because we saw that 3 first quarters in a row, against New York, against Golden State, and against Phoenix. 3 straight games where the Sacramento Kings were obliterated in the fourth quarter, down by 15 plus points at the end of all 3 of those games, ended up falling behind by over 20 points in all 3 of those games. So where I think about it from this perspective, the change of energy, you're 100% right. But is Keon Ellis in that starting lineup alongside Keegan Murray? Does that give you enough of a defensive push to where if you get off to a slow start offensively, you're not falling behind in such a big hole where your bench has to give you something or you're in big trouble? That's where when I see Keon Ellis start, I see, okay, the Kings are making a significant enough effort or playing well enough defensively to where even if the offense is slowly warming up, DeMar's getting going, Levine's getting going, Monk is not hitting shots, they're still in the game. Like that, I think how the first quarter went last night, I think is a fantastic aspect of the story of that game. They scored 15 points, still ended with 122, right? Mm-hmm. And people want to dismiss that quarter as that was a bad quarter. To me, that quarter set the tone because defensively, they played the same way all 4 quarters. And it was that defensive first quarter that bought them the time to figure themselves out offensively and really establish that they weren't going to get pushed around by Cleveland. And there were a couple times where I was following Cleveland players to the bench with my camera, and I kept catching Tristan Thompson walking up to his guys going, like, calm down, calm down, calm down. Like the Kings and their physicality flustered Cleveland last night. And I think Keon being as part of the starting lineup, having 2 of those 4 guys on the floor to start the game helps establish that defensive intensity.
And that's what I think the story, again, maybe it's a glass half empty, half full thing that we talked about earlier, is the story of the first quarter doesn't have to be the 15. It's the 22. You scored 15 points in that game. You were down 7. Yeah. You only gave up 22 points.
Right.
To a team with Donovan Mitchell and Evan Mobley, who, like, Evan Mobley missed 5 shots the whole game, hit 8 of 9 in like 10 seconds or whatever Kenny found out earlier. Like, he was out of this world yesterday, and like we could be frustrated or you could, wow, look at the turnaround. But you look at that 22 and like I didn't know how to feel at halftime, I think it was a 9-point deficit. I was like, well, I just remember thinking it's not so bad. Because I did not expect the Kings to win last night. I did not expect the Kings to be competitive last night, and not like quit competitive. Like the circumstances were tough. Like I like that. That's a tall ask against a team that's probably, I don't want to say desperate for a win, but is looking around like, hey, we got to settle this thing down here. We don't want to, start losing games here at the end of the season. But to hold them, to be within striking distance at halftime and to have that, amazing third quarter that they had, I think that's a big deal. Mm-hmm. I think there's a lot of positives to look out from last night.
For sure. Another one is like, call me scarred or emotionally damaged or pessimistic. I was waiting.
All of those things.
Yes. I was waiting I was sitting there during the third quarter and was saying, okay, but when this is fun, but when's it coming? Right. When is Cleveland going to stop playing with their food? Right. And then Evan Mobley erased that run by himself. I'm like,
man.
here it is. Okay, here it is. And I was not going to be, I was thrilled with how the Sacramento Kings were playing. And to be clear, even though I was expecting Cavaliers to win that game and flip that proverbial switch, I didn't think, all of a sudden they're going to run the Kings out of the building in the fourth quarter. No, I thought it was going to be a hard-fought game that the Kings would just lose to a 56-12 team at the time. They got punched back, and then the Kings responded, punched right back. Right. And then we got into a situation where DeMar and Malik were able to close that game down. There were a couple of possessions where it was DeMar DeRozan on one end, Donovan Mitchell on the other. And every basketball fan on the planet had a big smile on their face just watching those two go back and forth. Right. But for the Kings to truly scratch and claw and fight to get a victory like that, down 3 rotation players, down 2 starters, not just that, down 2 of your 3 stars. I mean, it was a tremendous effort for the Kings. They talked a lot after the game about executing the game plan. There was an X's and O's game plan that Doug Christie put together. It was fantastic. The Kings absolutely executed it. But part of the freaking game plan, going back to how we started this conversation, is, are you willing to give it all or not? And they were willing last night, and it was enough to beat Cleveland. Even second night of a back-to-back, no Darius Garland, I don't give a damn. Take your excuses and save them in Cleveland. I don't care. You beat a 56-win team last night, down 2 starters, down 2 stars. You fought with them every step of the way. You didn't rely on a 60% three-point shooting night or some like Donovan Mitchell going 2 for 20. You beat them in a straight-up, hard-fought basketball game, and you did it because of your defensive hustle and effort. Like that is the Doug Christie impact. If you're asking me, what is Doug Christie's legacy on the Sacramento Kings? It's that. That's what he's done in this, however many games it's been since December.
37 games. I think he's 6 games over 500 or something like that.
Impressive.
Tonight against the Bulls, I know this point at this time of year, they're all must wins, but to keep this momentum up, do you feel like there's a little extra added importance on this game? You know, in some respects, you'd be like, oh, you won a Cavs game that you didn't expect to win, and if you lose to the Bulls, it just kind of balances out. Or is it like, hey, man, you were already needing to beat the Bulls. You can put yourself in a really, really good spot if you go out and handle business tonight. Like, how are you approaching the Kings game tonight against the Bulls?
I just don't want to see the Kings limp into their meeting with Milwaukee, then Boston, then OKC, right? Don't kill the momentum that you've built for yourselves over these last 2 games by dropping the ball against a team that you should beat. Now, again, Doug Christie has done a fantastic job of getting this team not just to beat bad teams. Kings have been destroying bad teams under Doug Christie, and that's what I expect tonight. Now, if they win by 5 instead of 15, I'm not going to be upset. Win the basketball game. Whatever it takes, go out and win, regardless of who's playing, who's not. The only thing that will upset me, in addition to a loss, because this is a results-driven time, a loss would definitely be upsetting. But if the Sacramento Kings don't play as hard as they did last night. Now, if they play hard and run out of gas, tired legs, things of that nature, second night of a back-to-back, it's an excuse I don't want to use, but there's a human element of, okay, I get it, right? As long as they're trying to fight through it. But if we don't see the same amount of effort and hustle and intensity, and it's clear, the eye test shows us, I'm going to be a little disheartened by that, considering how hard because if the Kings play the way they played last night tonight, they should win this game easy. If they had played that way against the Phoenix Suns, the Suns would have quit in the second quarter because that team's been quitting left and right so far this season. So that's the thing. If the Kings play like that, not only will they win basketball games, there'll be a lot of teams that just say, F this. I ain't dealing with Devin Carter. No. So that's what I'm looking for tonight. And the result is it comes from that. You handle things the right way, you 100% should be beating the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah, I hate when we do that. You're right. They're better than Chicago, and this is just the corner you've painted yourself into. You're playing a team you're favored against. That's not going to happen for another week.
Yes.
And some change. You're playing a team who's also on the second night of a back-to-back, so you're at no disadvantage.
Sure.
You're at home. There is a human element to this, though. There is a human element to being a professional athlete that I think we often overlook. Like they they quit, or oh, they looked lackluster, or oh, they didn't have this, or they were terrible against this team or that team, and it's like, yeah, they had a bad day at work. And that's ultimately like what it is. It sucks. They had a bad day at work in front of a massive fan base and in front of, media that has to host a podcast every single night, that has to host a news telecast every night, that has to talk for 4 hours about this team every day. Otherwise, we venture into pyramids and Stonehenge.
And
but
Mandela effects.
and that's just kind of the nature of this. And I think there is something to what Kenny said earlier about, this team's probably has answered the call more time. This version of the team has answered the call more times than it hasn't. But that's the tough thing that they face tonight is I think a lot of fans were hoping with this back-to-back, you'd go 1-1, but no one expected that one last night. Whether Domas was available or Zach LaVine was available or Jake LaRavia was available, I don't think anyone expected that one.
True.
Now, expectations change.
Right.
Now this game is different. It was like the famous Clippers Kings game was a Friday. Everybody was praying for them to win on Sunday just so they could talk more about the game that happened on Friday. And they did. And that's the win against Cleveland carries much more weight. It's kind of the same line I was using after the Clippers game. It's not that bad. I know it hurts, but if you can find a way to get New York, you're fine. The Clippers game hurt a lot more when they lost by 40 against the Knicks. The Cavs win will feel much better if you're able to beat Chicago and then head into a weekend where, by the way, you've got your next 4 days consist of Giannis, Dame, Tatum, Brown, and Shea. That's what's ahead for you. You've got the guys who the finals MVP, an MVP from a couple years ago who doesn't get referenced anymore, and the guy who's going to win the MVP this year.
You better eat your Wheaties.
That's what's facing you, and you're James Worthy in this situation. That's who you are in this. Your better eat your Wheaties analogy is you're James Worthy, and you've got to find a way to step up tonight, Matt. So I'm with you. You got to beat Chicago, man.
Yeah, the two things that I would say in response to what you said, like the human element, you're absolutely right, but you've spent your bad days.
No, right? I hear you.
You spent
I
them.
hear you. I hear you.
Your get out of jail free cards are done, are gone and done. So you like, and the second part of that is like you just pulled off a win that nobody expected. Don't give it back by losing a game you should beat or should win. Like that it just doesn't make sense. It's not an efficient way to move forward, right? You got something, you now handle your business and build off of it. Then we'll go into Milwaukee and Boston and OKC where maybe they go 0-3. Maybe you're hoping to get one out of those games, whatever. But you talk about handling your business ahead of time. Beat Chicago tonight. Bring some momentum and a day off with you into a meeting with the Milwaukee Bucks on Saturday. You fight hard, you lose that game because Giannis Antetokounmpo is unbelievable. Okay. Or Dame Lillard breaks your heart again with a buzzer beater from half court. Okay. But you've put yourself in a position where you can afford that because you beat the Cleveland Cavaliers, you beat the Memphis Grizzlies, and then you followed it up by taking care of business against the Chicago Bulls. That's what I'm looking at tonight.
Matt, real quick, 10 seconds. You got a bracket? You big on the tournament and everything?
I haven't filled out a bracket this year.
Oh, it's too late for you, Matt. What do you mean haven't?
Hey, Matt,
it's over,
brother.
I didn't. I'm enjoying life elsewhere. I do want to make sure I hijack the rest of the time on the show that I have to tell you you're both wrong about John Cena's promo. John Cena's promo was fantastic. I absolutely loved it.
Said the same thing to me.
Man,
I loved it.
I guess it's just us.
No. Matt, you didn't think it was a little too cartoonish?
No matter what, like if Cena had come out and all of a sudden been Hollywood Cena, I don't think that's believable because now it's just like, oh, you're just whatever. But Cena coming out and giving us this whole like, you don't appreciate me, like being what Cody called him, the whiny you know what. Like that is a believable heel turn for a guy that's given you 15, 20 years of being a good guy. And now he's like, I'm tired of the abuse. I'm tired of it. Like I think that's more believable and more fun than, oh, I'm just evil now because Dwayne The Rock Johnson said so.
They've cheered him for 5 to 7 years.
Right. Yeah. But he still don't. He still has the Cena sucks people. He still like I just think it's more believable and more fun to lean into that than to just go, I'm bad now. I'm mean.
I'll give it a second chance. I'll watch it again. Actually, be the third chance. I'll try again, and I'll see if my mind changes. We're headed out to college basketball next. We'll see you tomorrow here, beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, light the beam.
Great stuff, Matt. That's fun.
When you go back and watch it, make sure you pay attention to how many times Cena almost breaks. His lip is betraying him the entire time. He is trying so hard not to smile.
Now, admittedly, the first time we saw it, we were literally watching.
I know you were on the air. Yeah.
I'll try it again.
The clip with the kid is funny. That's a good one.
The clip with the kid.
He could have done a little more with that one too, but that was a good call.
The clip. He probably isn't prepared to do more. He probably felt bad. He probably gave the kid like $10,000 in merchandise after that was over.
But initially, I thought, okay, we're getting a merch change, we're getting the music change, but him coming out all dejected, still holding his towel and just being like, whatever, man. Like,
which is why I think the Cody line was really interesting. When Cody said, I want to face the real John Cena, not this whiny little bitch. It opens the door for, all right, so what is that?
Mm-hmm. Well, because one of the things that you said that stuck with me is Triple H does the press conference after Elimination Chamber. And he breaks kayfabe, right? He's talking about, Cena can do this whenever he wants. And then Cena comes out and does the mic drop moment. And you said, okay, like, what are you going to commit to being real, or are you going to commit to the show? Mm-hmm. And I think this is Cena's way of saying, no, this is real. Like, this is the show would be, I'm going to wear all black and go bald, and now I'm evil John Cena. Mm-hmm. But the real Cena is, I've had enough of this BS. Like, I'm on my last way out. This is my last ride, and I'm going to be selfish, damn it. And if all of you don't like it, or all of you just using me for your own gain, F you. Like, I just think it's fun storytelling. I think it's believable. I think it's unique. I think it's a lot better than going, you're just a bad guy now. Go punch Cody and make him bleed again. Like, I like it. I like
that was Travis Scott who made him bleed.
No.
Travis beat the shit. Sorry. Travis, damn. I wonder if Cody has a receipt for Travis Scott next time he sees him.
He fucking better.
God dang.
What did they used to call that? Hey, Cody, protect the business, pal. Protect the business. All right, guys, we're gonna run. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for I know you guys weren't even listening. I looked over and you guys were talking about snow bunnies from the 80s. So, I mean, I'm not mad, but